above. To that end we shall perform a sacrifice for thee, of wonderful effect, so that, valorous as thou art, thou wilt bring forth a son equal to Indra. Nor wilt thou experience any trouble on account of the labor pains. Then, when 100 years had passed away, a sun shining as the sun pierced the left side of the king, endowed with a mighty soul, and came forth. And the sun was possessed of mighty strength. Nor did Duvanaswa die, which itself was strange. Then Indra of mighty strength came to pay him a visit. And the deities inquired of the great Indra, what is to be sucked by this boy? Then Indra introduced his own forefinger into his mouth. And when the wielder of the thunderbolt said, he will suck me, the dwellers of heaven together with Indra christened the boy Mandata, literally, me he shall suck. Then the boy, having tasted the forefinger extended by Indra, became possessed of mighty strength, and he grew 13 cubits, O king. And O great king, the whole of sacred learning together with the holy science of arms was acquired by that masterful boy, who gained all that knowledge by the simple and unassisted power of his thought. And all at once, the bow celebrated under the name Vajragava, and a number of shafts made of horn, together with an impenetrable coat of mail, came to his possession on the very same day, O sign of Bharata's race. And he was placed on the throne by Indra himself, and he conquered the 3 worlds in a righteous way, as Vishnu did by his 3 strides. And the wheel of the car of that mighty king as irresistible in its course throughout the world. And the gems, of their own accord, came into the possession of that saintly king. This is the tract of land, O Lord of earth, which belonged to him. It abounds in wealth. He performed a number of sacrificial rites of various kinds, in which abundant gratuities were paid to the priests. O king, he of mighty force and unmeasured lustre, erected sacred piles, and performed splendid pious deeds, and attained the position of sitting at Indra's side. That sagacious king of unswerving piety sent forth his fiat, and simply by its virtue conquered the earth, together with the sea, that source of gems, and all the cities, or, of JBH, the earth, O great king. The sacrificial grounds prepared by him were to be found all over the earth on all sides round, not a single spot that was marked with the same. O great king, the mighty monarch is said to have given to the Brahmanas 10,000 padmas of kine. When there was a drought, which continued for 12 consecutive years, the mighty king caused rain to come down for the growth of crops, paying no heed to Indra, the wielder of the thunderbolt, who remained staring at him. The mighty ruler of the Gandhara land, born in the lunar dynasty of kings, who was terrible like a roaring cloud, was slain by him, who wounded him sorely with his shafts. O king, he of cultured soul protected the 4 orders of people, and by him of mighty force the worlds were kept from harm, by virtue of his austere and righteous life. This is the spot where he, lustrous like the sun, sacrificed to the god. Look at it. Here it is, in the midst of the field of the Kuras, situated in a tract, the holiest of all. O preceptor of earth, requested by thee, I have thus narrated to thee the great life of Mandata, and also the way in which he was born, which was a birth of an extraordinary kind. Vaisampayana said, O scion of Bharata's race, Kunti's son, thus addressed by the mighty saint, Lomasa, immediately put fresh questions to him, with regard to Somarka. Section XXVI. Yudhishthira said, O best of speakers, what was the extent of power and strength possessed by King Somarka? I am desirous of hearing an exact account of his deeds and of his power. Lomasa said, O Yudhishthira, there was a virtuous king Somarka by name. He had 100 wives, O king, all suitably matched to their husband. He took great care, but could not succeed in getting a single son from any one of them, and a long time elapsed during which he continued a sonless man. Once upon a time, when he had become old, and was trying every means to have a son was born to him, Jantu by name, out of that century of women. And, O ruler of men, all the mothers used to sit surrounding their son, and every one giving him such objects as might conduce to his enjoyment and pleasure. And it came to pass that one day an ant stung the boy at his hip, and the boy screamed loudly on account of the pain caused by the sting, and forthwith the mothers were exceedingly distressed to see how the child had been stung by the ant, and they stood around him and set up cries. Thus there rose a tumultuous noise, and that scream of pain suddenly reached the ears of the sovereign of the earth, when he was seated in the midst of his ministers, with the family priest at his side. Then the king sent for information as to what it was about, and the royal usher explained to him precisely what the matter was with reference to his son. And Somarka got up together with his ministers and hastened towards the female apartments. And on coming there, O subjugator of foes, he soothed his son. And having done so and coming out from the female apartments, the king sat with his family priest and ministers. Somarka then spoke thus: "Fie on having only a single son. I had rather be a sonless man, considering how constantly liable to disease are all organized beings. To have an only son is but a trouble. O Brahmana, O my lord, with a view that I might have many sons born to me, this century of wives hath been wedded by me, after inspection, and after I had satisfied myself that they would prove suitable to me. But issue they have none. Having tried every means, and put forth great efforts, they have borne this single son, Jantu. What grief can be greater than this? O most excellent of the twice-born caste! I am grown old in years, and so are my wives too. And yet this only son is like the breath of their nostrils, and so he is to me also. But is there any ceremony, by celebrating which one may get 100 sons? And if there is one such, tell me whether it is great or small, and easy or difficult to perform." The family priest said, "There is a ceremony by virtue of which a man may get a century of sons. If thou art able to perform it, O Somarka, then I shall explain it to thee." Somarka said, "Whether it be a good or an evil deed, the ceremony by which 100 sons may be born may be taken by thee as already performed. Let thy blessed self explain it to me." The family priest thereupon said, "O king, let me set on foot a sacrifice, and thou must sacrifice thy son, Jantu, in it. Then on no distant date, a century of handsome sons will be born to thee. When Jantu's fat will be put into the fire as an offering to the gods, the mothers will take a smell of that smoke, and bring forth a number of sons, valorous and strong. And Jantu also will once more be born as a self-begotten son of thine in that very mother, and on his back there will appear a mark of gold." Section XVI. Somarka said, "O Brahmana, whatever is to be performed, do precisely as it may be necessary. As I am desirous of having a number of sons, I shall do all that may be prescribed by thee." Lomazes said, "Then the priest officiated in the sacrifice in which Jantu was offered as the victim. But the mothers in pity forcibly snatched the son and took him away. And they cried, 'We are undone.' And they were smitten with torturing grief, and they caught hold of Jantu by his right hand, and wept in a piteous way. But the officiating priest held the boy by the right hand and pulled him, and like female ospreys they screamed in agony. But the priest dragged the son, killed him, and made a burnt offering of his fat in the proper form. And, O delight of the race of Kuru, while the fat was being made, an offering of the agonized mothers smelt its smell, and of a sudden fell to the ground, and swooned away, and then all those lovely women became with child. And O Lord of men, O sign of Bharata's race, When 10 months had passed, a full century of sons was born to Somarka, begotten on all those women. And, O monarch of the earth, Jan too became the eldest and was born of his former mother, and he became the most beloved to the women, not so were their own sons. And on his back there was that mark of gold, and of that century of sons, he was also superior in merit. Then that family priest of Somarka departed this life, as also Somarka after a certain time. Now he beheld that the priest was being grilled in a terrible hell. And thereupon he questioned him, Why art thou, O Brahmana, being grilled in this hell? Then the family priest, exceedingly scorched with fire, spake to him, saying, This is the outcome of my having officiated in that sacrifice of thine. O king, hearing this, the saintly king thus spake to the God who meteth out punishments to departed souls, I shall enter here. Set free my officiating priest. This reversed man is being grilled by hellfire on my account only. Dharmara thereat answered thus, One cannot enjoy or suffer for another person's acts. O best of speakers, these are the fruits of thy acts, see it here. Somarka said, Without this Brahmana here, I desire not go to the blessed regions. My desire is to dwell in company with this very man, either in the abode of the gods, or in hell. For, O Dharmara, my deed is identical with what hath been done by him, and the fruit of our virtuous or evil deed must be the same for both of us. Dharmara said, O king, if this is thy wish, then taste with him the fruit of that act, for the same period that he must do. After that thou shalt go to the blessed regions. Lomasa said, The lotus-eyed king did all that exactly in the way prescribed to him. And when his sins were worked off, he was set free together with the priest. O king, fond of the priest as he was, he won all those blessings to which he had entitled himself by his meritorious acts, and shared everything with the family priest. This is his hermitage, which looketh lovely before our eyes. Any one would attain the blessed regions, if he should spend 6 nights here controlling his passions. O King of Kings! O leader of the tribe of Kuros! Here, free from excitement and self-controlled, we must spend 6 nights. Be thou ready therefore. Section 6. Lomasa said, Here, O King, the Lord of born beings himself performed a sacrifice in former times, the ceremony called Dishtikrita, which occupied 1,000 years. And Amvarisha, son of Nabaga, sacrificed near the Yamuna river. And having sacrificed there, he gave away 10 padmas of gold coins to the attendant priests, and he obtained the highest success by his sacrifices and austerities. And, O Kunti's son, this is the spot where that sovereign of the entire earth, Nuasho's son, Yayati, of unmeasured force, and who led a holy life, performed his sacrificial rites. He competed with Indra and performed his sacrifice here. Behold how the ground is studded with places for the sacrificial fires of various forms, and how the earth seems to be subsiding here under the pressure of Yayati's pious works. This is the Sumi tree, which hath got but a single leaf, and this is a most excellent lake. Behold these lakes of Parashurama, and the hermitage of Narayana. O protector of earth! This is the path which was followed by Richika's son, of unmeasured energy, who roamed over the earth, practicing the yoga rites in the river Orpia. And, O delight of the tribe of Kuros! Hear what a Pisacha woman, she-goblin, who was decked with pestles for her ornaments, said to a Brahmana woman, as I was reciting here the table of genealogy. She said, having eaten curd in Ugandhara, and lived in Achyutasthala, and also bathed in Beauty Laya, thou shouldst live with thy sons. Having passed a single night here, if thou wilt spend the second, the events of the night will be different from those that have happened to thee in the daytime, O most righteous of Bharata's race. Today we shall spend the night at this very spot. O sign of Bharata's race. This is the threshold of the field of the Kuras. O king. At this very spot, the monarch Yayati, son of Nuashah, performed sacrificial rites, and made gifts of an abundance of gems. And Indra was pleased with those sacred rites. This is an excellent holy bathing place on the river Yamuna, known as Plakshavatharana, descent of the banyan tree. Men of cultured minds call it the entrance to the region of heaven. O respected sir, here, after having performed sacrificial rites of the Saraswati king, and making use of the sacrificial stake for their pestle, the highest order of saints performed the holy plunge prescribed at the end of a sacred ceremony. O monarch, King Bharata here performed sacrificial rites. To celebrate the horse sacrifice, he here set free the horse who was the intended victim. That monarch had won the sovereignty of the earth by righteousness. The horse he let go more than once were of a colour checkered with black. O tiger among men! It was here that Mahabharata, sheltered by Samvata, leader of saints, succeeded in performing excellent sacrifices. O sovereign of kings! Having taken his bath at this spot, one can behold all the worlds, and is purified from his evil deeds. Do thou, therefore, bathe at this spot. Vaisampayana said, then, that most praiseworthy of Pandu's sons, the bathed with his brothers, while the mighty saints were uttering laudatory words to him. As he addressed the following words to Lomasa, O thou whose strength layeth in truthfulness, by virtue of this pious act, I behold all the worlds. And from this place, I behold that most praiseworthy of Pandu's sons Arjuna, the rider of white steed. Lomasa said, it is even so, O thou of powerful arms. The saints of the highest order thus behold all the regions. Behold this holy Saraswati here, thronged by persons who look upon her as their sole refuge. O most praiseworthy of men! Having bathed here, thou wilt be free from all thy sins. O Kunti's son! Here the celestial saints performed sacrificial rites of Saraswati king, and so did the saints and the royal saints. This is the altar of the Lord of Beings, 5 yojanas in extent on all sides round. And this is the field of the magnanimous Kuras, whose habit it was to perform sacrifices. Section CXXX. Lomasa said, O son of Bharata's race! If mortals breathe their last at this spot, they go to heaven. O king! Thousands upon thousands of men come to this place to die. A blessing was pronounced on this spot by Daksha when he was engaged in sacrifice here, in these words, those men that shall die at this spot shall win a place in heaven. Here is the beautiful and sacred river, Saraswati, full of water, and here, O Lord of men, is the spot known as Vinasana, or the place where the Saraswati disappeared. Here is the gate of the kingdom of the Nishadas, and it is from hatred for them that the Saraswati entered into the earth in order that the Nishadas might not see her. Here too is the sacred region of Chamshadbida where the Saraswati once more became visible to them. And here she is joined by other sacred rivers running seawards. O conqueror of foes, here is that sacred spot known by the name of Sindhu, where Lopamudra accepted the great sage Agastya as her lord, and, O thou whose effulgence is like unto that of the sun, here is the sacred Tirtha called Prabhasa, the favoured spot of Indra, and which removeth all sins. Yonder is visible the region of Vaishnupada. And here is the delightful and sacred river, Vipasa. From grief for the death of his sons, the great sage Vasistha had thrown himself into this stream, after binding his limbs. And when he rose from the water, lo! He was unfettered. Look, O king, with thy brothers at the sacred region of Kasmura, frequented by holy sages. Here, O sign of Bharata's race, is the spot where a conference took place between Agni and the sage Kasyapa, and also between Nuasho's son and the sages of the north. And, O great prince, yonder is the gate of the Manasaruvara. In the midst of this mountain, a gap hath been opened by Rama. And here, O prince of prowess incapable of being baffled, is the well-known region of Vatakanda, which, although adjacent to the gate of Vida, lieth on the north of it. And O bull among men, there is another very remarkable thing connected with this place, common namely, that on the waning of every yuga, the god Shiva, having the power to assume any shape at will, may be seen with him and his followers. In yonder lake also people desirous of securing welfare to the family, propitiate with sacrifices the holder of the great bow pinnacle in the month of Chaitra. And persons of devotion having passions under control, performing their ablutions in this lake, become free from sins and, without doubt, attain to the holy regions. Here is the sacred Tirtha called Ujjanika, where the holy sage Vasistha with his wife Arundhati and also the sage Yavakri obtained tranquility. Yonder is the lake Kausava, where grown the lotuses called Kausaya, and here also is the sacred hermitage of Rukmani, where she attained peace, after conquering that evil passion, anger. I think, O prince, that thou hast heard something about that man of meditations, Bhrigutunga. There, O king, before thee is that lofty peak. And, O foremost of kings, yonder is Vitasta, the sacred stream that absolveth men from all sins. The water of this stream is extremely cool and limpid, and it is largely used by the great sages. O prince, behold the holy rivers Jala and Upajala, on either side of the Yamuna. By performing the sacrifice here, King Usanara surpassed in greatness Indra himself. And, O descendant of Bharata, desirous of testing Usanara's merit and also of bestowing boons on him, Indra and Agni presented themselves at his sacrificial ground. And Indra, assuming the shape of a hawk, and Agni that of a pigeon, came up to that king. And the pigeon, in fear of the hawk, fell upon the king's thigh, seeking his protection. Section XXC. The hawk said, all the kings of the earth represent thee as a pious ruler. Wherefore, O prince, hast thou then stopped to perpetrate a deed not sanctioned by the ordinance? I have been sore afflicted with hunger. Do thou not withhold from me that which hath been appointed by the deity for my food, under the impression that thereby thou servest the interests of virtue, whereas in reality thou wilt forsake it, by committing thyself to this act. Thereupon, the king said, O best of the feathered race, afflicted with fear of thee, and desirous of escaping from thy hands, this bird, all in a hurry, hath come up to me asking for life. When this pigeon hath in such a manner sought my protection, why dost thou not see that the highest merit is even in my not surrendering it unto thee? And it is trembling with fear, and is agitated, and is seeking its life from me. It is therefore certainly blameworthy to forsake it. He that slayeth the Brahmana, he that slaughtered a cow, the common mother of all the worlds, and he that forsooketh one seeking for protection are equally sinful. Thereat the hawk replied, O Lord of earth, it is from food that all beings derive their life, and it is food also that nourisheth and sustaineth them. A man can live long even after forsaking what is dearest to him, but he cannot do so after abstaining from food. Being deprived of food, my life, O ruler of men, will surely leave this body, and will attain to regions unknown to such troubles. But at my death, O pious king, my wife and children will surely perish, and by protecting this single pigeon, O prince, thou dost not protect many lives. The virtue that standeth in the way of another virtue is certainly no virtue at all, but in reality is unrighteousness. But O king, whose prowess consisteth in truth, that virtue is worthy of the name, which is not conflicting. After instituting a comparison between opposing virtues, and weighing their comparative merits, 1. O great prince, ought to espouse that which is not opposing. Do thou, therefore, O king, striking a balance between virtues, adopt that which preponderates. At this the king said, O best of birds, as thou speakest words fraught with much good, I suspect thee to be Supernal, the monarch of birds. I have not the least hesitation to declare that thou art fully conversant with the ways of virtue. As thou speakest wonders about virtue, I think that there is nothing connected with it that is unknown to thee. How canst thou, then, consider the forsaking of one, seeking for help, as virtuous? Thy efforts in this matter, O Ranger of the skies, have been in quest of food. Thou canst, however, appease thy hunger with some other sort of food, even more copious. I am perfectly willing to procure for thee any sort of food that to thee may seem most tasteful, even if it be an ox, or a boar, or a deer, or a buffalo. Thereupon the hawk said, O great king, I am not desirous of eating the flesh of a boar or an ox or the various species of beasts. What have I to do with any other sort of food? Therefore, O bull among the Kshatriyas, leave to me this pigeon, whom heaven hath today ordained for my food, O ruler of earth, that hawks eat pigeons is the eternal provision. O prince, do not for support embrace a plantain tree, not knowing its want of strength. The king said, Ranger of the skies, I am willing to bestow on thee this rich province of my race, or any other thing that to thee may seem desirable, with the sole exception of this pigeon, which hath approached me craving my protection. I shall be glad to give unto thee anything that thou mayst like. Let me know what I shall have to do for the deliverance of this bird. But this I shall not return to thee on any condition whatever. The hawk said, O great ruler of men, if thou hast conceived an affection for this pigeon, then cut off a portion of thine own flesh, and weigh it in a balance against this pigeon. And when thou hast found it equal in weight to the pigeon, then do thou give it unto me, and that will be to my satisfaction. Then the king replied, This request of thine, O hawk, I consider as a favour unto me, and, therefore, I will give unto thee even my own flesh, after weighing it in a balance. Lamaza said, saying this, O mighty son of Kunti, the highly virtuous king cut off a portion of his own flesh, and placed it in a balance against the pigeon. But when he found that pigeon exceeded his flesh in weight, he once more cut off another portion of his flesh, and added it to the former. When portion after portion had been repeatedly added to weigh against the pigeon, and no more flesh was left on his body, he mounted the scale himself, utterly devoid of flesh. The hawk then said, I am Indra, O virtuous king, and this pigeon is Agni, the carrier of the sacrificial clarified butter. We had come unto thy sacrificial ground, desirous of testing thy merit. Since thou hast cut off thy own flesh from thy body, thy glory shall be resplendent, and shall surpass that of all others in the world. As long as men, O king, shall speak of thee, so long shall thy glory endure, and thou shalt inhabit the holy regions. Saying this to the king, Indra ascended to heaven. And the virtuous king Usnara, after having filled heaven and earth with the merit of his pious deeds, ascended to heaven in a radiant shape. Behold, O king, the residence of that noble-hearted monarch. Here, O king, are seen holy sages and gods, together with virtuous and high-souled brahmanas. Section XXI. Lamaza said, See here, O Lord of men, the sacred hermitage of Swetaketu, son of Udalaka, whose fame as an expert in the sacred mantras is so widely spread on earth. This hermitage has graced with coconut trees. Here Swetaketu beheld the goddess Saraswati in her human shape, and spake unto her, saying, May I be endowed with a gift of speech. In that Yuga, Swetaketu, the son of Udalaka, and Ashtavakra, the son of Gahoda, who stood to each other in the relation of uncle and nephew, were the best of those conversant with the sacred law. Those two Brahmanas, of matchless energy, who bore unto each other the relationship of uncle and nephew, went into the sacrificial ground of King Janaka and the defeated Vandin in a controversy. Worship, O son of Kunti, with thy brothers, the sacred hermitage of him who had for his grandson Ashtavakra, who, even when a mere child, had caused Vandin to be drowned in a river, after having defeated him in a literary contest. Apostrophe. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O Lomasa, all about the power of this man, who had in that way defeated Vandin. Why was he born as Ashtavakra, crooked in 8 parts in his body? Lomasa said, the sage Udalaka had a disciple named Gahoda of subdued passions, and entirely devoted to the service of his preceptor and who had continued his studies long. The Brahmana had served his tutor long, and his preceptor, recognizing his service, gave him his own daughter, Sujata, in marriage, as well as a mastery over the Shastras. And she became with child, radiant as fire. And the embryo addressed his father while employed in reading, O father, thou hast been reading the whole night, but, of all that, thy reading doth not seem to me correct. Even in my fetal state I have, by thy favour, become versed in the Shastras and the Vedas with their several branches. I say, O father, that what proceeds from thy mouth is not correct. Thus insulted in the presence of his disciples, the great sage in anger cursed his child in the womb, saying, Because thou speakest thus even while in the womb, therefore thou shalt be crooked in 8 parts of the body. The child was accordingly born crooked, and the great sage was ever after known by the name of Ashtavakra. Now, he had an uncle named Swetaketu who was the same age with himself. Afflicted by the growth of the child in the womb, Sujata, desirous of riches, conciliating her husband who had no wealth, told him in private, How shall I manage, O great sage, the 10th month of my pregnancy having come? Thou hast no substance whereby I may extricate myself from the exigencies, after I have been delivered. Thus addressed by his wife, Gahoda went unto King Janaka for riches. He was there defeated in a controversy by Vandin, well versed in the science of arguments, and, in consequence, was immersed into water. And hearing that his son-in-law had been defeated in a controversy by Vandin and caused to be drowned by him, Udalaka spake unto his daughter Sujata, saying, Thou shalt keep it a secret from Ashtavakra. She accordingly kept her counsel, so that Ashtavakra, when born, had heard nothing about the matter. And he regarded Udalaka as his father and Swetaketu as his brother. And when Ashtavakra was in his 12th year, Swetaketu one day saw the former seated on his father's lap. And thereat he pulled him by the hand, and on Ashtavakra's beginning to cry, he told him, It is not the lap of thy father. This cruel communication went direct into Ashtavakra's heart, and it pained him sorely. And he went home and asked his mother, saying, Where is my father? Thereupon Sujata, who was greatly afflicted by his question, and apprehending a curse, told him all that had happened. And having heard all, the Brahmana at night said unto his uncle Swetaketu, Let us go unto the sacrifice of King Janaka, wherein many wonderful things are to be seen. We shall listen to the controversy between the Brahmanas and shall partake of excellent food. Our knowledge also will increase. The recitation of the sacred Vedas is sweet to hear and is fraught with blessings. Then they both, uncle and nephew, went unto the splendid sacrifice of King Janaka. And on being driven from the entrance, Ashtavakra met the king and addressed him in the following words. Section XXI. Ashtavakra said, When no Brahmana is met with on the way belongeth to the blind, the deaf, the women, carriers of burden, and the king respectively. But when a Brahmana is met with on the way, it belongeth to him alone. Thereupon the king said, I give the privilege to enter, Do thou, therefore, go in by whatever way thou likest. No fire ever so small is to be slighted. Even Indra himself boweth unto the Brahmanas. At this Ashtavakra said, We have come, O ruler of men, to witness thy sacrificial ceremony, and our curiosity, O king, is very great. And we have come here as guests. We want the permission of thy order to enter. And, O son of Indradama, we have come, desirous of seeing the sacrifice, and to meet King Janaka and speak to him. That thy warder obstructs us, and for this our anger burneth us like fever. The warder said, We carry out the orders of Vandin. Listen to what I have to say. Lads are not permitted to enter here, and it is only the learned old Brahmanas that are allowed to enter. Ashtavakra said, If this be the condition, O warder, that the door is open to those only that are old, then we have a right to enter. We are old, and we have observed sacred vows and are in possession of energy proceeding from the Vedic law. And we have served our superiors and subdued our passions, and have also won proficiency in knowledge. It is said that even boys are not to be slighted, for a fire, small though it be, burneth on being touched. The warder replied, O young Brahmana, I consider you a boy, and therefore recite, if you know, the verse demonstrating the existence of the Supreme Being, and adored by the divine sages, and which, although composed of one letter, is yet multifarious. Make no vain boast. Learned men are really very rare. Ashtavakra said, True growth cannot be inferred from the mere development of the body, as the growth of the knots of the salmali tree cannot signify its age. That tree is called full-grown which, although slender and short, beareth fruits. But that which doth not bear fruits, is not considered as grown. The warder said, Boys receive instruction from the old, and they also in time grow old. Knowledge certainly is not attainable in a short time. Wherefore then, being a child, dost thou talk like an old man? Then Ashtavakra said, One is not old because his head is grey, but the gods regard him as old who, although a child in years, is yet possessed of knowledge. The sages have not laid down that a man's merit consists in years, or grey hair, or wealth, or friends. To us he is great who is versed in the Vedas. I have come here, O porter, desirous of seeing Vandin in the court. Go and inform King Janaka, who hath a garland of lotuses on his neck, that I am here. Thou shalt today see me enter into a dispute with the learned men, and defeat Vandin in a controversy. And when others have been silenced, the Brahmanas of matured learning and the king also with his principal priests, bear witness to the superior or the inferior quality of my attainments. The warder said, How canst thou, who art but in thy 10th year, hope to enter into this sacrifice, into which learned and educated men only are admitted? I shall, however, try some means for thy admittance. Do thou also try thyself. Ashtavakra then addressing the king said, O king, O foremost of Janaka's race, thou art the paramount sovereign, and all power reposeth in thee. In times of old, King Yayati was the celebrator of sacrifices, and in the present age, thou it is that art performer thereof. We have heard that the learned Vandin, after defeating, in controversy, men expert in discussion, causeth them to be drowned by faithful servants employed by thee. Hearing this, I have come before these Brahmanas to expound the doctrine of the unity of the Supreme Being. Where is now Vandin? Tell me so that I may approach him, and destroy him, even as the sun destroyeth the stars. Thereupon the king said, Thou hopest, O Brahmana, to defeat Vandin, not knowing his power of speech. Can those who are familiar with his power speak as thou dost? He hath been sounded by Brahmanas versed in the Vedas. Thou hopest to defeat Vandin, only because thou knowest not his powers of speech. Many a Brahmana hath waned before him, even as the stars before the sun. Desirous of defeating him, People proud of their learning, have you lost their glory on appearing before him, and have retired from his presence, without even venturing to speak with the members of the assembly? Ashtavakra said, Vandin hath never entered into disputation with a man like myself, and it is for this only that he looketh upon himself as a lion, and goeth about roaring like one. But today meeting me he will lie down dead, even like a cart on the highway, of which the wheels have been deranged. The king said, He alone is the truly learned man who understandeth the significance of the thing that hath 30 divisions, 12 parts, 25 joints, and 360 spokes. Ashtavakra said, May that ever-moving wheel that hath 24 joints, 6 naves, 12 peripheries, and 60 spokes protect thee! 19 The king said, Who amongst the gods beareth those two which go together like two mares, yoked to a car, and sweep like a hawk, and to what also do they give birth? Ashtavakra said, May God, O king, defend the presence of these 220 in thy house, aye, even in the house of thine enemies. He who appeareth, having for his charioteer the wind, 21 begetteth them, and they also produce him. Thereupon the king said, What is that doth not close its eyes even while sleeping? What is it that doth not move, even when born? What is it that hath no heart, and what doth increase even in its own speed? Ashtavakra said, It is a fish 22 that doth not close its eyelids while sleeping, and it is an egg 23 that doth not move when produced. It is stone 24 that hath no heart, and it is a river 25 that increase in its own speed. The king said, It seemeth, O possessor of divine energy, that thou art no human being. I consider thee not a boy, but a matured man. There is no other man who can compare with thee in the art of speech. I therefore give thee admittance. There is Vandin. Section Xxxif. Ashtavakra said, O king, O leader of fierce legions, in this assembly of monarchs of unrivaled power who have met together, I am unable to find out Vandin, chief of the controversialists. But I am searching for him, even as one doth for a swan on a vast expanse of water. O Vandin, thou regardest thyself as the foremost of controversialists. When thou wilt engage with me in staking, thou wilt not be able to flow like the current of a river. I am like a full flaming fire. Be silent before me, O Vandin. Do not awaken a sleeping tiger. Know that thou shalt not escape unstung, after trampling on the head of a venomous snake, licking the corners of its mouth with its tongue, and who hath been hurt by thy foot. That weak man who, in pride of strength, attempts to strike a blow at a mountain, only gets his hands and nails hurt, but no wound is left on the mountain itself. As the other mountains are inferior to the Menaka, and as calves are inferior to the ox, so are all other kings of the earth inferior to the Lord of Mithila. And as Indra is the foremost of celestials, and as the Ganga is the best of rivers, so thou alone art, O king, the greatest of monarchs. O king, cause Vandin to be brought to my presence. Lomasa said, saying this, O Yudhishthira, wroth with Vandin, Ashtavakra thus thundered in the assembly, and addressed him in these words, Do thou answer my questions, and I shall answer thine. Thereat Vandin said, One only fire blazeth forth in various shapes, one only sun illumineth this whole world, one only hero, Indra, the lord of celestials, destroyeth enemies, and one only Yama is the sole lord of the Baitres. 26 Ashtavakra said, The two friends, Indra and Agni, ever move together. The two celestial sages are Narada and Parvata, twins are the Aswini-Kumaras. 2 is the number of the wheels of a car, and it is as a couple that husband and wife live together, as ordained by the deity. 27 Vandin said, 3 kinds of born beings are produced by acts. The 3 Vedas together perform the sacrifice, Vajapaya, at 3 different times. The Adwarius commence sacrificial rites. 3 is the number of words, and 3 also are the divine lights. 28 Ashtivakra said, 4 are the asramas of the Brahmanas, the 4 orders performed sacrifices, 4 are the cardinal points, 4 is the number of letters, and 4 also, as is ever known, are the legs of a cow. 29 Vanden said, 5 is the number of fires, 5 are the feet of the meter called Punki, 5 are the sacrifices, 5 locks, it is said in the Vedas, are on the heads of the Apsaras, and 5 sacred rivers are known in the world. 30 Ashtivakra said, 6 cows, it is asserted by some, and paid as a gratuity on the occasion of establishing the sacred fire. 6 are the seasons belonging to the wheel of time, 6 is the number of the senses, 6 stars constitute the constellation Kirtika, and 6, it is found in all the Vedas, is the number of the Sadhyaska sacrifice. 31 Vanden said, 7 is the number of the domesticated animals, 7 are the wild animals, 7 meters are used in completing a sacrifice, 7 are the rishis, 7 forms of paying homage are extant in the world, and 7, it is known, are the strings of the Veena. 32 Ashtivakra said, 8 are the bags containing 100-fold, 8 is the number of the legs of the Sarabha, which preyeth upon lions, 8 Vasas, as we hear, are amongst the celestials, and 8 are the angles of Upa, stake, in all sacrificial rites. 33 Vanden said, 9 is the number of the mantras used in kindling the fire in sacrifices to the Pitris, 9 are the appointed functions in the processes of creation, 9 letters compose the foot of the meter, Vrihati, and 9 also is ever the number of the figures, in calculation. 34 Ashtivakra said, 10 is said to be the number of cardinal points, entering into the cognition of men in this world, 10 times 100 make up 1,000, 10 is the number of months, during which women bear, and 10 are the teachers of true knowledge, and 10, the haters thereof, and 10 again are those capable of learning it. 35 Vanden said, 11 are the objects enjoyable by beings, 11 is the number of the upas, 11 are the changes of the natural state pertaining to those having life, and 11 are the rudras among the gods in heaven. 36 Ashtivakra said, 12 months compose the year, 12 letters go to the composition of a foot of the meter called Jagati, 12 are the minor sacrifices, and 12, according to the learned, is the number of the Adityas. 37 Vanden said, the 13th lunar day is considered the most auspicious, 13 islands exist on earth. 38 Lomasa said, having proceeded thus far, Vanden stopped. Thereupon Ashtivakra supplied the latter half of the sloka. Ashtivakra said, 13 sacrifices are presided over by Kesi, and 13 are devoured by Atachandas, the longer meters, of the Veda. 39 And seeing Ashtivakra speaking and the suitors sun silent, and pensive, and with head downcast, the assembly broke into a long uproar. And when the tumult thus arose in the splendid sacrifice performed by King Janaka, the Brahmanas well pleased, and with joined hands, approached Ashtivakra, and began to pay him homage. Thereupon Ashtivakra said, before this man, defeating the Brahmanas in controversy, used to cast them into water. Let Vanden today meet with the same fate. Seize him and drown him in water. Vanden said, O Janaka, I am the son of King Varuna. Simultaneously with thy sacrifice, there also hath commenced a sacrifice extending over 12 years. It is for this that I have dispatched the principal Brahmanas thither. They have gone to witness Varuna's sacrifice. Lo, there they are returning. I pay homage to the worshipful Ashtivakra, by whose grace today I shall join him who hath begot me. Ashtivakra said, defeating the Brahmanas either by words or subtlety. Vanden had cast them into the waters of the sea. That Vedic truth which he had suppressed by false arguments, have I today rescued by dint of my intellect. Now let candid men judge. As Agni, who knoweth the character of both the good and the bad, leaveth unscorched by his heat the bodies of those whose designs are honest, and he is thus partial to them, so good men judge the assertions of boys, although lacking the power of speech, and are favourably disposed towards them. O Janaka, thou hearest my words as if thou hast been stupefied in consequence of having eaten the fruit of the Sleshmataki tree. Or flattery hath robbed thee of thy sense, and for this it is that although pierced by my words as an elephant, by the hook, thou hearest them not. Janaka said, listening to thy words, I take them to be excellent and superhuman. Thy form also standeth manifest as superhuman. As thou hast today defeated Vandin in discussion, I place even him at thy disposal. Ashtavakra said, O king, Vandin remaining alive will not serve any purpose of mine. If his father be really Varuna, let him be drowned in the sea. Vandin said, I am King Varuna's son. I have no fear, therefore, in being drowned. Even at this moment, Ashtavakra shall see his long-lost sire, Gahoda. Lomasa said, then rose before Janaka all the Brahmanas, after having been duly worshipped by the magnanimous Varuna. Gahoda said, it is for this, O Janaka, that men pray for sons, by performing meritorious acts. That in which I had failed hath been achieved by my son. Weak persons may have sons endued with strength, dunces may have intelligent sons, and the illiterate may have sons possessed of learning. Vandin said, it is with thy sharpened axe, O monarch, that even Yama severeth the heads of foes. May prosperity attend thee. In this sacrifice of King Janaka, the principal hymns relating to the Yuktha rites are being chanted, and the Soma juice also is being adequately quaffed. And the gods themselves, in person, and with cheerful hearts, are accepting their sacred shares. Lomasa said, when in enhanced splendour, the Brahmanas had risen up, Vandin, taking King Janaka's permission, entered into the waters of the sea. And then Ashtavakra worshipped his father, and he himself also was worshipped by the Brahmanas. And having thus defeated the suitors, son. 40 Ashtavakra returned to his own excellent hermitage, in company with his uncle. Then, in the presence of his mother, his father addressed him, saying, O son, thou speedily enter into this river, Saimanga. And accordingly, he entered into the water. And as he plunged beneath the water, all his crooked limbs were immediately made straight. And from that day that river came to be called Saimanga, and she became invested with the virtues of purifying sins. He that shall bathe in her will be freed from his sins. Therefore, O Yudhishthira, do thou with thy brothers and wife descend to the river, and perform thy ablutions. O Kunti's son, O scion of the Ajuma race, living happily and cheerfully at this place together with thy brothers and the Brahmanas, thou wilt perform with me other acts of merit, being intent upon good deeds. Section CXXXV. Lomasa said, here, O king, is visible the river Saimanga, whose former name was Madhuvla, and yonder is the spot named Kadamla, the bathing place of Bharata. The lord of Sakhi, when fallen into misery in consequence of having slain Vritra, became freed from his sin, by performing his ablutions in this same Manga. Here, O bull among men, is the spot where the Mainaka mountain hath sunk into the interior of the earth, and it is hence called Vinasna. For obtaining sons, here Aditi in days of yore had cooked that celebrated food, presided over by the Supreme Being. O ye bulls among men, ascended this lofty mountain and put an end to your inglorious misery unworthy to be uttered. Here, O king, before thee is the Kanakala range, the favourite resort of sages. And yonder is the mighty river Ganga. Here, in ancient times, the holy sage Sanat Kumara attained ascetic success. O scion of the Ajuma race, by performing thy ablutions here in this river, thou wilt be freed from all thy sins. O son of Kunti, do thou together with thy ministers touch the waters of this lake called Punya, and this mountain Pragyutanga, and also the water of these two rivers called Toshanaganga. Here, O Kunti's son, uproot the hermitage of the sage Stilasiras. Resign here thy anger and sense of self-importance. There, O son of Pandu, is seen the beautiful hermitage of Ravya, where perished Bharadwaja's son, Yavagari, profound in Vedic lore. Yudhishthira said, how did the mighty sage, Yavagari, son of the ascetic Bharadwaja, acquire profundity in the Vedas? And how also did he perish? I am anxious to hear all this, just as it happened. I take delight in listening to the narration of the deeds of godlike men. Lomasa said, Bharadwaja and Ravya were two friends, and they dwelt here, ever taking the greatest pleasure in each other's company. Now, Ravya had two sons, named Dharvavasu and Paravasu, and Bharadwaja, O Bharata's son, had an only son, named Yavagari. Ravya and his two sons were versed in the Vedas, while Bharadwaja practiced asceticism. But, O son of Bharata, from their boyhood, the friendship subsisting between those two was unequalled. O sinless one, the high-spirited Yavagari, finding that his father, who practiced asceticism, was slighted by the Brahmanas, while Ravya with his sons was greatly respected by them, was overwhelmed with sorrow, and became sore aggrieved. Thereupon, O son of Pandu, he entered upon severe austerities, for obtaining a knowledge of the Vedas, and he exposed his body to a flaming fire. By thus practicing the most rigid austerities, he caused anxiety in the mind of Indra. Then Indra, O Yudhishthira, went to him and addressed him, saying, Wherefore, O sage, hast thou become engaged in practicing such rigid austerities? Yavagari said, O thou adored of celestial hosts, I am practicing severe penances, because I wish that such a knowledge of the Vedas as hath never been acquired by any Brahmana whatever, may be manifest unto me. O conqueror of Parka, these endeavours of mine have been the Vedic law. O Kausika, by the force of my asceticism, I purpose to obtain all sorts of knowledge. O Lord, a knowledge of the Vedas as learnt through teachers, is acquired in a long time. Therefore, with a view of attaining in short time proficiency in the Vedas, I have put forth these high endeavours. Indra said, O Brahmana sage, the way that thou hast adopted is not the proper way. What for, O Brahmana, wilt thou destroy thyself? Go and learn from the lips of a preceptor. Lomasa said, O son of Bharata, having said this, Sakra went away, and Yavagari of immeasurable energy once more directed his attention to asceticism. O king, we have heard that carrying on severe austerities he again greatly agitated Indra. And the god Indra, slayer of valor, again came into that great sage, who was engaged in austere penances, and forbade him, saying, Thou art striving with the object that Vedic law may be manifest unto thee as well as unto thy father, but thy exertions can never be successful, nor is this act of thine well advised. Yavagari said, O Lord of the Celestials, if thou wilt not do for me what I want, I shall, observing strict vows, practice still severer penances. O Lord of Celestials, know that if thou do not fulfill all my desires, I shall then cut off my limbs and offer them as a sacrifice into a blazing fire. Lomasa said, knowing the determination of that high-souled sage, the sagacious Indra reflected and hit upon some expedient to dissuade him. Then Indra assumed the guise of an ascetic Brahmana, hundreds of years old, and infirm, and suffering from consumption. And he fell to throwing up a dam with sands, at that spot of the Bhagrati to which Yavagari used to descend for performing ablations. Because Yavagari, chief of the Brahmanas, paid no heed to Indra's words, the latter began to fill the Ganga with sands. And without cessation, he threw handfuls of sand into the Bhagirati, and began to construct the dam, attracting the notice of the sage. And when that bull among the sages, Yavgri, saw Indra thus earnestly engaged in constructing the dam, he broke into laughter, and said the following words: "What art thou engaged in, O Brahmana, and what is thy object? Why dost thou, for nothing, make this mighty endeavour?" Indra said, "I am trying, O my son, to dam the Ganga so that there may be a commodious passage. People experience considerable difficulty in crossing and recrossing the river by boat." Yavgri said, "O thou of ascetic wealth, thou canst not dam up this mighty current. O Brahmana, desist from what is impracticable, and take up something that is practicable." Indra said, "O sage, I have imposed on myself this heavy task, even as, for obtaining a knowledge of the Vedas, thou hast begun these penances, which can never be fruitful." Yavgri said, "If, O chief of the celestials, those efforts of mine be fruitless, even as those of thy own, then, O Lord of heavenly hosts, be thou pleased to do for me what is practicable. Vouchsafe unto me boons whereby I may excel other men." Lomasa said, "Then Indra granted boons, as was prayed for by the mighty ascetic." Indra said, "As thou desirest, the Vedas will be manifest unto thee, yea, even unto thy father. And all thy other desires will also be fulfilled. Return home, O Yavgri." Having thus obtained the object of his desire, Yavgri came unto his father and said, "The Vedas, O father, will be manifest unto thee as well as unto myself, and I have obtained boons whereby we shall excel all men." Thereat the Radwa said, "O my son, as thou hast obtained the objects of thy desire, thou wilt be proud. And when thou art puffed up with pride and hast also become uncharitable, destruction will soon overtake thee. O my son, there is a current anecdote narrated by the gods. In ancient times, O son, there lived a sage named Vladi, possessed of great energy. And in grief for the death of a child, he practiced the severest penances to have a child that should be immortal. And he obtained a son even as he desired. But the gods, though very favorably disposed towards him, did not yet make his son immortal like unto the gods. They said, "On condition can a mortal being be made immortal. Thy son's life, however, shall depend on some instrumental cause." Thereupon, Vladi said, "O chiefs of the celestials, these mountains have been existing eternally and indestructible. Let them be the instrumental cause of my son's life." Afterwards a son was born to the sage, named Medhavi. And he was of a very irritable temper. And hearing of the incident of his birth, he grew haughty, and began to insult the sages. And he ranged over the earth, doing mischief to the Munis. And one day, meeting with the learned sage Dhanushyaksha endued with energy, Medhavi maltreated him. Thereupon, the former cursed him, saying, "Be thou reduced to ashes." Medhavi, however, was not reduced to ashes. Then Dhanushyaksha caused the mountain which was the instrumental cause of Medhavi's life to be shattered by buffaloes. And the boy perished, with the destruction of the instrumental cause of his life. And embracing his dead son, Medhavi further began to bewail his fate. Now hear from me, O my son, what was chanted by the sages conversant with the Vedas, when they found the sage mourning. "A mortal on no condition whatever can overcome what hath been ordained by fate. Lo, Dhanushyaksha succeeded in shattering even the mountain by buffaloes." Thus young ascetics, puffed up with pride for having obtained boons, perish in a short time. Be thou not one of them. This Ravya, O my son, is possessed of great energy, and his 2 sons are like him. Therefore, be thou vigilant, so as never to approach him. O my son, Ravya is a great ascetic of an irritable temper. When angry, he can do thee harm. Yavgri said, I shall do as thou biddest me. O father, do thou not by any means entertain anxiety for that. Ravia deserveth my regard even as thou, my father. Having replied unto his father in these sweet words, Yavgri, fearing nothing and nobody, began to delight in wantonly offending other Munis. Section XXV. Lomazas said, one day in the month of Chaitra, while fearlessly wandering at large, Yavgri approached the hermitage of Ravia. And O son of Bharata, in that beautiful hermitage, adorned with trees bearing blossoms, he happened to behold the daughter-in-law of Ravia, sauntering about like a Kinnara woman. And having lost his senses through passion, Yavgri shamelessly spake unto the bashful maiden, saying, Be thou attached unto me. Thereupon, knowing his nature, and afraid of the curse, as well as thinking of Ravia's power, she went unto him saying, I agree. Then, O son of Bharata, taking him in private, she kept him chained. O conqueror of foes, returning to his hermitage, Ravia found his daughter-in-law, Paravasu's wife, in tears. O Yudhishthira, thereat consoling her with soft words, he inquired of her as to the cause of her grief. Thereupon, the beautiful damsel told him all that Yavgri had said unto her, and what she also had cleverly said unto him. Hearing of this gross misbehaviour of Yavgri, the mind of the sage flamed up, and he waxed exceedingly wroth. And being thus seized with passion, the great sage of a highly irascible temper tore off a matted lock of his hair, and with holy mantras offered it as a sacrifice on the sacred fire. At this, there sprang out of it a female exactly resembling his daughter-in-law. And then he plucked another matted lock of his hair, and again offered it as a sacrifice into the fire. Thereupon sprang out of it a demon, terrible to behold, and having fierce eyes. Then those two spake unto Ravia, saying, What shall we do? Thereat, the angry sage said unto them, Go and kill Yavgri. Then saying, We shall do as thou biddest, they two went away with the intention of slaying Yavgri. And with her charms, the female whom the large-hearted sage had created, robbed Yavgri of his sacred water pot. Then with his uplifted spear the demon flew at Yavgri, when he had been deprived of his water pot and rendered unclean. And seeing the demon approach with uplifted spear for the purpose of slaying him, Yavgri rose up all on a sudden and fled towards a tank, but finding it devoid of water, he hurried towards all the rivers. But they too were all dried up. And being obstructed again and again by the fierce demon, holding the spear, Yavgri in fright attempted to enter into the Agnihotra room of his father. But there, O king, he was repulsed by a blind Sudra warder, and he remained at the door, grasped by the man. And, finding Yavgri thus grasped by the Sudra, the demon hurled his spear at him, and thereupon he fell down dead, pierced in the heart. After slaying Yavgri, the demon went back to Ravia, and with the permission of that sage, began to live with a female. Section XXVI. Lomazas said, O son of Kunti, Bharadwaj returned to his hermitage after performing the ritual duties of the day, and having collected the sacrificial fuel. And because his son had been slain, the sacrificial fires which used to welcome him every day, did not on that day come forward to welcome him. And marking this change in the Agnihotra, the great sage asked the blind Sudra warder seated there, saying, Why is it, O Sudra, that the fires rejoice not at sight of me? Thou too dost not rejoice as is thy wont. Is it all well with my hermitage? I hope that my son of little sense had not gone to the sage Ravia. Answer speedily, O Sudra, all these questions of mine. My mind misgiveth me. The Sudra said, Thy son of little sense had gone to the sage Ravia, and therefore it is that he lieth prostrate on the ground, having been slain by a powerful demon. Being attacked by the Rakshasa, holding a spear, He attempted to force his way into this room, and I therefore barred his way with my arms. Then, desirous of having water in an unclean state, as he stood hopeless, he was slain by the vehement Rakshasa, carrying a spear in his hand. On hearing from the Sudra of this great calamity, the Radwa, sorely afflicted with grief, began to lament, embracing his dead son. And he said, O my son, it is for the good of the Brahmanas that thou didst practice penances, with the intention that the Vedas, unstudied by any Brahmana, whatever might be manifest unto thee. Thy behavior towards the Brahmanas had always been for their good, and thou hadst also been innocent in regard to all creatures. But, alas, at last, thou didst lapse into rudeness. I had prohibited thee, O my son, from visiting the residence of Ravya, but alas, to that very hermitage, destructive to thee, as the god of death himself, Yama, didst thou repair. Evil-minded is that man, who, knowing that I am an old man, and also that Yavgri was my only son, had given way to wrath. It is through the agency of Ravya that I have sustained the loss of my child. Without thee, O my son, I shall give up my life, the most precious thing in the world. In grief for the death of my son, I renounce my life, but this I say that Ravya's eldest son shall in a short time kill him although he be innocent. Blessed are those to whom children have never been born, for they lead a happy life, without having to experience the grief incident to the death of a child. Who in this world can be more wicked than those who from affliction, and deprived of their sense by sorrow consequent upon the death of a child, curse even their dearest friend? I found my son dead, and, therefore, have cursed my dearest friend. Ah! What second man can there be in this world, destined to suffer so grievous a misfortune? Having lamented long, the Radwa cremated his son and then himself entered into a full blazing fire. Section VI. Lomazas said, at that very time, the mighty king, Vrihadima, of high fortune, who was the hegemon of Ravya, commenced to sacrifice. And the two sons of Ravya, Avavasu and Paravasu, were engaged by that intelligent monarch to assist him in the performance of the ceremony. And, O son of Kunti, taking the permission of their father, they too went to the sacrifice, while Ravya with Paravasu's wife remained in the hermitage. And it came to pass that one day, desirous of seeing his wife, Paravasu returned home alone. And he met his father in the wood, wrapped in the skin of a black antelope. And the night was far advanced and dark, and Paravasu, blinded by drowsiness in that deep wood, mistook his father for a struggling deer. And mistaking him for a deer, Paravasu, for the sake of personal safety, unintentionally killed his father. Then, O son of Bharata, after performing the funeral rites of his father, he returned to the sacrifice and there addressed his brother, saying, Thou wilt never be able to perform this task unassisted. I again have killed our father, mistaking him for a deer. O brother, for me do thou observe a vow, prescribed in the case of killing a Brahmana. O moon, I shall be able to perform this work, sacrifice, without any assistant. Avavasu said, Do thou then thyself officiate at this sacrifice of the gifted Vrihadima, and for thee will I, bringing my senses under perfect control, observe the vow prescribed in the case of slaying a Brahmana. Lomazas said, having observed the vow relative to the killing of a Brahmana, the sage Avavasu came back to the sacrifice. Seeing his brother arrive, Paravasu, in accents choked with malice, addressed Vrihadima, saying, O king, see that this slayer of a Brahmana enter not into thy sacrifice, nor look at it. Even by a glance, the killer of a Brahmana can, without doubt, do thee harm. O Lord of men, immediately on hearing this, the king ordered his attendants to turn out Avavasu. O king, on being driven out by the king's attendants, and repeatedly addressed by them, O slayer of a Brahmana, Avavasu more than once cried, "It is not I that have killed a Brahmana." Not did he own that he had observed the vow for his own sake. He said that his brother had committed the sin, and that he had freed him therefrom. Having said this in anger, and being reprimanded by the attendants, the Brahmana sage of austere penances retired in silence into the woods. There betaking himself to the severest penances, the great Brahmana sought the protection of the Sunday thereupon. The revelation teaching the mantra relative to the worship of the sun became manifest unto him, and that eternal deity who obtaineth his share of the sacrificial butter first appeared before him in an embodied form. Lomasa said, "The celestials, O king, were well pleased with Avavasu for his acts, and they made him engaged as the chief priest in the sacrifice of Vrihadima, and Paravasu to be dismissed from it." Then Agni and the other celestials, of their own accord, bestowed boons on Avavasu, and they also prayed that his father might be restored to life. He further prayed that his brother might be absolved from his sin, that his father might have no recollection of his having been slain, that Bharadwaj and Yavkri might both be restored to life, and that the soul revelation might attain celebrity on earth. Then the god said, "So be it," and conferred on him other boons also. Thereat, O Yudhishthira, all of these persons regained their life. Yavkri now addressed Agni and the others deities, saying, "I had obtained a knowledge of all the Vedas, and also practiced penances. How came it then, O chiefs of the immortals, that Ravya succeeded in killing me in that way?" Thereupon the god said, "O Yavkri, never act again as those have done. What thou askest about is quite possible, for thou hast learnt the Vedas without exertion, and without the help of a preceptor. But this man, Ravya, bearing various troubles, had satisfied his preceptor by his conduct, and obtained, from the latter, the excellent Vedas through great exertions and in a long time." Lomasa said, having said this to Yavkri, and restored all those to life, the celestials with Indra at their head ascended to heaven. Here, O Yudhishthira, is the sacred hermitage of that sage embellished with trees bearing blossoms and fruits at all seasons. O tiger among kings, dwelling at this spot, thou wilt be delivered from all thy sins. Section 6. Lomasa said, "O descendant of Bharata, O king, now hast thou left behind the mountains Uzairavya, Menaka and Sweta, as well as the Kala hills. O son of Kunti, O bull among the descendants of Bharata, here flow before thee the 7 Gangas. This spot is pure and holy. Here Agni blazeth forth without intermission. No son of Manu is able to obtain a sight of this wonder. Therefore, O son of Pandu, concentrate your mind in order that he may intently behold these tirthas. Now wilt thou see the playground of the gods, marked with their footprints, as we have passed the mountain Kala. We shall now ascend that white rock, the mountain Mandara, inhabited by the Yakshas, Manibhadra and Guvara, king of the Yakshas. O king, at this place 80,000 fleet Gandharvas, and 4 times as many Kimpurashas and Yakshas of various shapes and forms, holding various weapons, attend upon Manibhadra, king of the Yakshas. In these regions their power is very great, and in speed they are even as the wind. They can, without doubt, displace even the Lord of the Celestials from his seat. Protected by them, and also watched over by the Rakshasas, these mountains have been rendered inaccessible. Therefore, O son of Pritha, do thou concentrate thy thoughts. Besides these, O son of Kunti, here are fierce ministers of Kuvara and his Rakshasa kindred. We shall have to meet them, and, therefore, O Kunti's son, gather up thy energies. O king, the mountain Kailasa is 6 yojanas in height. It contains a gigantic jujube tree. And, O son of Kunti, numberless gods and yakshas and rakshasas and kinnaras and nagas and supanas and gandharvas pass this way, in going towards Kuvera's palace. O king, protected by me, as well as by the might of Bhimasena, and also in virtue of thy own asceticism and self-command, do thou today mix with them. May King Varuna and Yama, conqueror of battles, and Ganga, and Yamuna, and this mountain, and the Maruts and the twin Aswins, and all rivers and lakes, vouchsafe thy safety, and, O effulgent one, mayst thou have safety from all the celestials and the Asuras, and the Vasas. O goddess Ganga, I hear thy roar from this golden mountain, sacred to Indra. O goddess of high fortune, in these mountainous regions, protect the king, worshipped by all of the Ajuma race. O daughter of the mountain, Himalaya, this king is about to enter into these mountainous regions. Do thou, therefore, confer protection upon him. Having thus addressed the river, Lamas obeyed Yudhishthira, saying, Be thou careful. Yudhishthira said, This confusion of Lamas is unprecedented. Therefore, protect ye Krishna, and be not careless. Lamas knows this place to be certainly difficult of access. Therefore, do ye practice here the utmost cleanliness. Vaisampayana said, he next addressed his brother Bhima of vast prowess, saying, O Bhimasena, do thou protect Krishna carefully. Whether Arjuna be near or away, Krishna in times of danger ever seeketh protection from thee alone. Then the high-souled monarch approached the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, and after smelling their heads, and rubbing their persons, with tears said unto them, Do not fear. Proceed, however, with caution. Section CXL. Yudhishthira said, O Vrikadara, there are mighty and powerful invisible spirits at this place. We shall, however, pass it, through the merit of our asceticism and Agnihotra sacrifices. O son of Kunti, do thou therefore restrain thy hunger and thirst by collecting thy energies, and also, O Vrikadara, have recourse to thy strength and cleverness. O Kunti's son, thou hast heard what the sage, Lomasa, had said regarding Mount Kailasa. Ascertain, therefore, after deliberation, how Krishna will pass the spot. Or, O mighty Bhima of large eyes, do return from hence, taking with thee Sahadeva, and all our charioteers, cooks, servants, cars, horses, and brahmanas worn out with travel, while I together with Nakula and the sage Lomasa of severe austerities proceed, subsisting on the lightest fare and observing vows. Do thou in expectation of my return, cautiously wait at the source of the Ganga, protecting Draupadi till I come back. Bhima replied, O descendant of Bharata, although this blessed princess hath been sore afflicted by toil and distress, yet she easily proceedeth, in the hope of beholding him of the white steeds, Arjuna. Thy dejection also is already very great at not seeing the high-souled Arjuna, who never retreateth from fight. O Bharata, it is superfluous then to say that if thou seest neither myself nor Sahadeva nor Krishna, thy dejection will certainly increase. The Brahmanas had better return with our servants, charioteers, cooks, and whomsoever else thou mayst command. I never shall leave thee in these rugged and inaccessible mountainous regions, infested by Rakshasas. And, O tiger among men, also this princess of high fortune, ever devoted to her lords, desireth not to return without thee. Sahadeva is always devoted to thee, he too will never retrace his steps. His disposition is known to me. O king, O mighty monarch, we are all eager to behold Savyasashin, and therefore will we all go together. If we are unable to go over this mountain in our cars, abounding as it doth in defiles, well, we would go on foot. Trouble thyself not, O king, I shall carry Panchala's daughter wherever she will be incapable of walking. O king, I have decided upon this. Therefore let not thy mind be distracted. I shall also carry over inaccessible tracts those tender-bodied heroes, the twins, the delight of their mother, wherever they will be incapable of proceeding. Yudhishthira said, May thy strength increase, O Bhima, as thou speakest thus, and as thou boldly undertakest to carry the illustrious Panchali and these twins. Blessed be thou. Such courage dwelleth not in any other individual. May thy strength, fame, merit, and reputation increase, O long-armed one, as thou offerest to carry Krishna and our brothers the twins. Exhaustion and defeat never be thine. Vaisampayana said. Then the charming Krishna said with a smile, O descendant of Bharata, I shall be able to go, and, therefore, be thou not anxious on my account. Lomasa said, Access to the mountain, Gandhamadana, is only to be obtained by dint of asceticism. Therefore, O son of Kunti, shall we all practice austerities, O king. Nakula, Sahadeva, Bhimasena, thou and myself shall then see him of the white steeds, O Kunti's son. Vaisampayana said, O king, thus conversing together, they saw with delight the extensive domains of Shivau, situated on the Himalayas, abounding in horses and elephants, densely inhabited by the Kairatas and the Tunganas, crowded by hundreds of Pulindas, frequented by the Celestials, and rife with wonders. King Shivau, the lord of the Pulindas, cheerfully received them at the frontiers of his dominions, paying them proper respect. Having been thus received with honor, and having dwelt comfortably at this place, they started for the mountain Himalaya, when the sun shone brightly in the firmament. And, O king, having entrusted to the care of the lord of the Pulindas, all their servants, Indrasena and the others, and the cooks and the stewards, and Draupadi's accoutrements, and everything else, those mighty charioteers, the son of the Kuras, endued with great prowess, set out from that country, and began to proceed cautiously with Krishna, all of them cheerful in the expectation of beholding Arjuna. Yudhishthira said, O Bhimasena, O Panchali, and ye twins, hearken unto my words. The acts done by a person in a former birth do not perish, without producing their effects. Behold, even we have become rangers of the wilderness. Even to see Dhananjaya, exhausted and distressed as we are, we have to bear each other, and pass through impassable places. This burneth me even as fire doth a heap of cotton. O hero, I do not see Dhananjaya at my side. I reside in the wood with my younger brothers, anxious for beholding him. This thought, as also the memory of that grave insult offered to Janasani, consumes me. O Vrikadara, I do not see the invincible Patha of strong bow and incomparable energy, and who is the immediate elder to Nakula. For this, O Vrikadara, I am miserable. In order to see that hero, Dhananjaya, firm in promise, for these 5 years have I been wandering in various tirthas, and beautiful forests and lakes, and yet I do meet with him. For this, O Vrikadara, I am miserable. I do not see the long-armed Gadakisa, of dark blue hue, and leonine gait. For this, O Vrikadara, I am miserable. I do not see that foremost of Kuras, accomplished in arms, skillful in fight, and matchless among bowmen. For this, O Vrikadara, I am miserable. Distressed for I do not see that son of Pritha, Dhananjaya, born under the influence of the Staphylguni, ranging amidst foes even like Yama at the time of the universal dissolution, possessed of the prowess of an elephant with the temporal juice trickling down, endued with leonine shoulders, not inferior to Sakra himself in prowess and energy, elder in years to the twins, of white steeds, unrivaled in heroism, invincible, and wielding a strong bow. For this, O Vrikadara, I am miserable. And he is always of a forgiving temper, even when insulted by the meanest individual. And he conferreth benefit and protection to the righteous, but to that tortuous person who by craft attempts to do him mischief, Dhananjaya is like unto virulent poison, albeit that one were Sakra himself. And the mighty Vatsu of immeasurable soul and possessing great strength, showeth mercy and extendeth protection even to a foe when fallen. And he is the refuge of our soul, and he crusheth his foes in fight. And he hath the power to collect any treasure whatever, and he ministereth unto our happiness. It was through his prowess that I had owned formerly measureless precious jewels of various kinds which at present Sardana hath usurped. It was by his might, O hero, that I had possessed before that palatial amphitheatre embellished with all manner of jewels, and celebrated throughout the 3 worlds. O Pandu's son, in prowess, Falguni is like unto Vasudeva, and in fight he is invincible and unrivalled, even like unto Kartavirya. Alas, I see him not, O Bhima. In might, that conqueror of foes goeth in the wake of the invincible and most powerful Sankarsana, Balarama, and Vasudeva. In strength of arms and spirit, he is like unto Purandara himself. And in swiftness, he is even as the wind, and in grace, as the moon, and in ire, he is the eternal death himself. O mighty armed one, with the object of beholding that warlike tiger among men, shall we repair to the Gandhamadana mountain, where lies the hermitage of Nara and Narayana at the site of the celebrated jujube tree, and which is inhabited by the Yakshas. We shall see that best of mountains. And, practicing severe austerities only on foot, we shall go to Kuvera's beautiful lake guarded by Rakshasas. That place cannot be reached by vehicles, O Vrikadara. Neither can cruel or avaricious or irascible people attain to that spot, O Bharata's son. O Bhima, in order to see Arjuna, thither shall we repair, in company with Brahmanas of strict vows, girding on our swords, and wielding our bows. Those only that are impure, meet with flies, gadflies, mosquitoes, tigers, lions, and reptiles, but the pure never come across them. Therefore, regulating our fare, and restraining our senses, we shall go to the Gandhamadana, desirous of seeing Dhananjaya. Section CXLI. Lomasa said, O sons of Pandu, ye have seen many mountain, and river, and town, and forest, and beautiful turther, and have touched with your hands the sacred waters. Now this way leads to the celestial mountain Mandara, therefore be ye attentive and composed. Ye will now repair to the residence of the celestials and the divine sages of meritorious deeds. Here, O king, flows the mighty and beautiful river, Alakananda, of holy water adored by hosts of celestials and sages, and tracing its source to the site of the jujube tree. It is frequented and worshipped by Haisuldvakyasas, Valakiliyas and Gandhavas of mighty souls. Accustomed to sing the summer hymns, the sages, Marichi, Pulaha, Bhrigu and Angiras, chanted them at this spot. Here the Lord of Celestials performeth with the Maruts his daily prayers, and the Sadyas and the Aswins attends on him. The sun, the moon and all the luminaries with the planets resort to this river, alternately by day and by night. O highly fortunate monarch, the protector of the world, Mahadeva, having a bull for his mark, received on his head the fall of the waters of this river, at the source of the Ganga. O children, approach this goddess of the 6 attributes and bow down before her with concentrated minds. Hearing the words of the Lomasa, the son of Pandu reverentially worshipped the river, Ganga, flowing through the firmament. And after having adored her, the pious sons of Pandu resumed their journey accompanied by the sages. And it came to pass that those best of men beheld at a distance some white object of vast proportions, even like Meru and stretching on all sides. And knowing that Pandu's sons were intent upon asking him, Lomasa in speech said, Hear, O sons of Pandu, O best of men, what ye see before you, of vast proportions like unto a mountain and beautiful as the Kailasa cliff, is a collection of the bones of the mighty deity Naraka, being placed on a mountain, it looketh like one. The deity was slain by that supreme soul, the eternal God Vishnu, for the good of the Lord of Celestials. Aiming at the possession of Indra's place, by the force of austere and Vedic law, that mighty-minded demon had practiced austere penances for 10,000 years. And on account of his asceticism, as also of the force and might of his arms, he had grown invincible and always harassed Indra. And O sinless one, knowing his strength and austerities and observance of religious vows, Indra became agitated and was overwhelmed with fear. And mentally he thought of the eternal deity, Vishnu. And thereat the graceful Lord of the universe, who is present everywhere, appeared and stood before him manifest. And the sages and celestials began to propitiate Vishnu with prayers. And in his presence even Agni of the 6 attributes and of blazing beauty, being overpowered by his effulgence, became shorn of radiance, and seeing before him the god Vishnu, the chief of the celestials who wields the thunderbolt, bowing with head down readily apprised Vishnu of the source of his fear. Thereupon Vishnu said, I know, O Sakra, that thy fear proceedeth from Naraka, that lord of the deities. By the merit of his successful ascetic acts he aimeth at Indra's position. Therefore, for pleasing thee, I shall certainly sever his soul from his body, although he hath achieved success in asceticism. Do thou, Lord of Celestials, wait for a moment. Then the exceedingly powerful Vishnu deprived Naraka of his senses by striking him with his hand. And he fell down on the earth even like the monarch of mountains struck by thunder. He was thus slain by a miracle, and his bones lie gathered at this spot. Here also is manifest another deed of Vishnu's. Once the whole earth having been lost and sunk into the nether regions, she was lifted up by him in the shape of a boar having a single tusk. Yudhishthira said, O worshipful one, relate in particular how Vishnu, the Lord of the Celestials, raised up the earth sunk 100 yojanas. In what manner also was that support of all created things, the goddess Earth of high fortune, who dispenseth blessings and bringeth forth all sorts of corn rendered stable. Through whose power had she sunk 100 yojanas below, and under what circumstances was exhibited this greatest exploit of the Supreme Being? O chief of the twice-born race, I wish to hear all about it in detail as it happened. Certainly, it is known to thee. Lomasa said, O Yudhishthira, listen to all at length as I relate the story, which thou hast tasked me to narrate. O child, in days of yore, there was, once, a terrible time in the Krita Yuga when the eternal and primeval deity assumed the duties of the armor. And, O thou that never fallest off, when the god of gods began to perform the functions of Yama, there died not a creature while the births were as usual. Then there began to multiply birds and beasts and kine, and sheep, and deer and all kinds of carnivorous animals. O tiger among men and vanquisher of foes, then the human race also increased by thousands even like unto a current of water. And, O my son, when the increase of population had been so frightful, the earth oppressed with the excessive burden, sank down for 100 yojanas, and suffering pain in all her limbs, and being deprived of her senses by excessive pressure, the earth in distress sought the protection of Narayana, the foremost of the gods. The earth spake, saying, It is by thy favor, O possessor of the 6 attributes, that I had been able to remain so long in my position. But I have been overcome with burden, and now I cannot hold myself any longer. It behoveth thee, O adorable one, to relieve this load of mine. I have sought thy protection, O Lord, and do thou, therefore, extend unto me thy favor. Hearing these words of hers, the eternal Lord, possessor of the 6 attributes, complacently said, in words uttered in distinct letters. Vishnu said, "Thou need not fear, O afflicted earth, the bearer of all treasures. I shall act so that thou mayst be made light." Lomasa said, having thus dismissed the earth, who hath the mountains for her earrings, he suddenly became turned into a boar with one tusk, and of exceeding effulgence, causing terror with his glowing red eyes and emitting fumes from his blazing lustre. He began to swell in magnitude in that region. O hero, then holding the earth with his single radiant tusk, that being who pervadeth the Vedas, raised her up 100 yojanas. And while she was being thus raised, there ensued a mighty agitation, and all the celestials, together with the sages of ascetic wealth, became agitated. And heaven, and the firmament, and also the earth were filled with exclamations of "Oh!" and "Alas!" And neither the celestials nor men could rest in peace. Then countless celestials together with the sages went to Brahma, who was seated burning as it were in his own lustre. Then approaching Brahma, the Lord of celestials, and the witness of the acts of all beings, they with folded hands spake the following words: "O Lord of the celestials, all created beings have become agitated, and the mobile and immobile creatures are restless. O Lord of the celestials, even the oceans are found to be agitated, and this whole earth hath gone down 100 yojanas. What is the matter? And by whose influence is it that the whole universe is in ferment? May it please thee to explain it unto us without delay, for we are all bewildered." Thereupon Brahma replied, "Ye mortals, do ye not entertain fear for the Asuras, in any matter or place? Hearken, ye celestials, to the reason to which all this commotion is owing. This agitation in the heavens hath been produced by the influence of the illustrious being who is omnipresent, eternal, and the never-perishing soul. That supreme soul, Vishnu, hath lifted up the earth, who had entirely sunk down 100 yojanas. This commotion hath taken place in consequence of the earth being raised up. Know ye this and dispel your doubts." The celestials said, "Where is that being who with pleasure raiseth up the earth? O possessor of the 6 attributes, mention unto us the place. Thither shall we repair." Brahma said, "Go ye. May good happen to you. Ye will find him resting in the Nandana gardens. Yonder is visible the glorious worshipful Suparna, Garuda. After having raised the earth, the supreme being from whom the world become manifest, flameth even in the shape of a boar, like unto the all-consuming fire at the universal dissolution. And on his beast is really to be seen the gem Srivatsa. Go, and behold that being knowing no deterioration." Lomasa said, "Then the celestials, placing the grandsire at the head, came to that infinite soul, and having listened to his praise, bade him adieu and went back to whence they had come." Vaisampayana said, "O Janamejaya, having heard this story, all the Pandavas without delay and with alacrity began to proceed by the way pointed out by Lomasa. Section XI. Vaisampayana said, "O king, then those foremost of bowmen, of immeasurable prowess, holding bows stringed at full stretch and equipped with quivers and arrows and wearing finger caps made of the guana skin, and with their swords on, proceeded with Panchali towards the Gandhamadana, taking with them the best of Brahmanas. And on their way they saw various lakes, and rivers and mountains and forests, and trees of wider spreading shade on mountain summits, and places abounding in trees bearing flowers and fruit in all seasons, and frequented by celestials and sages. And restraining their senses within their inner self and subsisting on fruits and roots, the heroes passed through rugged regions, craggy and difficult of passage, beholding many and various kinds of beasts. Thus those high-souled ones entered the mountain inhabited by the sages, the siddhas and the celestials, and frequented by the kinnaras and the apsaras. And, O Lord of men, as those mighty heroes were entering the mountain Gandhamandana, there arose a violent wind, attended with a heavy shower. And owing to this, mighty clouds of dust bearing lots of dry leaves rose, and all on a sudden covered earth, air, and firmament. And when the heavens had been covered with dust, nothing could be perceived, neither could they, the Pandavas, speak to one another. And with eyes enveloped with darkness and pushed by the wind carrying particles of rocks, they could not see one another. And there began to arrive mighty sounds proceeding from the tree, and also from those breaking down incessantly under the force of the wind, and falling to the ground. And distracted by gusts of the wind, they thought, are the heavens falling down, or the earth and the mountains being rent? And afraid of the wind, they felt about with their hands and took shelter under the wayside tree and anthills and in caverns. Then holding his bow and supporting Krishna, the mighty Bhimasena stood under a tree. And Yudhishthira the just with Dharma crept into the deep wood. And Sayadav carrying the sacred fire with him took shelter in a rock. And Nakula together with Lomasa and other Brahmanas of great asceticism stood in fright, each under a tree. Then when the wind had abated and the dust subsided, there came down a shower in torrents. There also arose a loud rattling noise, like unto the thunder hurled, and quick flashing lightning began to play gracefully upon the clouds. And being helped on by the swift wind, showers of rain poured down without intermissions, filling all sides round. And, O Lord of men, all round there began to flow many rivers covered with foam and turbid with mud, and these bearing volumes of water spread over the frothy rafts rushed down with tremendous aurora-fruiting trees. And afterwards, when that sound had ceased and the air had arisen, they, each of them, cautiously came out of their covers and met together, O descendant of Bharata. And then the heroes started for the mountain Gandhamadana. Section Xli. Vaisampayana said, when the high-souled sons of Bandhu had proceeded only 2 miles, Draupadi, unaccustomed to travel on foot, sank down. Weary and afflicted as she was, the poor daughter of Panchala became faint, on account of the hailstorm and also of her extreme delicacy. And trembling with faintness, the black-eyed one supported herself on her thighs with her plump arms, becoming her graceful form, and thus resting the support on her thighs resembling the trunk of an elephant, and which were in contact with each other, she suddenly dropped upon the ground, trembling like a plantain tree. And finding that the beautiful one was falling down like a twisted creeper, Nakula ran forward and supported her. And he said, O king, this black-eyed daughter of Panchala, being weary, hath fallen down upon the ground. Do thou, therefore, tend her, O son of Bharata. Undeserving as she is of misery, this lady of slow pace hath been subject to great hardships, and she is also worn out with the fatigues of the journey. O mighty king, do thou therefore comfort her. Vaisampayana said, having heard these words of Nakula, the king, as also Bhima and Sahadeva, became sorely afflicted, and hastily ran towards her. And finding her weak, and her countenance pale, the pious son of Kunti began to lament in grief, taking her on his lap. Yudhishthira said, accustomed to ease, and deserving to sleep in well-protected rooms, on beds spread over with fine sheets, how doth this beautiful one sleep prostrate on the ground? Alas! On my account, alone, the delicate feet and the lotus-like face of this one deserving of all excellent things, have contracted a dark blue hue. Oh, what have I done? Fool that I am, having been addicted to dice, I have been wandering in the forest full of wild beasts, taking Krishna in my company. This large-eyed one had been bestowed by her father, the king of the Drupadas, in the hope that the blessed girl would be happy by obtaining the sons of Bandhu for her lords. It is on account of my wretched self, that without obtaining anything hoped for, she sleepeth prostrate on the ground, tired with hardships, sorrow and travel. Vaisampayana said, While King Yudhishthira the Just was lamenting thus, Dharma with all the other principal Brahmanas came to the spot. And they began to console him and to honor him with blessings. And they recited mantras capable of dispelling Rakshasas and, to that end, also performed rites. And on the mantras being recited by the great ascetics, in order to the restoration of Panchali's health, Panchali frequently touched by the Pandavas with their soothing palms and fanned by cool breezes surcharged with particles of water, felt ease, and gradually regained her senses. And finding that exhausted poor lady restored to her senses, the sons of Pritha, placing her on deerskin, caused her to take rest. And taking her feet of red soles, bearing auspicious marks, the twins began to press them gently with their hands, scarred by the bowstring. And Yudhishthira the Just, the foremost of the chorus, also comforted her and addressed Bhima in the following words: O Bhima, there yet remain many mountains before us, rugged and inaccessible because of snow. How, long-armed one, will Krishna pass over them? Thereupon Bhima said, O king, I myself shall carry thee, together with this princess and these bulls among men, the twins. Therefore, O king of kings, resign not thy mind unto despair. Or, at thy bidding, O sinless one, Hidimava's son, the mighty Gatotkacha, who is capable of ranging the skies and who is like unto me in strength, will carry us all. Vaisampayana said. Then with Yudhishthira's permission, Bhima thought of his Rakshas's son. And no sooner was he thought of by his father, than the pious Gatotkacha made his appearance and, saluting the Pandavas and the Brahmanas, stood with joined hands. And they also caressed him of mighty arms. He then addressed his father, Bhimasena of dreadful prowess, saying, Having been thought of by thee, I have come here with speed, in order to serve thee. Do thou, O long-armed one, command me. I shall certainly be able to perform whatever thou bidst. Hearing this, Bhimasena hugged the Rakshasa to his breast. Section Xlif. Yudhishthira said, O Bhima, let this mighty and heroic Rakshasa chief, thy legitimate son, devoted to us, and truthful, and conversant with virtue, carry his mother, Draupadi, without delay. And, O possessor of dreadful prowess, depending on the strength of thy arms, I shall reach the Gandhamadana, unhurt, together with Panchala's daughter. Vaisampayana said, hearing the words of his brother, the tiger among men, Bhimasena, commanded his son, Gatotkacha, repressor of foes, saying, O invincible son of Hidimva, this thy mother hath been sorely tired. Thou art, again, strong and capable of going wherever thou likest. Do thou therefore, O ranger of the skies, carry her. May prosperity attend thee. Taking her on thy shoulders, thou shalt go in our company, adopting a course not far overhead, so that thou mayst not render her uneasy. Thereat, Gatotkacha said, even single-handed, I am able to carry Yudhishthira the Just, and Dharma, and Krishna, and the twins, and what wonder then that I shall today carry them, when I have others to assist me. And, O sinless one, hundreds of other heroic Rakshasas, capable of moving through the sky, and of assuming any shape at will together carry you all with the Brahmanas. Vaisampayana said, saying this, Gatotkacha carried Krishna in the midst of the Pandavas, and the other Rakshasas also began to carry the Pandavas. And by virtue of his native energy, Lomasa of incomparable effulgence moved along the path of the Siddhas, like unto a second sun. And at the command of the Lord of the Rakshasas, those Rakshasas of terrific prowess began to proceed, bearing all the other Brahmanas, and beholding many a romantic wood. And they proceeded towards the gigantic jujube tree, and carried by the Rakshasas of great speed, proceeding at a rapid pace, The heroes passed over long extending ways quickly, as if over short ones. And on their way they saw various tracts crowded with militia people, and containing mines of diverse gems. And they also saw hillocks teeming with various minerals, thronged with Vidyadharas, inhabited on all sides by monkeys and kinnaras and kimpurashas, and Gandhavas, and filled with peacocks, and chamaras, and apes, and urus, and bears, and gavayas, and buffaloes, intersected with a network of rivulets, and inhabited by various birds and beasts, and beautified by elephants, and abounding in trees and in raptured birds. After having thus passed many countries, and also the 8 Dwarakaras, they saw that foremost of mountains, the Kailasa, containing many wonders. And by the side of it, they beheld the hermitage of Nara and Narayana, with celestial trees bearing flowers and fruits in all seasons. And they also beheld that beautiful jujube round trunk. And it was fresh, and of deep shade, and of excellent beauty, and of thick, soft, and sleek foliage, and healthful, and having gigantic boughs, and wide-spreading, and of incomparable lustre, and bearing full-grown, tasteful, and holy fruits dropping honey. And this celestial tree was frequented by hosts of mighty sages, and was always inhabited by various birds maddened with animal spirits. And it grew at a spot devoid of mosquitoes and gadflies, and abounding in fruits and roots and water, and covered with green grass, and inhabited by the celestials and the Gandharvas, and of smooth surface, and naturally healthful, and beauteous and cool and of delicate feel. Having reached that tree, together with those bulls among Brahmanas, the high-souled ones gently alighted from the shoulders of the Rakshasas. Then, in company with those bulls among the twice-born ones, the Pandavas beheld that romantic asylum presided over by Nara and Narayana, devoid of gloom, and sacred, and untouched by the solar rays, and free from those rubs, viz., hunger, and thirst, heat and cold, and removing all sorrow, and crowded with hosts of mighty sages, and adorned with the grace proceeding from the Vedas, Saman, rich, and Yajas, and, O king, inaccessible to men who have renounced religion, and beautified with offerings, and homers, and sacred, and well swept and daubed, and shining all around with offerings of celestial blossoms, and spread over with altars of sacrificial fire, and sacred ladles and pots, and graced with large water jars, and baskets, and the refuge of all beings, and echoing with the chanting of the Vedas, and heavenly, and worthy of being inhabited, and removing fatigue, and attended with splendor and of incomprehensible merit, and majestic with divine qualities. And the hermitage was inhabited by hosts of great sages, subsisting on fruits and roots, and having their senses under perfect control, and clad in black deer skins, and effulgent like unto the sun and Agni, and of souls magnified by asceticism and intent on emancipation, and leading the vanaprastha mode of life, and of subdued senses, and identified with the supreme soul, and of high fortune, and reciting Vedic hymns. Then having purified himself and restrained his senses, that son of Dharma, the intelligent Yudhishthira of exceeding energy, accompanied by his brothers, approached those sages. And all the great sages endued with supernatural knowledge, knowing Yudhishthira arrived, received him joyfully. And those sages engaged in the recitation of the Vedas, and like unto fire itself, after having conferred blessings on Yudhishthira, cheerfully accorded him fitting reception. And they gave him clean water and flowers and roots. And Yudhishthira that just received with regard the things gladly offered for his reception by the great sages. And then, O sinless one, Pandu's son together with Krishna and his brothers, and thousands of Brahmanas versed in the Vedas and the Vedangas, entered into that holy hermitage, like unto the abode of Sukra, and pleasing the mind with heavenly odours and resembling heaven itself, and attended with beauty. Though the pious Yudhishthira, beheld the hermitage of Nara and Narayana, beautified by the Bhagirati and worshipped by the gods and the celestial sages. And seeing that hermitage inhabited by the Brahmarshis and containing fruits dropping honey, the Pandavas were filled with delight. And having reached that place, the high-souled ones began to dwell with the Brahmanas. The beholding the holy lake Vinda, and the mountain Menaka, of golden summits and inhabited by various species of birds, the magnanimous ones lived happily with joy. The son of Pandu together with Krishna took pleasure in ranging excellent and captivating woods, shining with flowers of every season, beauteous on all sides with trees bearing blown blossoms, and bending down with the weight of fruits, and attended by the numerous male cocolas and of glossy foliage, and thick and having cool shade and lovely to behold. They took delight in beholding divers beautiful lakes of limpid water and shining all round with lotuses and lilies. And there, O Lord, the balmy breeze bearing pure fragrance, blew gladdening all the Pandavas, together with Krishna. And hard by the gigantic Jujube, the mighty son of Kunti saw the Bhagirati of easy descent and cool and furnished with fresh lotuses and having stairs made of rubies and corals and graced with trees and scattered over with celestial flowers, and gladsome to the mind. And at that spot, frequented by celestials and sages, and extremely inaccessible, they, after having purified themselves, offered oblations unto the Pitras and the gods and the rishis in the sacred waters of the Bhagirati. Thus those bulls among men, the heroic perpetuators of the Kuru race, began to reside there with the Brahmanas offering oblations and practicing meditation. And those tigers among men, the Pandavas of the godlike appearance, felt delight in witnessing the various amusements of Draupadi. Section C. XLV. Vaisampayana said, "They're observing cleanliness. Those tigers among men dwelt for 6 nights, in expectation of beholding Dhananjaya. And it came to pass that all of a sudden there blew a wind from the northeast and brought a celestial lotus of 1,000 petals and effulgent as the sun. And Panchali saw that pure and charming lotus of unearthly fragrance, brought by the wind and left on the ground. And having obtained that excellent and beautiful lotus, that blessed one became exceedingly delighted, O king, and addressed Bhimasena in the following words, Behold, O Bhima, this most beautiful unearthly flower having within it the very source of fragrance. It gladdeneth my heart, O represser of foes. This one shall be presented to Yudhishthira the just. Do thou, therefore, procure others for my satisfaction, in order that I may carry them to our hermitage in the Kanyaka. If, O Pritha's son, I have found grace with thee, do thou then procure others of the species in large numbers. I wish to carry them to our hermitage." Having said this, the blameless lady of beautiful glances approached Yudhishthira the just, taking the flower. And knowing the desire of his beloved queen that bull among men, Bhima of great strength, also set out, in order to gratify her. And intent upon fetching the flowers, he began to proceed at rapid space, facing the wind, in the direction from which the flower had come. And taking the bow inlaid with gold on the back, as also arrows like unto venomous snakes, he proceeded as a lion in anger or an elephant in rut. And all beings gazed at him, holding a mighty bow and arrows. And neither exhaustion, nor languor, neither fear nor confusion, ever possessed the son of Pritha and the offspring of Vayu, wind. And desirous of pleasing Draupadi the mighty one, free from fear or confusion, ascended the peak depending on the strength of his arms. And that slayer of foes began to range that beautiful peak covered with trees, creepers and of black rocky base, and frequented by kinnaras, and variegated with minerals, plants, beasts, and birds of various hues, and appearing like an upraised arm of the earth adorned with an entire set of ornaments. And that one of matchless prowess proceeded, fixing his look at the slopes of the Gandhamadana, beautiful with flowers of every season, and revolving various thoughts in his mind, and with his ears, eyes and mind riveted to the spots resounding with the notes of male cuculus and ringing with the hum of black bees. And like an elephant enraging mad in a forest, that one of mighty prowess smelt the rare odour proceeding from the flowers of every season. And he was fanned by the fresh breeze of the Gandhamadana, bearing the perfumes of various blossoms, and cooling like unto a father's touch. On his fatigue being removed, the down on his body stood on end. And in this state that represser of foes for the flowers began to survey all the mountain, inhabited by Yakshas and Gandharvas and Celestials and Brahmashis, and brushed by the leaves of Saptakchada tree, besmeared with fresh red, black and white minerals. He looked as if decorated with lines of holy unguents drawn by fingers. And with clouds stretching at its sides, the mountain seemed dancing with outspread wings. And on account of the trickling waters of springs, it appeared to be decked with necklaces of pearls. And it contained romantic caverns and groves and cascades and caves. And there were excellent peacocks dancing to the jingling of the bangles of the apsaras. And its rocky surface was worn away by the end of tusks of the elephants presiding over the cardinal points. And with the waters of rivers falling down, the mountain looked as if its clothes were getting loosened. And that graceful son of the wind god playfully and cheerfully went on, pushing away by his force countless intertwisted creepers. And stags in curiosity gazed at him, with grass in their mouths. And not having experienced fear ever before, they were unlimbed, and did not flee away. And being engaged in fulfilling the desire of his love, the youthful son of Pandu, stalwart and of splendour like unto the hue of gold, and having a body strong as a lion, and dreading like a mad elephant, and possessing the force of a mad elephant, and having coppery eyes like unto those of a mad elephant, and capable of checking a mad elephant, began to range the romantic sides of the Gandhamadana with his beautiful eyes uplifted, and displaying as it were a novel type of beauty. And the wives of Yakshas and Gandharvas, sitting invisible by the side of their husbands, stared at him, turning their faces with various motions, intent upon gratifying Draupadi exiled unto the woods. As he was ranging the beautiful Gandhamadana, he remembered the many and various woes caused by Duryodhana. And he thought, now that Arjuna sojourn in heaven, and that I too have come away to procure flowers, what will our brother Yudhishthira do at present? Surely, from affection and doubting their prowess, that foremost of men, Yudhishthira, will not let Nakula and Sahadeva come in search of us. How, again, can I obtain the flowers soon? Thinking thus, that tiger among men proceeded in a mane like unto the king of birds, his mind and sight fixed on the delightful side of the mountain. And having for his provisions on the journey the words of Draupadi, the mighty son of Pandu, Vrikadarabhima, endued with strength and the swiftness of the wind, with his mind and sight fixed on the blooming slopes of the mountain, proceeded speedily, making the earth tremble with his dread, even as doth the hurricane at the equinox, and frightening herds of elephants and grinding lions and tigers and deer, and uprooting and smashing large trees, and tearing away by force plants and creepers, like unto an elephant ascending higher and higher the summit of a mountain, and roaring fiercely even as a cloud attended with thunder. And awakened by that mighty roaring of Bhima, tigers came out of their dens, while other rangers of the forest hid themselves. And the coursers of the skies sprang up, on their wing, in fright. And herds of deer hurriedly ran away. And birds left the trees, and fled. And lions forsook their dens. And the mighty lions were roused from their slumber. And the buffaloes stared. And the elephants in fright, leaving that wood, ran to more extensive forests company with their mates. and the boars and the deer and the lions and the buffaloes and the tigers and the jackals and the gavials of the wood began to cry in herds, and the ruddy geese, and the gallinules and the ducks and the corandavers and the plovers and the parrots and the male coccolus and the herons in confusion flew in all directions, while some proud elephants surged by their mates, as also some lions and elephants in rage flew at Bhimsena. And as they were distracted at heart through fear, these fierce animals discharging urine and dung, set up loud yells with gaping mouths. Thereupon the illustrious and graceful son of the wind god, the mighty Pandava, depending upon the strength of his arms, began to slay one elephant with another elephant and one lion with another lion while he dispatched the others with slaps. And on being struck by Bhima, the lions and the tigers and the leopards, in fright gave loud cries and discharged urine and dung. And after having destroyed these, the handsome son of Pandu, possessed of mighty strength, entered into the forest, making all sides resound with his shouts. And then the long-armed one saw on the slopes of the Gandhamadana a beautiful plantain tree spreading over many a yojana, and like unto a mad lion, that one of great strength proceeded amain towards that tree, breaking down various plants, and that foremost of strong persons, Bhima, uprooting innumerable plantain trunks equal in height to many palm trees, placed one above another, cast them on all sides with force. And that highly powerful one, haughty like a male lion, sent up shouts. And then he encountered countless beasts of gigantic size, and stags, and monkeys, and lions, and buffaloes, and aquatic animals. And what with the cries of these, and what with the shouts of Bhima, even the beasts and birds that were at distant parts of the wood became all frightened. And hearing those cries of beasts and birds, myriads of aquatic fowls suddenly rose up on wetted wings. And seeing these fowls of water that bull among the Bharatas proceeded in that direction, and saw a vast and romantic lake. And that fathomless lake was, as it were, being fanned by the golden plantain trees on the coast, shaken by the soft breezes, and immediately descending into the lake abounding in lilies and lotuses, he began to sport lustily like unto a mighty maddened elephant. Having thus sported there for a long while, he with immeasurable effulgence ascended, in order to penetrate with speed into that forest filled with trees. Then the Pandava winded with all his might his loud blowing shell, and striking his arms with his hands, the mighty Bhima made all the points of heaven resound, and filled with the sounds of the shell, and with the shouts of Bhimasena, and also with the reports produced by the striking of his arms, the caves of the mountain seemed as if they were roaring. And hearing those loud alm-strokes, like unto the crashing of thunder, the lions that were slumbering in the caves uttered mighty howls. And being terrified by the yelling of the lions, the elephants, O Bharata, sent forth tremendous roars, which filled the mountain. And hearing those sounds emitted, and knowing also Bhimasena to be his brother, the ape-human, the chief of monkeys, with a view of doing good to Bhima, obstructed the path leading to heaven. And thinking that he, Bhima, should not pass that way, Hanuman lay across the narrow path, beautified by plantain trees, obstructing it for the sake of the safety of Bhima, with the object that Bhima might not come by curse or defeat, by entering into the plantain wood. The ape-human of huge body lay down amidst the plantain trees, being overcome with drowsiness. And he began to yawn, lashing his long tail, raised like unto the pole consecrated to Indra, and sounding like thunder. And on all sides round, the mountains by the mouths of caves emitted those sounds in echo, like a cow lowing. And as it was being shaken by the reports produced by the lashing of the tail, the mountain with its summit tottering, began to crumble all around. And overcoming that roaring of mad elephants, the sounds of his tail spread over the varied slopes of the mountain. On those sounds being heard, the down of Bhima's body stood an end, and he began to range that plantain wood, in search of those sounds. And that one of mighty arms saw the monkey chief in the plantain wood, on an elevated rocky base. And he was hard to be looked at even as the lightning flash, and of coppery hue like that of the lightning flash, and endued with the voice of the lightning flash, and quick moving as the lightning flash, and having his short flesh neck supported on his shoulders, and with his waist slender in consequence of the fullness of his shoulders, and his tail covered with long hair, and a little bent at the end, was raised like unto a banner. And Bhima saw an human's head furnished with small lips, and coppery face and tongue, and red ears, and brisk eyes, and bare white incisors sharpened at the edge. And his head was like unto the shining moon, adorned with white teeth within the mouth, and with mane scattered over, resembling a heap of asoka flowers. And amidst the golden plantain trees, that one of exceeding effulgence was lying like unto a blazing fire, with his radiant body. And that slayer of foes and casting glances with his eyes reddened with intoxication. And the intelligent Bhima saw that mighty chief of monkeys, of huge body, lying like unto the Himalaya, obstructing the path of heaven. And seeing him alone in that mighty forest, the undaunted athletic Bhima, of long arms, approached him with rapid strides, and uttered a loud shout like unto the thunder. And at that shout of Bhima, beasts and birds became all alarmed. The powerful Hanuman, however, opening his eyes partially looked at him, Bhima, with disregard, with eyes reddened with intoxication. And then smilingly addressing him, Hanuman said the following words, "Ill as I am, I was sleeping sweetly. Why hast thou awakened me? Thou shouldst show kindness to all creatures, as thou hast reason. Belonging to the animal species, we are ignorant of virtue. But being endued with reason, men show kindness towards creatures. Why do them reasonable persons like thee commit themselves to acts contaminating alike body, speech, and heart, and destructive of virtue? Thou knowest not what virtue is, neither hast thou taken counsel of the wise. And therefore it is that from ignorance and childishness thou destroyest the lower animals. Say, who art thou, and what for hast thou come to the forest devoid of humanity and human beings? And, O foremost of men, tell thou also, whither thou wilt go today. Further it is impossible to proceed. Yonder hills are inaccessible. O hero, save the passage obtained by the practice of asceticism, there is no passage to that place. This is the path of the celestials, it is ever impassable by mortals. Out of kindness, O hero, do I dissuade thee. Do thou hearken unto my words. Thou canst not proceed further from this place. Therefore, O Lord, do thou desist. O chief of men, today in very way thou art welcome to this place. If thou think it proper to accept my words, do thou then, O best of men, rest here, partaking of fruits and roots, sweet as ambrosia, and do not have thyself destroyed for naught. Section Xlvi. Vaisampayana said, O repressor of foes, hearing these words of the intelligent monkey chief, the heroic Bhima answered, Who art thou? And why also hast thou assumed the shape of a monkey? It is a Kshatriya, one of a race next to the Brahmanas, that asketh thee. And he belongeth to the Kuru race and the lunar stock, and was born by Kunti in her womb, and is one of the sons of Pandu, and is the offspring of the wind god, and is known by the name of Bhimasena. Hearing these words of the Kuru hero, Hanuman smiled, and that son of the wind god, Hanuman, spake unto that offspring of the wind god, Bhimasena, saying, I am a monkey, I will not allow thee the passage thou desirest. Better desist and go back. Do thou not meet with destruction? At this Bhimasena replied, Destruction at anything else do I not ask thee about, O monkey. Do thou give me passage. Arise. Do not come by grief at my hands. Hanuman said, I have no strength to rise, I am suffering from illness. If go thou must, do thou go by overleaping me. Bhima said, the supreme soul void of the properties pervadeth a body all over. Him knowable alone by knowledge, I cannot disregard. And therefore, will I not overleap thee. If I had not known him from whom become manifest all creatures, I would have leapt over thee and also the mountain, even as Hanuman had bounded over the ocean. Thereupon Hanuman said, who is that Hanuman, who had bounded over the ocean? I ask thee, O best of men. Relate if thou canst. Bhima replied, he is even my brother, excellent with every perfection, and endued with intelligence and strength both of mind and body. And he is the illustrious chief of monkeys, renowned in the Ramayana. And for Rama's queen, that king of the monkeys even with one leap crossed the ocean extending over 100 yojanas. That mighty one is my brother. I am equal unto him in energy, strength and prowess and also in fight. And able am I to punish thee. So arise. Either give me passage or witness my prowess today. If thou do not listen to my bidding, I shall send thee to the abode of the armor. Vaisampayana continued. Then knowing him, Bhima, to be intoxicated with strength, and proud of the might of his arms, Hanuman, slighting him at heart, said the following words, relent thou, O sinless one. In consequence of age, I have no strength to get up. From pity for me, do thou go, moving aside my tail. Being thus addressed by Hanuman, Bhima, proud of the strength of his arms, shook him for one wanting in energy and prowess, and thought within himself, taking fast hold of the tail, will I send this monkey destitute of energy and prowess, to the region of Yama. Thereat, with a smile he slightingly took hold of the tail with his left hand, but could not move that tail of the mighty monkey. Then with both arms he pulled it, resembling the pole reared in honor of Indra. Still the mighty Bhima could not raise the tail with both his arms. And his eyebrows were contracted up, and his eyes rolled, and his face was contracted into wrinkles, and his body was covered with sweat, and yet he could not raise it. And when after having striven, the illustrious Bhima failed in raising the tail, he approached the side of the monkey, and stood with a bashful countenance. And bowing down, Kunti's son, with joined hands, spake these words, relent thou, O foremost of monkeys, and forgive me for my harsh words. Art thou a Siddha, or a god, or a Gandharva, or a Gayaka? I ask thee out of curiosity. Tell me who thou art that hast assumed the shape of monkey, if it be not a secret, O long-armed one, and if I can well hear it. I ask thee as a disciple, and I, O sinless one, seek thy refuge. Thereupon Hanuman said, O repressor of foes, even to the extent of thy curiosity to know me, shall I relate all at length. Listen, O son of Pandu. O lotus-eyed one, I was begotten by the wind god, that life of the world, upon the wife of Kesari. I am a monkey, by name Hanuman. All the mighty monkey kings and monkey chiefs used to wait upon that son of the sun, Sugriva, and that son of Sakra, Valley. And, O repressor of foes, a friendship subsisted between me and Sugriva, even as between the wind and fire. And for some cause, Sugriva, driven out by his brother, for a long time dwelt with me at the Hrysiamak. And it came to pass that the mighty son of Dasaratha, the heroic Rama, who is Vishnu's self in the shape of a human being, shook his birth in this world. And in company with his queen and brother, taking his bow, that foremost of bowmen, with the view of compassing his father's welfare, began to reside in the Dandaka forest. And from Janasthana, that mighty Rakshasa monarch, the wicked Ravana, carried away his, Rama's, queen by stratagem and force, deceiving, O sinless one, that foremost of men, through the agency of a Rakshasa, Maricha, who assumed the form of a deer marked with gem-like and golden spots. Section Xlvi. Han Human said, and after his wife was carried away, that descendant of Raghu, while searching with his brother for his queen, met, on the summit of that mountain, with Sugriva, chief of the monkeys. Then a friendship was contracted between him and the high Sudragava, and the latter, having slain Vali, installed Sugriva in the kingdom. And having obtained the kingdom, Sugriva sent forth monkeys by hundreds and by thousands in search of Sita. And, O best of men, I too with innumerable monkeys set out towards the south in quest of Sita, O mighty armed one. Then a mighty vulture Sampati by name communicated the tidings that Sita was in the abode of Ravana. Thereupon, with the object of securing success and Rama, I all of a sudden bounded over the main, extending for 100 yojanas. And, O chief of the Bharatas, having by my own prowess crossed the ocean, that abode of sharks and crocodiles, I saw in Ravana's residence the daughter of King Janaka, Sita, like unto the daughter of a celestial. And having interviewed that lady, Vede, Rama's beloved, and burnt the whole of Lanka with its towers and ramparts and gates, and proclaimed my name there, I returned. Hearing everything from me, the lotus-eyed Rama at once ascertained his course of action, and having for the passage of his army constructed a bridge across the deep, crossed it, followed by myriads of monkeys. Then by prowess Rama slew those Rakshasas in battle, and also Ravana, the oppressor of the worlds, together with his Rakshasa followers. And having slain the king of the Rakshasas, with his brother, and sons and kindred, he installed in the kingdom in Lanka the Rakshasa chief, Vibhishana, pious, and reverent, and kinded to devoted dependents. Then Rama recovered his wife even like the lost Vedic revelation. Then Raghu's son, Rama, with his devoted wife, returned to his own city, Ayodhya, inaccessible to enemies, and that Lord of men began to dwell there. Then that foremost of kings, Rama, was established in the kingdom. Thereafter, I asked a boon of the lotus-eyed Rama, saying, O slayer of foes, Rama, may I live as long as the history of thy deeds remaineth extant on earth. Thereupon he said, So be it. O repressor of foes, O Bhima, through the grace of Sita also, here all excellent objects of entertainment are supplied to me, whoever abide at this place. Rama reigned for 1,100 years. Then he ascended to his own abode. Ever since, here Apsaras and Gandharvas delight me, singing for I the deeds of that hero, O sinless one. O son of the Kuras, this path is impassable to mortals. For this, O Bharata, as also with the view that none might defeat or curse thee, have I obstructed thy passage to this path trod by the immortals. This is one of the paths to heaven, for the celestials, mortals cannot pass this way. But the lake in search of which thou hast come, lieth even in that direction. Section Xlvi. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, the powerful Bhimasena of mighty arms, affectionately, and with a cheerful heart, bowed unto his brother, Hanuman, the monkey chief, and said in mild words, None is more fortunate than I am, now have I seen my elder brother. It is a great favour shown unto me, and I have been well pleased with thee. Now I wish that thou mayst fulfill this desire of mine. I desire to behold, O hero, that incomparable form of thine, which thou at that time hast had, in bounding over the main, that abode of sharks and crocodiles. Thereby I shall be satisfied, and also believe in thy words. Thus addressed, that mighty monkey said with a smile, That form of mine neither thou, not any one else can behold. At that age, the state of things was different, and doth not exist at present. In the Krita age, the state of things was one, and in the Treta, another, and in the Dwapara, still another. Diminution is going on this age, and I have not that form now. The ground, rivers, plants, and rocks, and siddhas, gods, and celestial sages conform to time, in harmony with the state of things in the different yugas. Therefore, do not desire to see my former shape, O perpetuator of the Kuru race. I am conforming to the tendency of the age. Verily, time is irresistible. Bhimasena said, tell me of the duration of the different yugas, and of the different manners and customs, and of virtue, pleasure and profit, and of acts, and energy, and of life and death in the different yugas. Thereupon Hanuman said, O child, that yuga is called Krita when the one eternal religion was extant. And in that best of yugas, everyone had religious perfection, and, therefore, there was no need of religious acts. And then virtue knew no deterioration, nor did people decrease. It is for this that this age is called Krita, perfect. But in time yuga had come to be considered as an inferior one. And, O child, in the Krita age, there were neither gods, nor demons, nor Gandharvas, nor Yakshas, nor Rakshasas, nor Nagas. And there was no buying and selling. And the Sama, the rich, and the yajas did not exist. And there was no manual labor. And then the necessaries of life were obtained only by being thought of. And the only merit was in renouncing the world. And during that yuga, there was neither disease, nor decay of the senses. And there was neither malice, nor pride, nor hypocrisy, nor discord, nor ill will, nor cunning, nor fear, nor misery, nor envy, nor covetousness. And for this, that prime refuge of yogis, even the supreme Brahma, was attainable to all. And Narayana, wearing a white hue, was the soul of all creatures. And in the Krita Yuga, the distinctive characteristics of Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaisyas, and Sudras were natural, and these ever stuck to their respective duties. And then Brahma was the sole refuge, and their manners and customs were naturally adapted to the attainment of Brahma, and the objects of their knowledge was the sole Brahma, and all their acts also had reference to Brahma. In this way all the orders attained merit. And one uniform soul was the object of their meditation, and there was only one mantra, the Om, and there was one ordinance. And although of different characteristics, all of them followed a single Veda, and they had one religion. And according to the divisions of time, they led the four modes of life, without aiming at any object, and so they attained emancipation. The religion consisting in the identification of self with Brahma indicates the Krita Yuga. And in the Krita Yuga, the virtue of the four orders has throughout entire in fourfold measure. Such is the Krita Yuga devoid of the three qualities. Do thou also hear from me of the character of the Treta Yuga. In this age, sacrifices are introduced, and virtue decreaseth by a quarter. And Narayana, who is the soul of all creatures, assumeth a red colour. And men practice truth, and devote themselves to religion and religious rites. And then sacrifices and various religious observances come into existence. And in the Treta Yuga people begin to devise means for the attainment of an object, and they attain it through acts and gifts. And they never deviate from virtue. And they are devoted to asceticism and to the bestowal of gifts. And the four orders adhere to their respective duties, and perform rites. Such are the men of the Treta Yuga. In the Dwapara Yuga, religion decreaseth by one half, and Narayana weareth a yellow hue, and the Veda becometh divided into four parts. And then some men retain the knowledge of the four Vedas, and some of three Vedas, and some of one Veda, while others do not know even the riches. And on the Shastras becoming thus divided, acts become multiplied. And largely influenced by passion, people engage in asceticism and gifts. And from their incapacity to study the entire Veda, it becomes divided into several parts. And in consequence of intellect having decreased, few are established in truth. And when people fall off from truth, they become subject to various diseases, and then lust and natural calamities ensue. And afflicted with these, people betake themselves to penances, and some celebrate sacrifices, desiring to enjoy the good things of life, or attain heaven. On the coming of the Dwapara Yuga, men become degenerate, in consequence of impiety. O son of Kunti, in the Kali Yuga a quarter only of virtue abideth, and in the beginning of this Iron Age, Narayana weareth a black hue, and the Vedas and the institutes, and virtue, and sacrifices, and religious observances, fall into disuse. And, then, reign to 41, and disease, and lassitude, and anger, and other deformities, and natural calamities, and anguish, and fear of scarcity. And as the yugas wane, virtue dwindles. And as virtue dwindles away, creatures degenerate. And as creatures degenerate, their natures undergo deterioration. And the religious acts performed at the waning of the yugas produce contrary effects. And even those that live for several yugas conform to these changes. O repressor of foes, as regards thy curiosity to know me, I say this, why should a wise person be eager to know a superfluous matter? Thus, O long-armed one, have I narrated in full what thou hadst tasked me regarding the characteristics of the different yugas. Good happen to thee. Do thou return. Section 6. Bhimasena said, without beholding thy former shape, I will never go away. If I have found favour with thee, do thou then show me thine own shape. Vaisampayana continued, being thus addressed by Bhima, the monkey with a smile showed him that form of his in which he had bounded over the main, and wishing to gratify his brother, Hanuman assumed a gigantic body which, both in length and breadth, increased exceedingly. And that monkey of immeasurable effulgence stood there, covering the plantain grove furnished with trees, and elevating himself to the height reached by the Vindhya. And the monkey, having attained his lofty and gigantic body like unto a mountain, furnished with coppery eyes, and sharp teeth, and a face marked by frown, lay covering all sides and lashing his long tail. And that son of the Kuras, Bhima, beholding that gigantic form of his brother, wondered, and the hairs of his body repeatedly stood on end. And beholding him like unto the sun in splendour, and unto a golden mountain, and also unto the blazing firmament, Bhima closed his eyes. Thereupon Hanuman addressed Bhima with a smile, saying, O sinless one, thou art capable of beholding my size up to this extent. I can, however, go on swelling my size as long as I wish. And, O Bhima, amidst foes, my size increaseth exceedingly by its own energy. Vaisampayana said, witnessing that dreadful and wonderful body of Hanuman, like unto the Vindhya mountain, the son of the wind god became bewildered. Then, with his down standing erect, the noble-minded Bhima, joining his hands, replied unto Hanuman, saying, There, O Lord, by me have been beheld the vast dimensions of thy body. Do thou, now, O highly powerful one, decrease thyself by thy own power. Surely I cannot look at thee, like unto the sun risen, and of immeasurable power, and irrepressible, and resembling the mountain Menaka. O hero, today this wonder of my heart is very great, that thou remaining by his side, Rama should have encountered Ravana personally. Depending on the strength of thy arms, thou wert capable of instantly destroying Lanka, with its warriors, and horses, elephants and chariots. Surely, O son of the wind god, there is nothing that is incapable of being achieved by thee, and in fight, Ravana together with his followers was no match for thee single-handed. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Bhima, Hanuman, the chief of monkeys, answered in affectionate words uttered in solemn accents. O mighty armed one, O Bharata, it is even as thou sayest. O Bhimasena, that worst of Rakshasas was no match for me. But if I had slain Ravana, that thorn of the worlds, the glory of Raghu's son would have been obscured, and for this it is that I left him alone. By slaying that lord of the Rakshasas together with his followers, and bringing back Sita unto his own city, that hero hath established his fame among men. Now, O highly wise one, being intent on the welfare of thy brothers, and protected by the wind god, do thou go along a fortunate and auspicious way. O foremost of the chorus, this way will lead thee to the Sakandika wood. Proceeding in this direction, thou wilt behold the gardens of Guvara, guarded by Yakshas and Rakshasas. Do thou not pluck the flowers there, personally by thy own force, for the gods deserve regard specially from mortals. O best of the Brata race, the gods confer their favour upon men, being propitiated by offerings, and homage, and reverential salutations, and recitation of mantras, and veneration, O Brata. Do thou not, therefore, act with rashness, O child, and do thou not deviate from the duties of thy order. Sticking to the duties of thy order, do thou understand and follow the highest morality. Without knowing duties and serving the old, even persons like Antavriha's party cannot understand profit and religion. One should ascertain with discrimination those cases in which vice goeth under the name of virtue, and virtue goeth under the name of vice, cases in which people destitute of intelligence become perplexed. From religious observances proceedeth merit, and in merit are established the Vedas, and from the Vedas sacrifices come into existence, and by sacrifices are established the gods. The gods are maintained by the celebration of sacrifices prescribed by the Vedas and the religious ordinances, while men maintain themselves by following the ordinances of Rihas party and usanas, and also by these avocations, by which the world is maintained, serving for wages, receiving taxes, merchandise, agriculture, and tending kine and sheep. The world subsisteth by profession. The study of the three Vedas and agriculture and the trade and government constitutes, it is ordained by the wise, the professions of the twice-born ones, and each order maintaineth itself by following the profession prescribed for it. And when these callings are properly pursued, the world is maintained with these. If, however, people do not righteously lead their lives, the world becometh lawless, in consequence of the want of Vedic merit and government. And if people do not resort to their prescribed vocations, they perish, but by regularly following the three professions, they bring about religion. The religion of the Brahmanas consisteth in the knowledge of the soul, and the who of that order alone is universally the same. The celebration of sacrifices, and study and bestowal of gifts are well known to be the three duties common to all these orders. Officiating at sacrifices, teaching and the acceptance of gifts are the duties of a Brahmana. To rule the subjects is the duty of the Kshatriya, and to tend cattle that of the Vaisya, while to serve the twice-born orders is said to be the duty of the Sudra. The Sudras cannot beg alms, or perform homas, or observe vows, and they must dwell in the habitation of their masters. Thy vocation, O son of Kunti, is that of the Kshatriya, which is to protect the subjects. Do thou carry out thy own duties in an humble spirit, restraining thy senses. That king alone can govern, who taketh counsel of experienced men, and is helped by honest, intelligent, and learned ministers, but a king who is addicted to vices meeteth with defeat. Then only is the order of the world secured, when the king duly punisheth and confereth favours. Therefore, it is necessary to ascertain through spies the nature of the hostile country, its fortified places, and the allied force of the enemy, and their prosperity and decay, and the way in which they retain the adhesion of the powers they have drawn to the side. Spies are among the important auxiliaries of the king, and tact, diplomacy, prowess, chastisement, favour, and cleverness lead to success. And success is to be attained through these, either in separation or combined, namely, conciliation, gift, sowing dissensions, chastisement, and sight. And, O chief of the Bharatas, polity hath for its root diplomacy, and diplomacy also is the main qualification of spies. And polity, if well judged, conferreth success. Therefore, in matters of polity the counsels of Brahmanas should be resorted to. And in secret affairs, these should not be consulted common, namely, a woman, a sot, a boy, a covetous person, a mean-minded individual, and he that betrayeth signs of insanity. Wise men only should be consulted, and affairs are to be dispatched through officers that are able. And polity must be executed through persons that are friendly, but dunces should in all affairs be excluded. In matters religious, pious men, and in matters of gain, wise men, and in guarding families, eunuchs, and in all crooked affairs, crooked men, must be employed. And the propriety or impropriety of the resolution of the enemy, as also their strength or weakness, must be ascertained through one's own as well as hostile spies. Favour should be shown to honest persons that have prudently sought protection, but lawless and disobedient individuals should be punished. And when the king justly punisheth and showeth favour, the dignity of the law is well maintained. O son of Pritha, thus have I expounded unto thee the hard duties of kings difficult to comprehend. Do thou with equanimity observe these as prescribed for thy order. The Brahmanas attain heaven through merit, mortification of the senses, and sacrifice. The Vaisyas attain excellent state through gifts, hospitality, and religious acts. The Kshatriyas attain the celestial regions by protecting and chastising the subjects, uninfluenced by lust, malice, avarice, and anger. If kings justly punish their subjects, they go to the place where they repair meritorious persons. Section CL. Vaisampayana said, then contracting that huge body of his, which he had assumed at will, the monkey with his arms again embraced Bhimasena. And O Bharata, on Bhima being embraced by his brother, his fatigue went off, and all the powers of body, as also his strength, were restored. And having gained great accession of strength, he thought that there was none equal to him in physical power. And with tears in his eyes, the monkey from affection again addressed Bhima in choked utterance, saying, O hero, repair to thy own abode. May I be incidentally remembered by thee in thy talk. O best of Kurus, do not tell anyone that I abide here. O thou of great strength, the most excellent of the wives of the gods and Gandharvas resort to this place, and the time of their arrival is nigh. My eyes have been blessed by seeing thee. And, O Bhima, having felt a human being by coming in contact with thee, I have been put in mind of that son of Raghu, who was Vishnu himself under the name of Rama, and who delighted the heart of the world, and who was as the sun in regard to the lotus face of Sita, and also to the darkness, Ravana. Therefore, O heroic son of Kunti, let not thy meeting with me be fruitless. Do thou with fraternal feeling ask of me a boon, O Bharata. If this be thy wish, that going to Varanavata, I may destroy the insignificant sons of Dhritarashtra, even this will I immediately do. Or if this be thy wish that city may be ground by me with rocks, or that I may bind Duryodhana and bring him before thee, even this will I do today, O thou of mighty strength. Vaisampayana said, hearing those words of that high-souled one, Bhimasena with a cheerful heart answered Hanuman, saying, O foremost of monkeys, I take all this as already performed by thee. Good happen to thee, O mighty armed one. I ask of thee this, be thou well pleased with me. O powerful one, on thy having become our protector, the Pandavas have found help. Even by thy prowess shall we conquer all foes. Thus addressed, Hanuman said unto Bhimasena, from fraternal feeling and affection, I will do good unto thee, by diving into the army of thy foes copiously furnished with arrows and javelins. And, O highly powerful one, O hero, when thou shalt give leonine roars, then shall I with my own add force to shouts. Remaining on the flagstaff of Arjuna's car will I emit fierce shouts that will damp the energy of thy foes. Thereby ye will slay them easily. Having said this unto Pandu's son, and also pointed him out the way, Hanuman vanished at that spot. Section CLI. Vaisampayana said, when that foremost of monkeys had gone away, Bhima, the best of strong men, began to range the huge Gandhamadana along that path. And he went on, thinking of Hanuman's body and splendour unrivalled on earth, and also of the greatness and dignity of Dasaratha's son, and proceeding in search of the place filled with lotuses of that kind, Bhima beheld romantic woods, and groves, and rivers, and lakes graced with trees bearing blossoms, and flowery woodlands variegated with various flowers. And, O Bharata, he beheld herds of mad elephants besmeared with mud, resembling masses of pouring clouds. And that graceful one went on with speed, beholding by the wayside woods wherein there stood with their mates deer of quick glances, holding the grass in their mouths, and fearless from prowess, Bhimasena, as if invited by the breeze-shaken trees of the forest, ever fragrant with flowers, bearing delicate coppery twigs, plunged into the mountainous regions inhabited by buffaloes, bears and leopards. And on the way, he passed by lotus lakes haunted by maddened black bees, having romantic descents and woods, and on account of the presence of lotus buds, appearing as if they had joined their hands before Bhima. And having for his provisions on the journey the words of Draupadi, Bhima went on with speed, his mind and sight fixed on the blooming slopes of the mountain. And when the sun passed the meridian, he saw in the forest scattered over with deer, a mighty river filled with fresh golden lotuses. And being crowded with swans and Karandavas, and graced with Chakravakas, the river looked like a garland of fresh lotuses put on by the mountain. And in that river that one of great strength found the extensive assemblage of Sagantika lotuses, effulgent as the rising sun, and delightful to behold. And beholding it, Pandu's son thought within himself that his object had been gained, and also mentally presented himself before his beloved worn out by exile. Section CLI. Vaisampayana said, having reached that spot, Bhimasena saw in the vicinity of the Kailasa cliff, that beautiful lotus lake surrounded by lovely woods, and guarded by the Rakshasas. And it sprang from the cascades contiguous to the abode of Kuvera. And it was beautiful to behold, and was furnished with a wide spreading shade, and abounded in various trees and creepers, and was covered with green lilies. And this unearthly lake was filled with golden lotuses, and swarmed with diverse species of birds. And its banks were beautiful and devoid of mud. And situated on the rocky elevation, this expanse of excellent water was exceedingly fair. And it was the wonder of the world, and healthful and of romantic sight. In that lake the son of Kunti saw the water of ambrosial taste, and cool and light and clear and fresh, and the Pandava drank of it profusely. And that unearthly receptacle of waters was covered with celestial Sagantika lotuses, and was also spread over with beautiful variegated golden lotuses of excellent fragrance, having graceful stalks of lapis lazuli. And swayed by swans and Karandavas, these lotuses were scattering fresh farina. And this lake was the sporting region of the high-souled Kuvera, the king of the Yakshas. And it was held in high regard by the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, and the Celestials. And it was frequented by the celestial sages, and the Yakshas, and the Kimpurashas, and the Rakshasas, and the Kinnaras, and it was well protected by Kuvera. And as soon as he beheld that river and that unearthly lake, Kunti's son, Bhimasena of mighty strength, became exceedingly delighted. And agreeably to the mandate of the king, hundreds and thousands of Rakshasas, named Grodavasas, were guarding that lake, wearing uniforms and armed with various weapons. and as that represser of foes, Kunti's son, the heroic Bhima of dreadful prowess, clad in deer skins and wearing golden armlets and equipped with weapons and girding his sword on, was fearlessly proceeding, with the view of gathering the lotus. Those Rakshasas saw him and immediately began to address each other, shouting forth, "It behoveth you to inquire for the errand on which this foremost of men, clad in deer skins, and equipped with arms, hath come." Then they all approached the effulgent Vrikadara of mighty arms and asked, "Who art thou? Thou shouldst answer our questions. We see thee in the guise of an ascetic and yet armed with weapons. O thou of mighty intelligence, do thou unfold unto us the object with which thou hast come hither." Section Klai. Bhima said, "I am the son of Pandu, and next by birth to Yudhishthira the Just, and my name is Bhimasena. O Rakshasas, I have come with my brothers to the Jujube named Visala. At that place, Panchali saw an excellent Sagandika lotus, which, of a certainty, was carried thither by the wind from this region. She wisheth to have those flowers in abundance. Know ye Rakshasas, that I am engaged in fulfilling the desire of my wedded wife of faultless features, and have come hither to procure the flowers." Thereat the Rakshasas said, "O foremost of men, this spot is dear unto Kuvara, and it is his sporting region. Men subject to death cannot sport here. O Vrikadara, the celestial sages, and the gods taking the permission of the chief of the Yakshas, drink of this lake, and sport herein. And, O Pandava, the Gandharvas and the Apsaras also divert themselves in this lake. That wicked person who, disregarding the Lord of Treasures, unlawfully attempteth to sport here, without doubt, meeteth with destruction. Disregarding him, thou seekest to take away the lotuses from this place by main force. Why then dost thou say that thou art the brother of Yudhishthira the Just? First, taking the permission of the Lord of Yakshas, do thou drink of this lake and take away the flowers. If thou dost not do this, thou shalt not be able even to glance at a single lotus." Bhimasena said, "Ye Rakshasas, I do not see the Lord of Wealth here, and even if I did see that mighty king, I would not beseech him. Kshatriyas never beseech anybody. This is the eternal morality, and I by no means wish to forsake the Kshatriya morality. And, further, this lotus lake hath sprung from the cascades of the mountain. It hath not been excavated in the mansion of Kuvara. Therefore it belongeth equally to all creatures with Vajravana. In regard to a thing of such a nature, who goeth to beseech another?" Vaisampayana said, having said this unto the Rakshasas, the mighty armed and exceedingly unforbearing Bhimasena of great strength plunged into the lotus lake. Thereat that powerful one was forbidden by the Rakshasas, saying, "Do not do this," and they from all sides began to abuse him in anger. But slighting these Rakshasas, that mighty one of dreadful prowess plunged farther and farther. Now they all prepared for opposing him, and with eyes rolling, they upraised their arms, and rushed in wrath at Bhimasena, exclaiming, "Seize him! Bind him! Hew him! We shall cook Bhimasena, and eat him up." Thereupon that one of great force, taking his ponderous and mighty mace inlaid with golden plates, like unto the mace of Yama himself, turned towards those, and then said, "Stay." At this, they darted at him with vehemence, brandishing lances, and axes, and other weapons, and wishing to destroy Bhima. The dreadful and fierce Gandharvas surrounded Bhima on all sides. But that one, being endued with strength, had been begotten by Vayu in the womb of Kunti, and he was heroic and energetic, and the slayer of foes, and ever devoted to virtue and truth, and incapable of being vanquished by enemies through prowess. Accordingly this high-souled Bhima, defeating all the manoeuvres of the foes, and breaking their arms, killed on the banks of the lake more than 100, commencing with the foremost, and then witnessing his prowess and strength, and the force of his skill, and also the might of his arms, and unable to bear the onset, those prime heroes all of a sudden fled on all sides in bands. Beaten and pierced by Bhimsena, those Krodavasas quitted the field of battle, and in confusion quickly fled towards the Kailasa cliff, supporting themselves in the sky. Having thus by the exercise of his prowess defeated those hosts, even as Sakra had defeated the armies of Daityas and Danavas, he, Bhima, now that he had conquered the enemy, plunged into the lake and began to gather the lotuses, with the object of gaining his purpose. And as he drank of the waters, like unto nectar, his energy and strength were again fully restored, and he fell to plucking and gathering Sagantika lotuses of excellent fragrance. On the other hand, the Krodavasas, being driven by the might of Bhima and exceedingly terrified, presented themselves before the Lord of Wealth, and gave an exact account of Bhima's prowess and strength in fight. Hearing their words, the god, Guvra, smiled and then said, "Let Bhima take for Krishna as many lotuses as he likes. This is already known to me." Thereupon, taking the permission of the Lord of Wealth, those Rakshasas, renouncing anger, went to that foremost of the chorus, and in that lotus lake beheld Bhima alone, disporting in delight. Section Cliff. Vaisampayana said, "Then, O best of the Bharatas, Bhima began to collect those rare unearthly, variegated and fresh flowers in abundance. And it came to pass that a high and violent wind, piercing to the touch, and blowing about gravels, arose, portending battle. And frightful meteors began to shoot, with thundering sounds. And being enveloped by darkness, the sun became pale, his rays being obscured. And on Bhima displaying his prowess, dreadful sounds of explosion rang through the sky. And the earth began to tremble, and dust fell in showers. And the points of the heavens became reddened. And beasts and birds began to cry in shrill tones. And everything became enveloped in darkness, and nothing could be distinguished. And other evil omens besides these appeared there. Witnessing these strange phenomena, Dharma's son Yudhishthira, the foremost of speakers, said, "Who is it that will overcome us? Ye Bandavas who take delight in battle, good betide you. Do ye equip yourselves? From what I see, I infer that the time for the display of our prowess hath drawn nigh." Having said this, the king looked around. Then not finding Bhima, that repressor of foes, Dharma's son, Yudhishthira, inquired of Krishna and the twins standing near regarding his brother, Bhima, the doer of dreadful deeds in battle, saying, "O Panchali, is Bhima intent upon performing some great feat, or hath that one delighting in daring deeds already achieved some brave deed, portending some great danger?" These omens have appeared all around, indicating a fearful battle. When Yudhishthira said this, his beloved queen, the high-minded Krishna of sweet smiles, answered him, in order to remove his anxiety. "O king, that Sagandika lotus which today had been brought by the wind, I had out of love duly shown unto Bhimsena, and I had also said unto that hero, if thou canst find many of this species, procuring even all of them, do thou return speedily, O Pandava, that mighty armed one, with the view of gratifying my desire, may have gone towards the northeast to bring them." Having heard these words of hers, the king said unto twins, "Let us together follow the path taken by Vrikadara. Let the Rakshasas carry those Brahmanas that are fatigued and weak. O Gatotkacha, O thou like unto a celestial, do thou carry Krishna. I am convinced, and it is plain, that Bhima hath dived into the forest, for it is long since he hath gone, and in speed he resembleth the wind, and in clearing over the ground, he is swift like unto Vinata's son, and he will ever leap into the sky, and alight at his will. O Rakshasas, we shall follow him through your prowess. He will not at first do any wrong to the Siddhas versed in the Vedas. O best of the Bharatas, saying, "So be it." Hidimava's son and the other Rakshasas who knew the quarter where the lotus lake of Kuvera was situated, started chiefly with Lomasa, bearing the Pandavas, and many of the Brahmanas. Having shortly reached that spot, they saw that romantic lake covered with Sagandika and other lotuses and surrounded by beautiful woods. And on its shores they beheld the high-souled and vehement Bhima, as also the slaughtered yakshas of large eyes, with their bodies, eyes, arms and thighs smashed, and their heads crushed. And on seeing the high-souled Bhima, standing on the shore of that lake in an angry mood, and with steadfast eyes, and biting his lip, and stationed on the shore of the lake with his mace upraised by his 2 hands, like unto Yama with his mace in his hand at the time of the universal dissolution, Yudhishthira the just embraced him again and again, and said in sweet words, "O Kauntiya, what hast thou done? Good betide thee. If thou wishest to do good unto me, thou shouldst never again commit such a rash act, nor offend the gods." Having thus instructed the son of Kunti, and taken the flowers, those god-like ones began to sport in that very lake. At this instant, the huge-bodied warders of the gardens, equipped with rocks for weapons, presented themselves at the spot. And seeing Yudhishthira the just and the great sage Lomasa and Nakula and Sahadeva and also the other foremost of Brahmanas, they all bowed themselves down in humility. And being pacified by Yudhishthira the just, the Rakshasas became satisfied. And with the knowledge of Kuvera, those foremost of Kuras for a short time dwelt pleasantly at that spot on the slopes of the Gandhamadana, expecting Arjuna. Section CLV. Vaisampayana said, once upon a time Yudhishthira, while living at that place, addressed Krishna, his brother, and the Brahmanas, saying, "By us have been attentively seen one after another sacred and auspicious tirthas, and woods, delightful to behold, which had ere this been visited by the celestials and the high-souled sages, and which had been worshipped by the Brahmanas. And in various sacred asylums we have performed ablutions with Brahmanas, and have heard from them the lives and acts of many sages, and also of many royal sages of yore, and other pleasant stories. And with flowers and water have the gods been worshipped by us. And with offerings of the fruits and roots as available at each place we have gratified the Pitris. And with the high-souled ones have we performed ablutions in all sacred and beautiful mountains and lakes, and also in the highly sacred ocean. And with the Brahmanas we have bathed in the Ila, and in the Saraswati, and in the Sindhu, and in the Yamuna, and in the Narmada, and in various other romantic tirthas. And having passed the source of the Ganga, we have seen many a lovely hill and the Himalaya mountains, inhabited by various species of birds, and also the Jujube named Vasala, where there is the hermitage of Nara and Narayana. And, finally, we have beheld this unearthly lake, held in veneration by the Siddhas, the gods and the sages. In fact, O foremost of Brahmanas, we have one by one carefully seen all celebrated and sacred spots in company with the high-souled Lomasa. Now, O Bhima, how shall we repair to the sacred abode of Vaisravana, inhabited by the Siddhas? Do thou think of the means of entering the same? Vaisampayana said, when that king had said this, an aerial voice spake, saying, "Thou wilt not be able to go to that inaccessible spot. By this very way, do thou repair from this region of Kuvera to the place whence thou hadst come, even to the hermitage of Nara and Narayana, known by the name of Adari. Thence, O Kauntiya, thou wilt repair to the hermitage of Vrishapava, abounding in flowers and fruit, and inhabited by the Siddhas and the Charanas. Having passed that, O Patha, thou wilt proceed to the hermitage of Ashtaisna, and from thence thou wilt behold the abode of Kuvera." Just at that moment the breeze became fresh, and gladsome and cool and redolent of an earthly fragrance, and it showered blossoms, and on hearing the celestial voice from the sky, They all were amazed, more especially those earthly rishis and the brahmanas. On hearing this mighty marvel, the brahmana Dharmya said, "This should not be gainsaid. O Bharata, let this be so." Thereupon, King Yudhishthira obeyed him. And having returned to the hermitage of Nara and Narayana, he began to dwell pleasantly, surrounded by Bhimasena and his other brothers, Panchali the Brahmanas. Section CLVI. Vaisampayana continued, thus dwelling with the Brahmanas in that best of mountains, in expectation of Arjuna's return, when the Pandavas had grown confident and when all those Rakshasas together with Bhima's son had departed. One day while Bhimasena was away, a Rakshasa wall of a sudden carried off Yudhishthira the Just and the twins and Krishna. That Rakshasa, in the guise of a Brahmana, had constantly remained in the company of the Pandavas, alleging that he was a high-class Brahmana, skilled in counsel, and versed in all the sastras. His object was to possess himself of the bows, the quivers and the other material implements belonging to the Pandavas, and he had been watching for an opportunity of ravishing Draupadi. And that wicked and sinful one was named Jatasura. And, O King of Kings, Pandu's son, Yudhishthira, had been supporting him, but knew not that wretch like unto a fire covered with ashes. And once on a day while that repressor of foes, Bhimasena, was out a-hunting, he, the Rakshasa, seeing the toad-catcher and his followers scatter in different directions and seeing those vow-observing great rishis, of ascetic wealth, viz., Lomasa and the rest, away for bathing and collecting flowers, assumed a different form, gigantic and monstrous and frightful, and having secured all the arms of the Pandavas, as also Draupadi, that wicked one fled away taking the 3 Pandavas. Thereupon that son of Pandu, Sahadeva, extricated himself with exertion, and by force snatched the sword named Kausika from the grasp of the enemy and began to call Bhimasena, taking the direction in which that mighty one had gone. And on being carried off Yudhishthira the Just, addressed him, that Rakshasa, saying, "O stupid one, thy merit decreaseth, even by this act of thine. Dost thou not pay heed unto the established order of nature? Whether belonging to the human race, or to the lower orders, all pay regard to virtue, more especially the Rakshasas. In the first instance, they knew virtue better than others. Having considered all these, thou ought to adhere to virtue. O Rakshasa, the gods, the Pitras, the Siddhas, the Rishis, the Gandharvas, the brutes and even the worms and ants depend for their lives on men, and thou too liveth through that agency. If prosperity attendeth the human race, thy race also prospereth, and if calamities befall the former, even the celestials suffer grief. Being gratified by offerings, do the gods thrive. O Rakshasa, we are the guardians, governors and preceptors of kingdoms. If kingdoms become unprotected, whence can proceed prosperity and happiness? Unless there be offence, a Rakshasa should not violate a king. O man-eating one, we have committed no wrong, ever so little. Living on Vyasa, we serve the gods and others to the best of our power. And we are never intent upon bowing down to our superiors and brahmanas. A friend, and one confiding, and he whose food hath been partaken of, and he that hath afforded shelter, should never be injured. Thou hast lived in our place happily, being duly honoured. And, O evil-minded one, having partaken of our food, how canst thou carry us off? And as thy acts are so improper, and as thou hast grown in age without deriving any benefit, and as thy propensities are evil, so thou deservest to die for nothing, and for nothing wilt thou die today. And if thou be'st really evil disposed and devoid of all virtue, do thou render us back our weapons and ravish Draupadi after fight. But if through stupidity thou must do this deed, then in the world thou wilt only reap demerit and infamy, O Rakshasa, by doing violence to this female of the human race, thou hast drank poison, after having shaken the vessel. Thereupon, Yudhishthira made himself ponderous to the Rakshasa, and being oppressed with the weight, he could not proceed rapidly as before. Then addressing Draupadi, Nakula and Sahadeva, Yudhishthira said, Do ye not entertain any fear of this wretched Rakshasa? I have checked his speed. The mighty armed son of the wind god may not be far away, and on Bhima coming up at the next moment, the Rakshasa will not live. O king, staring at the Rakshasa bereft of sense, Sahadeva addressed Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, saying, What can be more meritorious for a Kshatriya than to fall in fight, or defeat a foe? O repressor of foes, we will fight, and either this one will slay us, or we shall slay him, O mighty armed one. Verily this is the place and time, O king. And, O thou of unfailing prowess, the time hath come for the display of our Kshatriya virtue. It behoveth us to attain heaven either by gaining victory or being slain. If the sun sets today, the Rakshasa living yet, O Bharata, I will not any more say that I am a Kshatriya. Ho, ho, Rakshasa, say, I am Pandu's son, Sahadeva. Either, after having killed me, carry off this lady, or being slain, lie senseless here. Madri's son, Sahadeva, was speaking thus, when Bhimasena made his appearance, with a mace in his hand, like unto Vasava himself wielding the thunderbolt. And here he saw his two brothers and an noble-minded Draupadi, on the shoulders of the demon, and Sahadeva on the ground rebuking the Rakshasa, and also that stupid Rakshasa himself deprived of sense by fate, going round in different directions through bewilderment caused by destiny. And finding his brothers and Draupadi being carried off, Bhima of mighty strength was fired with wrath, and addressed the Rakshasa, saying, I had ere this found thee out for a wicked wight from thy scrutiny of our weapons, but as I had no apprehension of thee, so I had not slain thee at that time. Thou wert in the disguise of a Brahmana, nor didst thou say anything harsh unto us. And thou didst take delight in pleasing us. And thou also didst not do us wrong. And, furthermore, thou wert our guest. How could I, therefore, slay thee, who wert thus innocent of offence, and who wert in the disguise of a Brahmana? He that knowing such a one to be even a Rakshasa, slayeth him, goes to hell. Further, thou canst not be killed before the time cometh. Surely today thou hast reached the fullness of thy time, inasmuch as thy mind hath been thus turned by the wonder-performing fate towards carrying off Krishna. By committing thyself to this deed, thou hast swallowed up the hook fastened to the line of fate. So like unto a fish in water, whose mouth hath been hooked, how canst thou live today? Thou shalt not have to go whither thou intendest to, or whither thou hadst already gone mentally, but thou shalt go whither have repaired Vaka and Hidimva. Thus addressed by Bhima, the Rakshasa in alarm put them down, and being forced by fate, approached for fight. And with his lips trembling in anger he spake unto Bhima, saying, Wretch, I have not been bewildered, I had been delaying for thee. Today will I offer oblations of thy blood to those Rakshasas who, I had heard, have been slain by thee in fight. Thus addressed Bhima, as if bursting with wrath, like unto Yama himself at the time of the universal dissolution, rushed towards the Rakshasa, licking the corners of his mouth and staring at him as he struck his own arms with the hands. And seeing Bhima waiting in expectation of fight, the Rakshasa also darted towards him in anger, like unto Vali towards the wielder of the thunderbolt, repeatedly gaping and licking the corners of his mouth. And when a dreadful wrestling ensued between those two, both the sons of Madri, waxing exceeding wroth, rushed forward. But Kunti's son, Vrikadara, forbade them with a smile and said, Witness ye, I am more than a match for this Rakshasa. by my own self and by my brothers, and by my merit, and by my good deeds, and by my sacrifices, do I swear that I shall slay this Rakshasa. And after this was said, those two heroes, the Rakshasa and Vrikadara, challenging each other, caught each other by the arms. And they not forgiving each other, then there ensued a conflict between the infuriated Bhima and the Rakshasa, like unto that between a god and a demon. And repeatedly uprooting trees, those two of mighty strength struck each other, shouting and roaring like two masses of clouds. And those foremost of athletes, each wishing to kill the other, and rushing at the other with vehemence, broke down many a gigantic tree by their thighs. Thus that encounter with trees, destructive of plants, went on like unto that between the two brothers Vali and Sugriva, desirous of the possession of a single woman. Brandishing trees for a moment, they struck each other with them, shouting incessantly. And when all the trees of the spot had been pulled down and crushed into fibres by them endeavouring to kill each other, then, O Bharata, those two of mighty strength, taking up rocks, began to fight for a while, like unto a mountain and a mighty mass of clouds. And not suffering each other, they fell to striking each other with hard and large crags, resembling vehement thunderbolts. Then from strength defying each other, they again darted at each other, and grasping each other by their arms, began to wrestle like unto two elephants. And next they dealt each other fierce blows. And then those two mighty ones began to make shattering sounds by gnashing their teeth. And at length, having clenched his fist like a five-headed snake, Bhima with force dealt a blow on the neck of the Rakshasa. And when struck by that fist of Bhima, the Rakshasa became faint. Bhimasena stood, catching hold of that exhausted one. And then the godlike mighty-armed Bhima lifted him with his two arms, and dashing him with force on the ground, the son of Pandu smashed all his limbs. And striking him with his elbow, he severed from his body the head with bitten lips and rolling eyes, like unto a fruit from its stem. And Jatajura's head being severed by Bhimasena's might, he fell besmeared with gore, and having bitten lips. Having slain Jatajura, Bhima presented himself before Yudhishthira, and the foremost Brahmanas began to eulogize him, Bhima, even as the Marutas eulogize Vasava. Section Kavai. Vaisampayana continued, on that Rakshasa having been slain, that lord, the royal son of Kunti, returned to the hermitage of Narayana and began to dwell there. And once on a time, remembering his brother Jaya, Arjuna, Yudhishthira summoned all his brothers, together with Draupadi, and said these words, We have passed these 4 years peacefully ranging the woods. It hath been appointed by Vatsa that about the 5th year he will come to that monarch of mountains, the excellent cliff sweater, ever graced with festivities held by blooming plants and maddened kokilas and black bees, and peacocks, and chautakas, and inhabited by tigers, and boars, and buffaloes, and gavayas, and deer, and ferocious beasts, and sacred, and lovely with blown lotuses of 100 and 1,000 petals, and blooming lilies and blue lilies, and frequented by the celestials and the asuras. And we also, eagerly anxious of meeting him on his arrival, have made up our minds to repair thither. Partha of unrivalled prowess hath appointed with me, saying, I shall remain abroad for 5 years, with the object of learning military science. In the place like unto the region of the gods, shall we behold the wielder of Gandhiva arrive after having obtained the weapons. Having said this, the Pandavas summoned the Brahmanas, and the sons of Pritha, having gone round the ascetics of rigid austerities and thereby pleased them, informed them of the matter mentioned above. Thereupon the Brahmanas gave their assent, saying, This shall be attended by prosperity and welfare. O foremost of the Bharatas, these troubles shall result in happiness. O pious one, gaining the earth by the Kshatriya virtue, thou shalt govern it. Then in obedience to these words of the ascetics, that represser of foes, Yudhishthira, set out with his brothers and those Brahmanas, followed by the Rakshasa and protected by Lomasa. And that one of mighty energy, and of staunch vows, with his brothers, at places went on foot and at others were carried by the Rakshasas. Then King Yudhishthira, apprehending many troubles, proceeded towards the north abounding in lions and tigers and elephants. And beholding on the way the mountain Menaka and the base of the Gandhamadana and that rocky mass Sweta and many a crystal rivulet higher and higher up the mountain, he reached on the 17th day the sacred slopes of the Himalayas. And, O king, not far from the Gandhamadana, Pandu's son beheld on the sacred slopes of the Himavan covered with various trees and creepers the holy hermitage of Vrishapava surrounded by blossoming trees growing near the cascades. And when those repressors of foes, the sons of Pandu, had recovered from fatigue, they went to the royal sage, the pious Vrishapava, and greeted him. And that royal sage received with affection those foremost of Bharatas, even as his own sons. And those repressors of force passed their 7 nights, duly regarded. And when the 8th day came, taking the permission of that sage celebrated over the worlds, they prepared to start on their journey. And having one by one introduced unto Vrishapava those Brahmanas, who, duly honoured, remained in his charge as friends, and having also entrusted the high-souled Vrishapava with the remaining robes, the sons of Pandu, O king, left in the hermitage of Vrishapava their sacrificial vessels together with their ornaments and jewels. And wise and pious and versed in every duty and having a knowledge of the past as well as the future, that one gave instructions unto those best of the Bharatas, as unto his own sons. Then taking his permission those high-souled ones set out towards the north. And as they set out the magnanimous Vrishapava followed them to a certain distance. Then having entrusted the Pandavas unto the care of the Brahmanas and instructed and blessed them and given directions concerning their course, Vrishapava of mighty energy retraced his steps. Then Kunti's son, Yudhishthira of unfailing prowess, together with his brothers, began to proceed on foot along the mountain path, inhabited by various kinds of beasts. And having dwelt at the mountain slopes, densely overgrown with trees, Pandu's son on the 4th day reached the Sweta mountain, like unto a mighty mass of clouds, abounding in streams and consisting of a mass of gold and gems. And taking the way directed by Vrishapava, they reached one by one the intended places, beholding various mountains. And over they passed with ease many inaccessible rocks and exceedingly impassable caves of the mountain. And Dharmya and Krishna and the Pathas and the mighty sage Lomasa went on in a body, and none grew tired. And those highly fortunate ones arrived at the sacred and mighty mountain resounding with the cries of birds and beasts and covered with various trees and creepers and inhabited by monkeys, and romantic and furnished with many lotus lakes and having marshes and extensive forests. And then with a down standing erect, they saw the mountain Gandhamadana, the abode of Kimpurushas, frequented by Siddhas and Charanas and ranged by Vidyadharis and Kinnaris and inhabited by herds of elephants and thronged with lions and tigers and resounding with the roars of sarabas and attended by various beasts. And the warlike sons of Pandu gradually entered into the forest of the Gandhamadana, like unto the Nandana gardens, delightful to the mind and heart and worthy of being inhabited and having beautiful groves. And as those heroes entered with Draupadi and the high-souled Brahmanas, they heard notes uttered by the mouths of birds, exceedingly sweet and graceful to the ear and causing delight and dulcet and broken by reason of excess of animal spirits. And they saw various trees bending under the weight of fruits in all seasons, and ever bright with flowers, such as mangoes and hog plums and bavias and pomegranates, citrons and jacks and locustas and plantains and aquatic reeds and bavatas and champacas and lovely cadamvas and vilwas, wood apples and rose apples and casmaries and jujbes and figs and glimmerous figs and banians and iswatas and kairicas and bolaticas and amolcas and bibiticas and ingadas and caramadas and tendukas of large fruits, these and many others on the slopes of the Gandamadana, clustered with sweet and nectarine fruits. And besides these, they beheld champacas and asicas and katakas and vaculas and panagas and saptapanas and kankaras and petals and beautiful cottages and mandaras and lotuses and parijatas and kovidras and divanaras and salas and palmyra palms and tamalas and pipalas and salmalis and kensukas and singsapas and sarilas, and these were inhabited by chakaras and woodpeckers and chatakas and various other birds, singing in sweet tones pleasing to the ear. And they saw lakes beautiful on all sides with aquatic birds, and covered all around with kumudas and pandarikas and coconadas and utpalas and kalharas and kumilas, and thronged on all sides with drakes and radigis and ospreys and gulls and kurandavas and plovers and swans and cranes and shags and other aquatic birds. And those foremost of men saw those lotus lakes beautified with assemblages of lotuses, and ringing with the sweet hum of bees, glad and drowsy on account of having drunk the intoxicating honey of lotuses, and reddened with the farina falling from the lotus cups. And in the groves they beheld with the hens peacocks maddened with desire caused by the notes of cloud trumpets, and those wood-loving glad peacocks drowsy with desire were dancing, spreading in dalliance their gorgeous tails, and were crying in melodious notes. And some of the peacocks were sporting with their mates on kuta trees covered with creepers, and some sat on the boughs of the kutajas, spreading their gorgeous tails, and looking like crowns worn by the trees. And in the glades they beheld the graceful sindhuvaras like unto the darts of Cupid. And on the summits of the mountain they saw blooming cankas bearing blossoms of a golden hue, appearing like earrings of excellent make. And in the forest they saw blossoming keruvakas, like unto the shafts of Cupid, which smiteth one with desire and maketh him uneasy. And they saw tylicas appearing like unto beauty spots painted on the forehead of the forest. And they saw mango trees graced with blossoms hummed over by black bees, and serving the purpose of Cupid's shafts. And on the slopes of the mountain there were diverse blossoming trees, looking lovely, some bearing flowers of a golden hue, and some of the hue of the forest conflagration, and some red, and some sable, and some green like unto lapises. And besides these, there were ranges of salas and tamalas and petalas and vacula trees, like unto garlands put on by the summits of mountain. Thus gradually beholding on the slopes of the mountain many lakes, looking transparent like crystal, and having swans of white plumage and resounding with cries of cranes, and filled with lotuses and lilies, and furnished with waters of delicious feel, and also beholding fragrant flowers, and luscious fruits, and romantic lakes, and captivating trees, the Bandavas penetrated into the forest with eyes expanded with wonder. And, as they proceeded, they were fanned by the breeze of balmy feel, and perfumed by kamalas and jutpalas and kalharas and pendrikas. Then Yudhishthira pleasantly spake unto Bhima, saying, Ah, O Bhima, beautiful is this forest of the Gandamadana. In this romantic forest there are various heavenly blossoming wild trees and creepers, bedecked with foliage and fruit, nor are there any trees that do not flower. On these slopes of the Gandamadana, all the trees are of sleek foliage and fruit. And behold how these lotus lakes with full-blown lotuses, and ringing with the hum of black bees, are being agitated by elephants with their mates. Behold another lotus lake girt with lines of lotuses, like unto a second tree in an embodied form wearing garlands. And in this excellent forest there are beautiful ranges of woods, rich with the aroma of various blossoms, and hummed over by the black bees. And, O Bhima, behold on all sides the excellent sporting ground of the celestials. By coming here, we have attained extra-human state, and been blessed. O Partha, on these slopes of the Gandhamadana, yon beautiful blossoming trees, being embraced by creepers with blossoms at their tops, look lovely. And, O Bhima, hark unto the notes of the peacocks crying with their hens on the mountain slopes. And birds such as chakaras, and satapatras, and maddened kokilas, and parrots, are alighting on these excellent flowering trees. And sitting on the twigs, myriads of jivajivakas of scarlet, yellow and red hues, are looking at one another. And the cranes are seen near the spots covered with green and reddish grass, and also by the side of the cascades. And those birds, bringarajas, and apakakras, and herons are pouring forth their notes charming to all creatures. And, lo, with their mates, these elephants furnished with 4 tusks, and white as lotuses, are agitating that large lake of the hue of lapises. And from many cascades, torrents high as several palmyra palms, placed one upon another, are rushing down from the cliffs. And many argent minerals splendid, and of the effulgence of the sun, and like unto autumnal clouds, are beautifying this mighty mountain. And in some places there are minerals of the hue of the collyrium, and in some those like unto gold, in some yellow orpiment, and in some vermilion, and in some caves of red arsenic like unto the evening clouds, and in some red chalk of the hue of the rabbit, and in some minerals like unto white and sable clouds, and in some those effulgent as the rising sun, these minerals of great lustre beautify the mountain, O Partha, as was said by Vrishapava. The Gandharvas and the Kimpurushas, in company with their loves, are visible on the summits of the mountain. And, O Bhima, there are heard various songs of appropriate measures, and also Vedic hymns, charming to all creatures. Do thou behold the sacred and graceful celestial river Mahaganga, with swans, resorted to by sages and kinnaras. And, O represser of foes, see this mountain having minerals, rivulets, and beautiful woods and beasts, and snakes of diverse shapes, and 100 heads, and kinnaras, Gandharvas and Apsaras. Vaisampayana said, having attained excellent state, those valiant and warlike repressors of foes with the Draupadi and the high-souled Brahmanas were exceedingly delighted at heart, and they were not satiated by beholding that monarch of mountains. Thereafter they saw the hermitage of the royal sage Ashtishna, furnished with flowers and trees bearing fruits. Then they went to Ashtishna versed in all duties of rigid austerities, skeleton-like, and having muscles bare. Section 12. Vaisampayana continued, having approached that one, whose sins had been consumed by asceticism, Yudhishthira announced his name, and gladly greeted him, bending his head. And then Krishna, and Bhima, and the devout winds, having bowed down their heads unto the royal sage, stood there, surrounding him. And that priest of the Pandavas, the virtuous Dharmya, also duly approached that vow-observing sage. And by his prophetic eye that virtuous Muni had already known the identity of those foremost of the Kuras, the sons of Pandu. And he said unto them, Be ye seated. And that one of rigid austerities, after having duly received the chief of the Kuras, when the latter with his brothers had seated himself, inquired after his welfare, saying, Dost thou not turn thy inclination upon untruth? And art thou intent upon virtue? And, O Partha, hath not thy attention to thy father and thy mother diminished? Are all thy superiors, and the aged, and those versed in the Vedas, honoured by thee? And O Pritha's son, dost thou not turn thy inclination unto sinful acts? And dost thou, O best of the Kuras, properly know how to perform meritorious acts, and to eschew wicked deeds? Dost thou not exalt thyself? And are pious men gratified, being honoured by thee? And even dwelling in the woods, dost thou follow virtue alone? And, O Pather, doth not Dharmia grieve at thy conduct? Dost thou follow the customs of thy ancestors, by charity, and religious observances, and asceticism, and purity, and candour, and forgiveness? And dost thou go along the way taken by the royal sages? On the birth of a son in the respective lines, the Beatrice in the regions, both laugh and grieve, thinking, will the sinful acts of this son of ours harm us, or will meritorious deeds conduce to our welfare? He conquereth both the worlds that payeth homage unto his father, and mother, and preceptor, and Agni, and fifthly, the soul. Yudhishthira said, O worshipful one, those duties have been mentioned by thee as excellent. To the best of my power I duly and properly discharge them. Ashtishna said, during the Pavas sages subsisting on air and water come unto this best of the mountains ranging through the air. And on the summits of the mountain are seen amorous Kimpurushas with their paramours, mutually attached unto each other, as also, O Pather, many Gandharvas and Apsaras clad in white silk vestments, and lovely-looking Vidyadharas, wearing garlands, and mighty Nagas, and Supanas, and Uragas, and others. And on the summits of the mountain are heard, during the Pavas, sounds of kettle drums, and tabors, shells and mridangas. O foremost of the Bharatas, even by staying here, ye shall hear those sounds, do ye by no means feel inclined to repair thither. Further, O best of the Bharata race, it is impossible to proceed beyond this. That place is the sporting region of the celestials. There is no access thither for mortals. O Bharata, at this place all creatures bear ill will to, and the Rakshasas chastise, that man who committeth aggression, be it ever so little. Beyond the summit of this Kailasa cliff, is seen the path of the celestial sages. If anyone through impudence goeth beyond this, the Rakshasas slay him with iron darts and other weapons. There, O child, during the Pavas, he that goeth about on the shoulders of men, even Vaisravana is seen in pomp and grandeur surrounded by the Apsaras. And when that lord of all the Rakshasas is seated on the summit, all creatures behold him like unto the sun arisen. O best of Bharatas, that summit is the sporting garden of the celestials, and the Danavas, and the Siddhas, and Vaisravana. And during the Pavas, as Tamburu entertaineth the Lord of Treasures, the sweet notes of his strong are heard all over the Gandhamadana. O child, O Yudhishthira, here during the Pavas, all creatures see and hear marvels like this. O Pandavas, till ye meet with Arjuna, do ye stay here, partaking of luscious fruits, and the food of the Munis. O child, as thou hast come hither, do thou not betray any impertinence. And, O child, after living here at thy will and diverting thyself as thou listest, thou wilt at length rule the earth, having conquered it by the force of thy arms. Section clicks. Janamejaya said, how long did my great-grandsires, the high-souled sons of Bandhu of matchless prowess, dwell in the Gandhamadana mountain? And what did those exceedingly powerful ones, gifted with manliness, do? And what was the food of those high-souled ones, when those heroes of the world dwelt there? O excellent one, do thou relate all about this. Do thou describe the prowess of Bhimasena, and what that mighty armed one did in the mountain Himalayan. Surely, O best of Brahmanas, he did not fight again with the Yakshas. And did they meet with Vaisravana? Surely, as Ashtishna said, the Lord of Wealth cometh thither. All this, O thou of ascetic wealth, I desire to hear in detail. Surely, I have not yet been fully satisfied by hearing about their acts. Vaisampayana continued, having heard from that one of incomparable energy, Ashtishna, that advice conducive to their welfare, those foremost of the Bharatas began to behave always accordingly. Those best of men, the Pandavas, dwelt upon the Himavan, partaking of the food eaten by the Munis, and luscious fruit, and the flesh of deer killed with unpoisoned shafts and various kinds of pure honey. Living thus, they passed the 5th year, hearing to various stories told by Lomasa, O Lord, saying, I shall be present when occasion ariseth. Gatotkacha, together with all the Rakshasas, had ere this already gone away. Those magnanimous ones passed many months in the hermitage of Ashtishna, witnessing many marvels. And as the Pandavas were sporting the pleasantly, there came to see them some complacent vow-observing munis and Churanas of high fortune and pure souls. And those foremost of the Bharata race conversed with them on earthly topics. And it came to pass that when several days has passed, Supernawal of a sudden carried off an exceedingly powerful and mighty Naga, living in the large lake. And thereupon that mighty mountain began to tremble, and the gigantic trees break. And all the creatures and the Pandavas witnessed the wonder. Then from the brow of that excellent mountain, the wind brought before the Pandavas various fragrant and fair blossoms. And the Pandavas, and the illustrious Krishna, together with their friends, saw those unearthly blossoms of 5 hues. And as the mighty armed Bhimasena was seated at ease upon the mountain, Krishna addressed him, saying, O best of the Bharata race, in the presence of all the creatures, these flowers of 5 hues, carried by the force of the wind raised by Suparna, are falling in a main on the river Varatha. In Kandava thy high-souled brother, firm in promise, had baffled Gandharvas and Nagas and Vasava himself, and slain fierce Rakshasas, and also obtained the bow Gandhiva. Thou also art of exceeding prowess, and the might of thy arms is great, and irrepressible, and unbearable like unto the might of Sakra. O Bhimasena, terrified with the force of thy arms, let all the Rakshasas betake themselves to the 10 cardinal points, leaving the mountain. Then will thy friends be freed from fear and affliction, and behold the auspicious summit of this excellent mountain furnished with variegated flowers. O Bhima, I have for long cherished this thought in my mind, that protected by the might of thy arms, I shall see that summit. Thereupon, like a high-mettled bull that hath been struck, Bhimasena, considering himself as censured by Draupadi, could not bear that. And that Bandava of the gait of a lion or a bull, and graceful, and generous, and having the splendor of gold, and intelligent, and strong, and proud, and sensitive, and heroic, and having red eyes, and broad shoulders, and gifted with the strength of mad elephants, and having leonine teeth and a broad neck, and tall like a young salad tree, and high-souled, and graceful in every limb, and of neck having the whorls of a shell, and mighty armed, shook up his bow plaited at the back with gold, and also his sword, and haughty like unto a lion, and resembling a maddened elephant, that strong one rushed towards that cliff, free from fear or affliction. And all the creatures saw him equipped with bows and arrows, approaching like a lion or a maddened elephant, and free from fear or affliction. The Pandava, taking his mace, proceeded to that monarch of mountains, causing the delight of Draupadi. And neither exhaustion, nor fatigue, nor lassitude, nor the malice of others affected that son of Pritha and the wind god. And having arrived at a rugged path affording passage to one individual only, that one of great strength ascended the terrible summit high as several palmyra palms, placed one upon another. And having ascended that summit, and thereby gladdened Kinnaras, and great Nagas, and Munis, and Gandharvas, and Rakshasas, that foremost of the Bharata line, gifted with exceeding strength, described the abode of Vaisravana, adorned with golden crystal palaces, surrounded on all sides by golden walls, having the splendor of all gems, furnished with gardens all around, higher than a mountain peak, beautiful with ramparts and towers, and adorned with doorways and gates and rows of pennons. And the abode was graced with dallying damsels dancing around, and also with pennons waved by the breeze. And with bent arms, supporting himself on the end of his bow, he stood beholding with eagerness the city of the Lord of Treasures. And gladdening all creatures, there was blowing a breeze, carrying all perfumes, and of a balmy feel. And there were various beautiful and wonderful trees of diverse hues resounding with diverse dulcet notes. And at that place the foremost of the Bharatas surveyed the palace of the Lord of the Rakshasas, scattered with heaps of gems, and adorned with variegated garlands. And renouncing all care of life, the mighty-armed Bhimasena stood motionless like a rock, with his mace and sword and bow in his hands. Then he blew his shell, making the down of his adversary stand erect, and twanging his bow-string, and striking his arms with the hands, he unnerved all the creatures. Thereat, with their hairs standing erect, the Yakshas and Rakshasas began to rush towards the Pandavas, in the direction of those sounds. And taken by the arms of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, the flamed maces and clubs and swords and spears and javelins and axes. And when, O Bharata, the fight ensued between the Rakshasas and Bhima, the latter by arrows cut off the darts, javelins and axes of those possessing great powers of illusion, and he of exceeding strength with arrows pierced the bodies of the roaring Rakshasas, both of those that were in the sky, and of those that remained on the earth. And Bhima of exceeding strength was deluged with a mighty sanguine rain sprung from the bodies of the Rakshasas, with maces and clubs in their hands and flowing on all sides from their persons. And the bodies and hands of the Yakshas and Rakshasas were seen to be struck off by the weapon discharged by the might of Bhima's arms. And then all the creatures saw the graceful Pandava densely surrounded by the Rakshasas, like unto the sun enveloped by clouds. And even as the sun surrounds everything with his rays, that mighty-armed and strong one of unfailing prowess covered all with arrows, destroying foes. And although menacing and uttering yells, the Rakshasas did not see Bhima embarrassed. Thereupon, with their bodies mangled, the Yakshas afflicted by fear, Bhimasena began to utter frightful sounds of distress, throwing their mighty weapons. And terrified at the wielder of a strong bow, they fled towards the southern quarter, forsaking their maces and spears and swords and clubs and axes. And then there stood, holding in his hands darts and maces, the broad-chested and mighty-armed friend of Vaisravana, the Rakshasa named Manuman. And that one of great strength began to display his mastery and manliness. And seeing them forsake the fight, he addressed them with a smile, going to Vaisravana's abode. How will ye say unto that Lord of wealth, that numbers have been defeated by a single mortal in battle? Having said this unto them, that Rakshasa, taking in his hands clubs and javelins and maces, set out and rushed towards the Pandava. And he rushed in amain like a maddened elephant. Bhimasena pierced his sides with 3 choice arrows. And the mighty Manuman, on his part, in wrath taking and flourishing a tremendous mace, hurled it at Bhimasena. Thereupon Bhimasena, beset with innumerable shafts sharpened on stones, hurled that mighty mace in the sky, dreadful, and like unto the lightning flash. But on reaching the mace, those shafts were baffled, and although discharged with force by that adept at hurling the mace, still they could not stay its career. Then the mighty Bhima of dreadful prowess baffled the Rakshasas' discharge by resorting to his skill in mace fighting. In the meanwhile, the intelligent Rakshasa had discharged a terrible iron club, furnished with a golden shaft. And that club, belching forth flames and emitting tremendous roars, all of a sudden pierced Bhima's right arm and then fell to the ground. On being severely wounded by that club, that bowman, Kunti's son, of immeasurable prowess, with eyes rolling in ire, shook up his mace, and having taken that iron mace, inlaid with golden plates, which caused the fear of foes and brought on their defeat, he darted it with speed towards the mighty Manaman, menacing him, and uttering shouts. Then Manaman, on his part, taking his huge and blazing dart, with great force discharged it at Bhima, uttering loud shouts. Thereat breaking the dart with the end of his mace, that mighty armed one skilled in mace fighting, speedily rushed to slay him, as Garuda rushed to slay a serpent. Then all of a sudden, advancing ahead in the field, that mighty armed one sprang into the sky and brandishing his mace hurled it with shouts. And like unto the thunderbolt hurled by Indra, that mace like a pest, with the speed of the wind destroyed the Rakshasa and then fell to the ground. Then all the creatures saw the Rakshasa of terrible strength slaughtered by Bhima, even like a bull slain by a lion. And the surviving Rakshasas, seeing him slain on the ground, went towards the east, uttering frightful sounds of distress. Section CLX. Vaisampayana said, hearing various sounds resounding in the caves of the mountain and not seeing Bhimasena, Kunti's son, Ajatasattu and the twin sons of Madri Amdamya and Krishna and all the Brahmanas and the friends of the Pandavas, were filled with anxiety. Thereupon, entrusting Draupadi to the charge of Ashtashna and equipped in their arms, those valiant and mighty charioteers together began to ascend the summit of the mountain. And having reached the summit, as those repressors of foes and mighty bowmen and powerful charioteers they were looking about, saw Bhima and those huge Rakshasas of mighty strength and courage weltering in a state of unconsciousness, having been struck down by Bhima. And holding his mace and sword and bow, that mighty armed one looked like Maghavan, after he had slain the Danava hosts. Then on seeing their brother, the Pandavas, who had attained excellent state, embraced him and sat down there. And with those mighty bowmen, that summit looked grand like heaven graced by those foremost of celestials, the highly fortunate Lokapalas. And seeing the abode of Kuvara and the Rakshasas, lying slain on the ground, the king addressed his brother who was seated, saying, either it be through rashness, or through ignorance, thou hast, O Bhima, committed a sinful act. O hero, as thou art leading the life of an anchorite, this slaughter without cause is unlike thee. Acts, it is asserted by those versed in duties, as are calculated to displease a monarch, ought not to be committed. But thou hast, O Bhimasena, committed a deed which will offend even the gods. He that disregarding profit and duty, turneth his thoughts to sin must, O Partha, reap the fruit of his sinful actions. However, if thou seekest my good, never again commit such a deed. Vaisampayana continued, having said this to his brother, Vrikadara the virtuous, the highly energetic and firm-minded son of Kunti, Yudhishthira versed in the particulars of the science of profit, ceased, and began to reflect on that matter. On the other hand, the Rakshasas that had survived those slain by Bhima fled in a body towards the abode of Kuvara, and they of exceeding fleetness having speedily reached Vaisravana's abode, began to utter loud cries of distress, being afflicted with the fear of Bhima. And, O king, bereft of their weapons and exhausted, and with their mail besmeared with gore and with dishevelled hair, they spake unto Kuvara, saying, O Lord, all thy foremost Rakshasas fighting with maces and clubs and swords and lances and barbed darts, have been slain. O Lord of treasures, immortal, trespassing into the mountain, hath, single-handed, slaughtered all thy Krodhavasa Rakshasas assembled together. And, O Lord of wealth, there lie the foremost of the Yakshas and Rakshasas senseless and dead, having been struck down, and we have been let off through his favour. And thy friend, Manaman, also hath been slain. All this hath been done by immortal. Do thou what is proper, after this. Having heard this, that lord of all the Yakshur hosts waxing wroth, with eyes reddened in anger, exclaimed, What? And hearing of Bhima's second act of aggression, that lord of treasures, the king of the Yakshas, was filled with wrath, and said, "Yoke the horses." Thereat into a car of the hue of dark clouds, and high as a mountain summit, they yoked steeds having golden garments. And on being yoked unto the car, those excellent horses of his grace with every noble quality, and furnished with the 10 auspicious curls of the hair, and having energy and strength, and adorned with various gems, and looking splendid, as if desirous of speeding like the wind, began to neigh at each other, the neighing emitted at the hour of victory. And that divine and effulgent king of the Yakshas set out, being eulogized by the celestials and Gandharvas, and 1,000 foremost Yakshas of reddened eyes and golden lustre, and having huge bodies, and gifted with great strength, equipped with weapons and girding on their swords, followed the high-sued lord of treasures. And coursing through the firmament they, the steeds, arrived at the Gandhamadana, as if drawing forward the sky with their fleetness. And with their down standing erect, the Pandavas saw that large assemblage of horses maintained by the Lord of Wealth, and also the high-suit and graceful Kuvera himself, surrounded by the Yaksha hosts. And seeing those mighty charioteers, the son of Pandu, possessed of great strength, equipped with bows and swords, Kuvera also was delighted, and he was pleased at heart, keeping in view the task of the celestials. And like unto birds, they, the Yakshas, gifted with extreme celerity, alighted on the summit of the mountain, and stood before them, the Pandavas, with the Lord of Treasures at their head. Then, O Bharata, seeing him pleased with the Pandavas, the Yakshas and the Gandharvas stood there, free from agitation. Then thinking themselves as having transgressed those high-suit and mighty charioteers, the Pandavas, having bowed down unto that Lord, the giver of wealth, stood surrounding the Lord of Treasures with joined hands. And the Lord of Treasures sat on that excellent seat, the elegant pushpaka, constructed by Viswakarma, painted with diverse colours. And thousands of Yakshas and Rakshasas, some having huge frames and some ears resembling pegs, and hundreds of Gandharvas and hosts of Apsaras sat in the presence of that one seated, even as the celestials sit surrounding him, of 100 sacrifices, and wearing a beautiful golden garland on his head, and holding in his hands his noose and sword and bow. Bhima stood, gazing at the Lord of Wealth. And Bhimasena did not feel depress either on having been wounded by the Rakshasas, or even in that plight seeing Kuvera arrive. And that one going about on the shoulders of men, on seeing Bhima stand desirous of fighting with sharpened shafts, said unto Dharma's son, O Patha, all the creatures know thee as engaged in a good. Do thou, therefore, with thy brothers fearlessly dwell on this summit of the mountain. And, O Pandava, be thou not angry with Bhima. These Yakshas and Rakshasas had already been slain by destiny, thy brother hath been the instrument merely. And it is not necessary to feel shame for the act of impudence that hath been committed. This destruction of the Rakshasas had been foreseen by the gods. I entertain no anger towards Bhimasena. Rather, O foremost of the Bharata race, I am pleased with him, nay, even before coming here, I had been gratified with this deed of Bhima. Vaisampayana said, having spoken thus unto the king, Kuvera said unto Bhimasena, O child, O best of the Kuras, I do not mind this, O Bhima, as in order to please Krishna, thou hast, disregarding the gods and me also, committed this rash act, namely, the destruction of the Yakshas and the Rakshasas, depending on the strength of thy arms. I am well pleased with thee. O Vrikadara, today I have been freed from a terrible curse. For some offence, that great Rishi, Agastya, had cursed me in anger. Thou hast delivered me by this act of thine. O Pandu's son, my disgrace had ere this been fated. No offence, therefore, in any way, attaches unto thee, O Pandava. Yudhishthira said, O Divine One, why wast thou cursed by the high-souled Agastya? O God, I am curious to hear about the occasion of that imprecation. I wonder that at that very moment, thou together with thy forces and attendants wast not consumed by the ire of that intelligent one. Thereupon the Lord of Treasure said, At Kuzasthali, O King, whence there was held a conclave of the gods, and surrounded by grim-visaged yakshas, numbering 300 Mahapadmas, carrying various weapons, I was going to that place. And on the way, I saw that foremost of sages, Agastya, engaged in the practice of severe austerities on the bank of the Yamuna, abounding in various birds and graced with blossoming trees. And, O King, immediately on seeing that mass of energy, flaming and brilliant as fire, seated with upraised arms, facing the sun, my friend, the graceful lord of the Rakshasas, Manaman, from stupidity, foolishness, utter and ignorance discharged his excrement on the crown of that Maharshi. Thereupon, as if burning all the cardinal points by his wrath, he said unto me, Since, O Lord of treasures, in thy very presence, disregarding me, this thy friend hath thus affronted me, he, together with thy forces, shall meet with destruction at the hands of a mortal. And, O wicked-minded one, thou also, being distressed on account of thy fallen soldiers, shalt be freed from thy sin, on beholding that mortal. But if they follow thy behests, there, the soldiers, powerful sons, shall not incur by this dreadful curse. This curse I received formerly from that foremost of rishis. Now, O mighty king, have I been delivered by thy brother Bhima. Section CLXI. The Lord of Treasures said, O Yudhishthira, patience, ability, appropriate, time and place and prowess, these 5 lead to success in human affairs. O Bharata, in the Krita Yuga, men were patient and able in their respective occupations, and they knew how to display prowess. And, O foremost of the Kshatriyas, a Kshatriya that is endued with patience and understandeth the propriety regarding place and time and is versed in all mortal regulations, can alone govern the world for a long time, in all transactions. He that behaveth thus, acquireth, O hero, fame in this world and excellent state in the next. And by having displayed his prowess at the proper place and time, Sakra with the Vasas hath obtained the dominion of heaven. He that from anger cannot see his fall, and he that being naturally wicked and evil-minded followeth evil, and he that knoweth not the propriety relative to acts, meet with destruction both in this world and the next. The exertions of that stupid person become fruitless, who is not conversant with the expediency regarding time and acts, and he meeteth with destruction both in this world and the next. And the object of that wicked and deceitful persons is vicious, who, aiming at mastery of every kind, committeth some rash act. O best of men, Bhimasena is fearless, and ignorant of duties, and haughty, and of the sense of a child, and unforbearing. Do thou, therefore, check him. Repairing again to the hermitage of the pious sage Ashtisna, do thou reside there during the dark fortnight, without fear or anxiety. O Lord of men, deputed by me, all the Gandharvas residing at Lurka, as also those dwelling in this mountain, will, O mighty armed one, protect thee, and these best of the Brahmanas. And, O King, O chief among virtuous men, knowing that Vrikadara hath come hither out of rashness, do thou check him. Henceforth, O monarch, beings living in the forest will meet you, wait upon you, and always protect you all. And, ye foremost of men, my servants will always procure for you various meats and drinks of a delicious flavour. And, O son, Yudhishthira, even as by reason of your being the progeny of spiritual intercourse, Jishnu is entitled to the protection of Mahendra, and Vrikadara, of the wind god, and thou, of Dharma, and the twins possessed of strength, of the ass winds, so ye all are entitled to my protection. That one next by birth to be Bimsana, Fulgana, versed in the science of prophet and all mortal regulations, is well in heaven. And, O child, those perfections that are recognized in the world as leading to heaven, are established in Anandjaya even from his very birth. And self-restraint, and charity, and strength, and intelligence, and modesty, and fortitude, and excellent energy, even all these are established in that majestic one of magnificent soul. And, O Pandava, Jishu never committed any shameful act through poverty of spirit. And in the world, none never say that Patha hath uttered an untruth. And, O Bharata, honoured by the gods, Pitris, and the Gandharvas, that enhancer of the glory of the Kurus is learning the science of weapons in Sakra's abode. And, O Patha, in heaven he that with justice had brought under his subjection all the rulers of the earth, even that exceedingly powerful and highly energetic monarch, the grandsire of thy father, Santanu himself, is well pleased with the behaviour of that wielder of the Gandhiva, the foremost of his race. And, O king, abiding in Indra's regions, he who on the banks of the Yamuna had worshipped the gods, the Pitris, and the Brahmanas, by celebrating 7 grand horse sacrifices, that great grandsire of thine, the Emperor Santanu of severe austerities, who hath attained heaven, hath inquired of thy welfare. Vaisampayana said, having heard these words of the dispenser of wealth, the Pandavas were well pleased with them. Then lowering his club and mace and sword and bow, that foremost of the Bharatas bowed down unto Kuvera. And that giver of protection, the lord of treasures, seeing him prostrate, said, Be thou the destroyer of the pride of foes, and the enhancer of the delight of friends. And ye oppressors of enemies, do ye live in a romantic region? The Yakshas will not cross your desires. Gadakisa, after having acquired mastery over weapons, will come back soon. Bidden adieu by Maghavat himself, Dhananjaya will join you. Having thus instructed Yudhishthira of excellent deeds, the lord of the Gaikas vanished from that best of mountains. And thousands upon thousands of Yakshas and Rakshasas followed him in vehicles spread over with checkered cushions, and decorated with various jewels. And as the horses proceeded towards the abode of Kuvera, a noise arose as of birds flying in the air. And the chargers of the Lord of Treasures speedily coursed through the sky as if drawing forward the firmament, and devouring the air. Then, at the command of the Lord of Wealth, the dead bodies of the Rakshasas were removed from the summit of the mountain. As the intelligent Agastya had fixed this period as the limit of the duration of his curse, so being slain in conflict, the Rakshasas were freed from the imprecation. And being honoured by the Rakshasas, the Pandavas for several nights dwelt pleasantly in those habitations. Section Klxi. Vaisampayana continued, Then, O repressor of foes, at sunrise, having finished his daily devotions, Dharmya came unto the Pandavas, with Ashtishna. And having bowed down unto the feet of Ashtishna and Dharmya, they with joined hands paid homage unto all the Brahmanas. Then Dharmya, taking Yudhishthira's right hand, said these words, looking at the east, O mighty monarch, this king of mountains, Mandara lieth vast, covering the earth up to the ocean. O Pandava, Indra and Vaisravana preside over this point graced with woods and forests and mountains. And, O child, the intelligent sages versed in every duty, say, that this region is the abode of Indra and King Vaisravana. And the twice-born ones, and the sages versed in the duties, and the sires, and the sadhyas, and the celestials pay their adorations unto the sun as he riseth from this point. And that Lord of all living beings, King Yama, conversant with duty, presideth over yonder southern region whither come the spirits of the departed. And this is Sanyamana, the abode of the Lord of departed spirits, sacred and wonderful to behold, and crowned with prime prosperity. And the intelligent ones call that monarch of mountains by the name of Esther. Having, O king, arrived at this, the sun ever abideth by the truth. And King Varuna protects all creatures, abiding in this king of mountains, and also in the vast deep. And, O highly fortunate one, there illumining the northern regions, lieth the puissant Mahabharata, auspicious and the refuge of those knowing Brahma, where is the court of Brahma, and remaining where the soul of all creatures, Prajapati, hath created all that is mobile and immobile. And the Mahabharata was the auspicious and healthy abode even of the 7 mind-born sons of Brahma, of whom Daksha was the 7th. And, O child, here it is that the 7 celestial rishis with Vasishta at their head rise and set. Behold that excellent and bright summit of the Meru, where sitteth the great sire, Brahma, with the celestials happy in self-knowledge. And next to the abode of Brahma is visible the region of him who is said to be the really primal cause or the origin of all creatures, even that prime Lord, God Narayana, having neither beginning nor end. And, O king, that auspicious place composed of all energies even the celestials cannot behold. And the region of the high-souled Vishnu, by its native splendor, exceeding in effulgence the sun nor fire, cannot be beheld by the gods, or the Danavas. And the region of Narayana lieth resplendent to the east of the Meru, where, O child, that Lord of all creatures, the self-create primal cause of the universe, having manifested all beings, looketh splendid of his excellent grace. O child, not to speak of the Maharshis, even Brahmarshis have no access to that place. And, O best of the Kuras, it is the Yatis only who have access to it. And, O Pandu's son, at that place, luminaries cannot shine by him, for that Lord of inconceivable soul alone shineth transcendental. The by reverence and severe austerities, Yatis inspired by virtue of pious practices, attain Narayana Hari. And, O Bharata, repairing thither, and attaining that universal soul, the self-create and eternal God of gods, high-souled once, of yoga success, and free from ignorance and pride, have not to return to this world. O highly fortunate Yudhishthira, this region is without beginning, or deterioration, or end, for it is the very essence of that God. And, O son of the Kuras, the sun and the moon every day go round this Meru, coursing in an opposite direction. And, O sinless one, O mighty monarch, the other luminaries also go round this king of mountains in the self-same way. Thus the worshipful sun who dispelleth darkness, goeth round this mountain, obscuring other luminaries. Then having set, and passed the evening, that maker of day, the sun, taketh a northerly course. Then again nearing the Meru, the divine sun, ever, intent on the good of all beings, again courseth, facing the east. And in this way, the divine moon also together with the stars goeth round this mountain, dividing the month into several sections, by his arrival at the Pavas. Having thus unerringly coursed round the mighty Meru, and nourished all creatures, the moon again repaireth unto the Mana. In the same way, that destroyer of darkness, the divine sun, also moveth on this unobstructed path, animating the universe. When, desirous of causing dew, he repaireth to the south, then there ensueth winter to all creatures. Then the sun, turning back from the south, by his rays draweth up the energy from all creatures both mobile and immobile. Thereupon, men become subject to perspiration, fatigue, drowsiness and lassitude, and living beings always feel disposed to slumber. Thence, returning through unknown regions, that divine effulgent one causeth shower, and thereby reviveth beings. And having, by the comfort caused by the shower, wind, and warmth, cherished the mobile and the immobile, the powerful sun resumeth his former course. O Patha, Ranging thus, the sun unerringly turneth on the wheel of time, influencing created things. His course is unceasing, he never resteth, O Pandava. Withdrawing the energy of all beings, he again rendereth it back. O Bharata, dividing time into day and night, and Kala, and Kashtha, that Lord, the Sun, dealeth life and motion to all created things. Section Kluksai. Vaisampayana continued, dwelling in that best of mountains. Those high-souled ones observing excellent vows, felt themselves attracted to that place, and diverted themselves, eager to behold Arjuna. And multitudes of Gandharvas and Maharshis gladly visited those energetic ones, possessing prowess, of chaste desires and being the foremost of those endued with truth and fortitude. And having arrived at that excellent mountain furnished with trees-bearing blossoms, those mighty charioteers were exceedingly delighted, even as the Marutas, on arriving at the celestial regions. And experiencing great exhilaration, they lived there, seeing the slopes and summits of that mighty mountain, filled with flowers, and resonant with the cries of peacocks and cranes. And on that beautiful mountain they beheld lakes filled with lotuses, and having their shores covered with trees, unfrequented by darkness, and Karandavas and swans. And the flourishing sporting regions, graceful on account of the various flowers, and abounding in gems, was capable of captivating that king, the dispenser of wealth, Kuvera. And always ranging there, those foremost of ascetics, the Pandavas, were incapable of conceiving the significance of that summit, furnished with mighty trees, and masses of wider-spreading clouds. And, O great hero, owing to its native splendor, and also on account of the brilliance of the annual plants, there was no difference between night and day. And staying in the mountain, remaining in which the sun of unrivaled energy cherisheth the mobile and immobile things, those heroes and foremost of men beheld the rising and the setting of the Sunday, and having seen the rising and the setting points of the sun and the rising and the setting mountain, and all the cardinal points, as well as the intervening spaces ever blazing with the rays of the dispeller of darkness, those heroes, in expectation of the arrival of that mighty charioteer, firm in truth, became engaged in reciting the Vedas, practicing the daily rituals, chiefly discharging the religious duties, exercising sacred vows, and abiding by the truth. And saying, "Let us even here experience delight by joining without delay Arjuna accomplished in arms," those highly blessed Pathas became engaged in the practice of yoga. And beholding romantic woods on that mountain, as they always thought of Kiruti, every day and night appeared unto them even as a year. From that very moment joy had taken leave of them when, with Dharmia's permission, the high-souled Jishu, matting his hair, departed for the woods. So, how could they, absorbed in his contemplation, experience happiness there? They had become overwhelmed with grief ever since the moment when at the command of his brother, Yudhishthira, Jishu of the tread of a mad elephant had departed from the Kamyaka forest. O Bharata, in this way, on that mountain those descendants of Bharata passed a month with difficulty, thinking of him of the white steeds, who had gone to Vasava's abode for learning arms. And Arjuna, having dwelt for 5 years in the abode of him of 1,000 dyes, and having from that Lord of Celestials obtained all the celestial weapons, such as those of Agni, of Varuna, of Soma, of Vayu, of Vishnu, of Indra, of Pasupati, of Brahma, of Paramshakti, of Prajapati, of Yama, of Datta, of Savita, of Tvashta, and of Vaisravana, and having bowed down to and gone round him of 100 sacrifices, and taken his, Indra's, permission, cheerfully came to the Gandhamadana. Section Gluksif. Vaisampayana continued, and it came to pass that once a day as those mighty charioteers were thinking of Arjuna, seeing Mahendra's car, yoked with horses of the effulgence of lightning, arrive all on a sudden, they were delighted. and driven by Matli, that blazing car, suddenly illuminating the sky, looked like smokeless flaming tongues of fire, or a mighty meteor embosomed in clouds. And seated in that car appeared Giriti wearing garlands and new-made ornaments. Then Dhananjaya, possessing the prowess of the wielder of the thunderbolt, alighted on that mountain, blazing in beauty. And that intelligent one, decked in a diadem and garlands, having alighted on the mountain, first bowed down at the feet of Dharmya, and then at those of Ajatasatru. And he also paid homage unto Vrikadara's feet, and the twins also bowed down unto him. Then going to Krishna, and having cheered her, he stood before his elder brother in humble guise. And on meeting with that matchless one, they were exceedingly delighted. And he also meeting with them rejoiced exceedingly, and began to eulogize the king. And seeing before them that car driving in which the slayer of Namachi had annihilated 7 phalanxes of Dati's offspring, the magnanimous Parthas went round it. And being highly pleased, they offered excellent worship unto Matli, as unto the Lord of the Celestials himself. And then the son of the Kuru king duly inquired of him after the health of all the gods. And Matli also greeted them. And having instructed the Pathas even as a father doth his sons, he ascended that incomparable car, and returned to the Lord of the Celestials. And when Matli had gone away, that foremost of the royal race, Sakra's son, the high-souled destroyer of all foes, made over unto his love, the mother of Sutasoma, beautiful precious gems and ornaments having the splendor of the sun, which had been presented to him by Sakra. Then, sitting in the midst of those foremost of the Kurus, and those best of the Brahmanas, effulgent like unto fire or the sun, he began to relate all as it had happened, saying, in this way, I have learnt weapons from Sakra, Vayu, and the manifest Shiva, and all the celestials with Indra also have been pleased with me, on account of my good behavior and concentration. After having briefly narrated unto them his sojourn in heaven, Kirti of spotless deeds agreeably slept that night with the 2 sons of Madri. Section CLXV. Vaisampayana said, then when the night had been spent, Dhananjaya, together with his brothers, paid homage unto Yudhishthira the just. And, O Bharata, at this moment, proceeding from the celestials, there arose mighty and tremendous sounds of a musical instrument, and the rattling of car wheels, and the tolling of bells. And thereat all the beasts of prey and birds emitted separate cries. And from all sides in cars resplendent as the sun, hosts of Gandharvas and Apsaras began to follow that repressor of foes, the Lord of the Celestials. And ascending a car yoked with steeds, decorated with burnished gold, and roaring like clouds, that king of the Celestials, Purandara blazing in beauty, came into the Pathas. And having arrived at that place, he of 1,000 eyes descended from his car. And as soon as Yudhishthira the just saw that high-souled one, he together with his brothers approached that graceful king of the immortals. And in accordance with the ordinance, that generous one duly worshipped him of immeasurable soul, in consequence with his dignity. And then Dhananjaya, possessed of prowess, having bowed down unto Purandara, stood before the Lord of the Celestials in humble guise, like unto a servant. And seeing the sinless Dhananjaya, having ascetic merit, bearing clotted hair, stand in humility before the Lord of Celestials, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, of great energy, smelt the crown of his head. And beholding Fulgana, in that attitude, he was exceedingly glad, and by worshipping the King of the Celestials, he experienced the highest bliss. Then unto that strong-minded monarch, swimming in felicity, the intelligent Lord of the Celestials, Purandara, spake, saying, Thou shalt rule the earth, O Pandava, blessed be thou. Do thou, O Kunti's son, again repair unto Kanyaka, that learned man who for a year leading the Brahmacharya mode of life, subduing his senses and observing vows, peruseth with rapt attention this meeting of Sakra with the Pandavas, liveth 100 years free from disturbances, and enjoying happiness. Section Glixvi. Vaisampayana continued, when Sakra had gone to his proper place, Vatsu together with his brothers and Krishna paid homage unto the son of Dharma. Then smelling the crown of the head of that Pandava, who was thus paying homage, Yudhishthira, in accents faltering on account of you, addressed Arjuna, saying, O Arjuna, how didst thou pass this period in heaven? And how hast thou obtained the weapons? And how also hast thou gratified the Lord of the Celestials? And, O Pandava, hast thou adequately secured the weapons? Have the Lord of the Celestials and Rudra gladly granted thee the weapons? And how hast thou beheld the divine Sakra, and the wielder of Pinaka? And how hast thou obtained the weapons? And in what manner didst thou worship them? And what service hast thou done unto that repressor of foes, the worshipful one of 100 sacrifices, that he said unto thee, by thee have I been gratified? All this, O highly effulgent one, I wish to hear in detail. And, O sinless one, the manner in which thou didst please Mahadeva and the king of the celestials, and, O repressor of foes, the service thou hadst done to the wielder of the thunderbolt, do thou, O Dhananjaya, relate all this in detail. Arjuna said, O mighty monarch, listen how I duly beheld him of 100 sacrifice and the divine Sankara also. O grinder of foes, O king, having acquired that science which thou hadst directed me to learn, I at thy command went to the forest, for practicing penances. From Kamyaka repairing to the Bhrigutunga, I spent there one night, being engaged in austerities, and it came to pass that on the next I saw a certain Brahmana. And he asked me, saying, O son of Kunti, whither wilt thou go? Thereupon, O descendant of the Kuras, I truly related unto him everything. And, O best of kings, having heard the true account, the Brahmana became well pleased with me, and, O king, praised me. Then the Brahmana, pleased with me, said, O Bharata, be thou engaged in austerities. By performing penances, thou wilt in a short time behold the Lord of the Celestials. And according to his advice I ascended the Himavan, and, O mighty king, began to practice penances, the first month subsisting on fruit and roots. I spent the second month subsisting on water. And, O Pandava, in the third month I totally abstained from food. And in the fourth month I remained with upraised arms. And a wonder it is that I did not lose any strength. And it came to pass that when the first day of the 5th month had been spent, there appeared before me a being wearing the form of a boar, turning up the earth with his mouth, stamping the ground with his feet, rubbing the earth with his breast, and momentarily going about in a frightful manner. And him followed a great being in the guise of a hunter, furnished with the bow, arrows, and the sword, and surrounded by females. Thereupon, taking my bow and the 2 inexhaustible quivers, I pierced with shafts that terrible and frightful creature. And simultaneously, with me, that hunter also drawing a strong bow, more severely struck at the animal, as if shaking my mind. And, O king, he also said unto me, Why hast thou, transgressing the rules of hunting, hit the animal first hit at by me? With these sharpened shafts will I destroy thy pride. Stay. Then that mighty-bodied one holding the bow rushed at me, and with volleys of mighty shafts, he covered me entirely, even as a cloud covereth a mountain with showers. Then, on my part, I covered him with a mighty discharge of arrows. Thereupon, with steady arrows having their points aflame, and inspired with mantras, I pierced him even as Indra riveth the mountain with a thunderbolt. Then his person began to be multiplied 100-fold and 1,000-fold. At this, I pierced all this bodies with shafts. Then again all those forms became one, O Bharata. Thereat I struck at it. Next, he now assumed a small body with a huge head, and now a huge body with a small head. And, O king, he then assumed his former person and approached me for fight. And, O foremost of the Bharata race, when in the encounter I failed to overwhelm him with arrows, I fixed the mighty weapon of the wind god. But I failed to discharge it at him, and this was a wonder. And when that weapon thus failed of effect, I was struck with amazement. However, O king, exerting myself more vigorously, I again covered that being with a mighty multitude of shafts. Then taking Stunikana, and Varuna and Salava, and as my martial weapons, I assailed him, profusely showering shafts. But, O king, he instantly swallowed up even all these weapons of mine. And when all those weapons had been swallowed up, I discharged the weapon presided over by Brahma. And when the blazing arrows issuing from that weapon were heaped upon him all around, and being thus heaped over by that mighty weapon discharged by me, he increased in bulk. Then all the world became oppressed with the energy begotten of the weapon hurled by me, and the firmament and all the points of the sky became illumined. But that one of mighty energy instantly baffled even that weapon. And, O monarch, when that weapon presided over by Brahma had been baffled, I was possessed with terrible fear. Thereupon immediately holding even my bow and the two inexhaustible quivers, I shot at that being, but he swallowed up all those weapons. And when all the weapons had been baffled and swallowed up, there ensued wrestling between him and myself. And we encountered each other first with blows and then with slaps. But incapable of overcoming that being, I fell down stupefied on the ground. Thereupon, O mighty king, with a laugh, that wonderful being at my sight vanished at that spot together with a woman. Having accomplished this, O illustrious monarch, that divine one assumed another and unearthly form, clad in wonderful raiment. And renouncing the form of a hunter, that divine lord of the gods resumed his own unearthly appearance, and that mighty god stood there. Then appeared before me with a that manifest divine one, having the bull for his mark, wielding the pinnacle, bearing serpents and cable of assuming many forms. And, O repressor of foes, advancing towards me, standing even then in the field ready for conflict, that wielder of the trident addressed me saying, I am well pleased with thee. Then that divine one held up my bows and the couple of quivers furnished with inexhaustible shafts, and returned them unto me saying, Do thou ask some boon, O Kunti's son? I am well pleased with thee. Tell me what I shall do for thee. And, O hero, express the desire that dwelleth in thy heart. I will grant it. Except immortality alone, tell me as to the desire that is in thy heart. Thereat with my mind intent on the acquisition of arms, I only bowed down unto Shiva and said, O divine one, if thou best favourably disposed towards me, then I wish to have this boon, I wish to learn all the weapons that are with thy god head. Then the god Triambaka said unto me, I will give. O Pandava, my own weapon Rudra shall attend upon thee. Thereupon Mahadeva, well pleased, granted to me the mighty weapon, Pasupata. And, having granted that eternal weapon, he also said unto me, This must never be hurled at mortals. If discharged at any person of small energy, it would consume the universe. Shouldst thou, at any time, be hard-pressed, thou mayst discharge it, and when all thy weapons have been completely baffled, thou mayst hurl it. Then when he having the bull for his mark, had been thus gratified, there stood manifest by my side that celestial weapon, of resistless force capable of baffling all weapons and destructive of foes and the hewer of hostile forces and unrivaled and difficult to be borne even by the celestials, the demons and the Rakshasas. Then at the command of that god, I sat me down there. and in my very sight the god vanished from the spot. Section XVI. Arjuna said, O Bharata, by the grace of that God of gods, the Supreme Soul, Triambaka, I passed the night at that place. And having passed the night, when I had finished the morning rituals, I saw that foremost of the Brahmanas whom I had seen before. And unto him I told all as it had happened, O Bharata, namely, that I had met the divine Mahadeva. Thereupon, O King of Kings, well pleased, he said unto me, Since thou hast beheld the great God, incapable of being beheld by any one else, soon wilt thou mix with Vaivas water and the other Lokapalas and the Lord of the Celestials, and Indra too will grant thee weapons. O King, having said this unto me and having embraced me again and again, that Brahmana resembling the sun, went away whither he listed. And, O slayer of foes, it came to pass that on the evening of that day, refreshing the whole world, there began to blow a breeze. And in my vicinity on the base of the Himalaya mountain fresh, fragrant and fair flowers began to bloom. And on all sides there were heard charming symphony and captivating hymns relating to Indra. And before the Lord of the celestial hosts of Apsaras and Gandharvas chanted various songs. And ascending celestial cars, there approached the Marutas and the followers of Mahendra and the dwellers of heaven. And afterwards, Marut together with Siki and all the celestials appeared on the scene in cars yoked with horses elegantly adorned. And at this very moment, O King, he that goeth about on the shoulders of men manifested himself unto me in excellent grace. And I saw Yama seated on the south and Varuna and the Lord of the Celestials at their respective regions. And, O foremost of men, O mighty monarch, they after having cheered me said, O save the Arsashin, behold us, the Lokapalas, seated. For the performance of the task of the gods thou hast obtained the sight of Sankara. Do thou now receive weapons from us seated around. Thereupon, O Lord, having bowed down unto those foremost of the celestials with regard, I duly accepted those mighty weapons. And then they recognized me as one of their own. Afterwards the gods repaired to the quarter from whence they had come. And that Lord of the Celestials, the divine Maghavan too having ascended his glorious chariot, said, O Filgana, thou shalt have to repair unto the celestial region. O Dhananjaya, even before this thy arrival I knew that thou wouldest come hither. Then I, have O best of the Bharatas, manifested myself unto thee. As formerly thou hadst performed thy ablution in the various tirthas and now hast performed severe austerities, so thou wilt be able to repair unto the celestial regions, O Pandava. Thou wilt, however, again have to practice extreme penance, for thou shouldst at any rate journey to heaven. And at my command, Matali shall take thee to the celestial regions. Thou hast already been recognized by the celestials and the celestial sages of high soul. Thereupon I said unto Sakra, O Divine One, be thou favorable unto me. With a view of learning arms do I beseech thee that thou mayst be my preceptor. At this Indra said, O child, having learnt weapons thou wouldst perform terrible deeds, and with this object thou desirest to obtain the weapons. However, obtain thou the arms, as thou desirest. Then I said, O slayer of foes, I never would discharge these celestial weapons at mortals except when all my other arms should have been baffled. Do thou, O Lord of the Celestials, grant me the celestial weapons, so that I may hereafter obtain the regions attainable by warriors. Indra said, O Dhananjaya, it is to try thee that I have said such words unto thee. Having been begotten of me, this speech of thine well becometh thee. Do thou, O Bharata, repairing unto my abode learn all the weapons of Vayu, of Agni, of the Vasas, of Varuna, of the Marutas, of the Siddhas, of Brahma, of the Gandharvas, of the Uragas, of the Rakshasas, of Vishnu and of the Nritas, and also all the weapons that are with me, O perpetuator of the Kuru race. Having said this unto me, Sakra vanished at the very spot. Then, O king, I saw the wonderful and sacred celestial car yoked with steeds arrive, conducted by Matli. And when the Lokapalas went away, Matli said unto me, O thou of mighty splendor, the Lord of the Celestials is desirous of seeing thee. And O mighty armed one, do thou acquire competence and then perform thy task. Come and behold the regions, attainable by merit, and come into heaven even in this frame. O Bharata, the thousand-eyed Lord of the Celestials wisheth to see thee. Thus addressed by Matli, I, taking leave of the mountain Himalaya and having gone round it, ascended that excellent car. And then the exceedingly generous Matli, versed in equine law, drove the steeds, gifted with the speed of thought or the wind. And when the chariot began to move, the charioteer, looking at my face as I was seated steadily, wondered and said these words, Today this appeareth unto me strange and unprecedented, that being seated in this celestial car, thou hast not been jerked ever so little. O foremost of Bharata race, I have ever remarked that at the first pull by the steeds even the Lord of the Celestials himself getteth jerked. But all the while that the car had moved, thou hast been sitting unshaken. This appeareth unto me as transcending even the power of Sakra. Having said this, O Bharata, Matli soared in the sky and showed me the abodes of the Celestials and their palaces. Then the chariot yoked with steeds coursed upwards, and the Celestials and the sages began to worship that car, O prime of men. And I saw the regions, moving anywhere at will, and splendor also of the highly energetic Gandharvas, Apsaras, and the celestial sages. And Sakra's charioteer, Matli, at once showed me Nandana and other gardens and groves belonging to the Celestials. Next I beheld Indra's abode, Amaravati, adorned with jewels and trees yielding any sort of fruit that is desired. Though the sun doth not shed heat, nor doth heat or cold or fatigue their effect, one, O king. And, O great monarch, the Celestials feel neither sorrow nor poverty of spirit, nor weakness, nor lassitude, O grinder of foes. And, O ruler of men, the Celestials and the others have neither anger nor covetousness. And, O king, in the abodes of the Celestials, the beings are ever contented. And there the trees ever bear verdant foliage, and fruits, and flowers, and the various lakes are embalmed with the fragrance of lotuses. And there the breeze is cool, and delicious, and fragrant, and pure, and inspiring. And the ground is variegated with all kinds of gems, and adorned with blossoms. And there were seen innumerable beautiful beasts, and in the air innumerable ranges of the sky. Then I saw the Vasas, and the Rudras, and the Satyas with the Marutas, and the Adityas, and the two Aswins, and worshipped them. And they conferred their benison on me, granting me strength and prowess, and energy, and celebrity, and skill in arms, and victory in battle. Then, entering that romantic city adored by the Gandharvas and the Celestials, with joined hands, I stood before the thousand-eyed Lord of the Celestials. Thereupon, that best of bestowers gladly offered unto me half of his seat, and Vasava also with regard touched my person. And, O Bharata, with a view of acquiring red arms and learning weapons, I began to dwell in heaven, together with the gods and the Gandharvas of generous souls. And Viswavana's son, Chitrasena, became my friend. And he, O king, imparted unto me the entire Gandharva science. And, O monarch, I happily lived in Sakra's abode, well cared for, having all my desires gratified, learning weapons, listening to the notes of songs, and the clear sounds of musical instruments, and beholding the foremost of Apsaras dance. And without neglecting to study the arts, which I learnt properly, my attention was specially fixed on the acquisition of arms. And that Lord of 1,000 eyes was pleased with that purpose of mine. living thus in heaven, O king, I passed this period. And when I had acquired proficiency in weapons, and gained his confidence that one having for his vehicle the horse, Uak's river, Indra, patting me on the head with his hand, said these words, Now even the celestials themselves cannot conquer thee, what shall I say of imperfect mortals residing on earth? Thou hast become invulnerable in strength, irrepressible, and incomparable in fight. Then with the hair of his body standing on end, he again accosted me saying, O hero, in fighting with weapons none is equal unto thee. And, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, thou art even watchful, and dexterous, and truthful, and of subdued senses, and the protector of the Brahmanas, and adept in weapons, and warlike. And, O Patha, together with a knowledge of the 5 modes, using them, thou hast obtained 5 and 10 weapons, and, therefore, there existeth none who is thy peer. And thou hast perfectly learnt the discharge of those weapons, and their withdrawal, and their redischarge and re-withdrawal, and the prescriptor connected with them, and also their revival, in case of their being baffled. Now, O repressor of foes, the time hath arrived for thy paying the preceptor's fee. Do thou promise to pay the fee, then I shall unfold unto thee what thou wilt have to perform. Thereat, O king, I said unto the ruler of the celestials, If it be in my power to do the work, do thou consider it as already accomplished by me. Apostrophe O king. When I had said these words, Indra with a smile said unto me, Nothing is there in the 3 worlds that is not in thy power, to achieve. My enemies, those Danavas, named Nivatakavashas, dwell in the womb of the ocean. And they number 30 million and are notorious, and all of equal forms and strength and splendor. Do thou slay them there, O Kunti's son, and that will be thy preceptor's fee. Saying this, he gave unto me the highly resplendent celestial car, conducted by Matli, furnished with hair resembling the down of peacocks. And on my head he set this excellent diadem. And he gave me ornaments for my body, like unto his own. And he granted unto me the impenetrable mail, the best of its kind, and easy to the touch, and fastened unto the Gandiva this durable string. Then I set out, ascending that splendid chariot riding on which in days of yore, the Lord of the Celestials and vanquished Vali, that son of Virochana. And, O ruler of men, startled by the rattling of the car, all the Celestials approached, there, taking me to be the king of the Celestials. And seeing me, they asked, O Filgana, what art thou going to do? And I told them as it had fallen out, and said, I shall even do this in battle. Ye that are highly fortunate, know that I have set out desirous of slaying the Nivatakavashas. O sinless ones, do ye bless me. Thereupon, they began to eulogize me even as they eulogize the god, Purandara. And they said, riding on this car, Maghavan conquered in battle Samvara, and Namachi, and Vala, and Vritra, and Prahada, and Naraka. And mounted on this car also Maghavan had conquered in battle many thousands and millions and hundreds of millions of Daityas. And, O Kauntiya, thou also, riding on this car, by thy prowess shalt conquer the Nivatakavashas in conflict, even as did the self-possessed Maghavan in days of yore. And here is the best of shells. By this also thou shalt defeat the Danavas, and by this it is that the high Sulsakra conquered the words. Saying this, the gods offered unto me this shell, Divadatta, sprung in the deep, and I accepted it for the sake of victory. And at this moment, the gods fell extolling me. And in order to be engaged in action, I proceeded to the dreadful abode of the Danavas, furnished with the shell, the mail, and arrows, and taking my bow. Section VI. Arjuna continued, then at places eulogized by the Maharshis, I proceeded, and at length beheld the ocean, that inexhaustible lord of waters. And like unto flowing cliffs were seen on it heaving billows, now meeting together and now rolling away. And there were seen, all around, barks by thousands filled with gems. And there were seen Timonillas and tortoises and macaras like unto rocks submerged in water. And on all sides round thousands of shells sunk in water appeared like star in the night covered by light clouds. And thousands upon thousands of gems were floating in heaps, and a violent wind was blowing about in whirls, and this was wonderful to behold. And having beheld that excellent Lord of all waters with powerful tides, I saw at a short distance the city of the demons filled with the Danavas. And even there, Eftsoons entering underneath the earth, mattily skilled in guiding the car, sitting fast on the chariot, drove it with force, and he dashed on, frightening that city with the rattling of his chariot. And hearing the trattling of the chariot like unto the rumbling of the clouds in the sky, the Danavas, thinking me to be the Lord of the Celestials, became agitated. And thereupon they all, frightened at heart, stood holding in their hands bows and arrows and swords and javelins and axes and maces and clubs. Then, having made arrangements for the defense of the city, the Danavas, with minds alarmed, shut the gates, so that nothing could be discovered. Thereupon, taking my shell, Devadatta, of tremendous roars, I again and again winded it with exceeding cheerfulness. And filling all the firmament, those sounds produced echoes. Thereat mighty beings were terrified, and they hid themselves. And then, O Bharata, all of them adorned with ornaments, those offsprings of deity, the Nivatakavishas, made their appearance by thousands, donning diverse mail and taking in their hands various weapons, and equipped with mighty iron javelins and maces and clubs and hatchets and sabres and discs and satagnis and bizandis and variegated and ornamented swords. Then, after deliberating much as to the course of the car, Matli began to guide their steeds on a piece of level ground, O foremost of the Bharatas. And owing to the swiftness of those fleet courses conducted by him, I could see nothing, and this was strange. Then the Danavas began to sound thousands of musical instruments, dissonant and of odd shapes. And at those sounds, fishes by hundreds and by thousands, like unto hills, having their senses bewildered by that noise, fled suddenly. And mighty force flew at me, the demons discharging sharpened shafts by hundreds and by thousands. And then, O Bharata, there ensued a dreadful conflict between me and the demons, calculated to extinguish the Nivatakavishas. And there came to the mighty battle the Devashis and the Danavashis and the Brahmashis and the Siddhas. And desirous of victory, the Munis eulogized me with the same sweet speeches that they had eulogized Indra with at the war which took place for the sake of Tara. Section 6. Arjuna continued. Then, O Bharata, vehemently rushed at me in battle in a body the Nivatakavishas, equipped with arms, and obstructing the course of the car, and shouting loudly, those mighty charioteers, hemming me in on all sides, covered me with showers of shafts. Then other demons of mighty prowess, with darts and hatchets in their hands, began to throw at me spears and axes, and that mighty discharge of darts, with numerous maces and clubs incessantly hurled, fell upon my car. And other dreadful and grim-visaged smiters among the Nivatakavishas, furnished with bows and sharpened weapons, ran at me in fight. And in the conflict, shooting from the Gandiva sundry swift arrows coursing straight, I pierced each of them with 10. And they were driven back by those stone-whetted shafts of mine. Then on my steeds being swiftly driven by Matli, they began to display various movements with the speed of the wind. And being skillfully guided by Matli, they began to trample upon the sons of Dati. And although the steeds yoked unto that mighty chariot numbered hundreds upon hundreds, yet being deftly conducted by Matli, they began to move, as if they were only a few. And by the dread, and by the rattling of the chariot wheels and by the volleys of my shafts, the Danavas began to fall by hundreds. And others accoutred in bows, being deprived of life, and having their charioteers slain, were carried about by the horses. Then, covering all sides and directions, all the Danavas, skilled in striking, entered into the contest with various weapons, and thereat my mind became afflicted. And I witnessed this instance of the marvellous prowess of Matli, viz., that he guided those fiery steeds with ease. Then, O king, in the conflict, with diverse fleet weapons I pierced by hundreds and by thousands, demons, bearing arms. And, O slayer of foes, seeing me thus arrange the field, putting forth every exertion, the heroic charioteer of Sacra was well pleased. And oppressed by those steeds and that car, some of them met with annihilation, and others desisted from fight, while other Nivatakavashas, challenged by us in battle and being harassed with shafts, offered opposition unto me, by discharging mighty showers of arrows. Thereupon, with hundreds and thousands of sundry fleet weapons inspired with the mantras relating to Brahma's weapons, I swiftly began to burn them. And being sore pressed by me, those mighty Asuras waxing wroth afflicted me together, by pouring torrents of clubs and darts and swords. Then, O Bharata, I took up that favourite weapon of the Lord of the Celestials, Maghavan by name, prime and of fiery energy, and by the energy of that weapon I cut into 1,000 pieces the tomaras, together with the swords and the tridents hurled by them. And having cut off their arms, I pierced them each with 10 shafts. And in the field arrows were shot from the Gandive like unto rows of black bees, and this Matali admired. And their shafts also showered upon me, but those powerful arrows I cut off with my shafts. Then on being struck, the Nivatakavashas again covered me on all sides with a mighty shower of arrows. And having neutralized the force of the arrows by excellent swift and flaming weapons capable of baffling arms, I pierced them by thousands. And blood began to flow from their torn frames, even as in the rainy season waters run down from the summits of mountains. And on being wounded by my fleet and straight coursing shafts of the touch of Indra's thunderbolt, they became greatly agitated. And their bodies were pierced at hundreds of places, and the force of their arms diminished. Then the Nivatakavashas fought me by the help of illusion. Section CLXX. Arjuna said, then with rocks of the proportions of trees, there commenced a mighty shower of crags, and this exercised me exceedingly. And in that high encounter, I crushed those crags by swift speeding showers of arrows, issuing from Mahendra's weapon, like unto the thunderbolt itself. And when the rocks has been reduced to powder, there was generated fire, and the rocky dust fell like unto masses of flames. And when the showers of crags had been repelled, there happened near me a mightier shower of water, having currents of the proportions of an axle. And falling from the welkin, those thousands of powerful torrents covered the entire firmament and the directions and the cardinal points. And on account of the pouring of the shower, and of the blowing of the wind, and of roaring of the deities, nothing could be perceived. And touching heaven and the entire earth, and incessantly falling on the ground, the showers bewildered me. Thereupon, I discharged that celestial weapon which I had learned from Indra, even the dreadful and flaming Vaishashana, and by that the water was dried up. And, O Bharata, when the rocky shower had been destroyed, and the watery shower had been dried up, the Danavas began to spread illusions of fire and wind. Then by aqueous appliances I extinguished the flames, and by a mighty rock issuing resisted the fury of the winds. And when these had been repelled, the Danavas, irrepressible in battle, O foremost of the Bharata, simultaneously created various illusions. And there happened a tremendous horrifying shower of rocks and dreadful weapons of fire and wind. And that illusory downpour afflicted me in fight. And then on all sides there appeared a dense and thick darkness. And when the world had been enveloped in deep and dense darkness, the steeds turned away, Matterly fell off, and from his hand the golden lash fell to the earth. And, O foremost of the Bharatas, being frightened, he again and again cried, Where art thou? And when he had been stupefied, a terrible fear possessed me. And then in a hurry, he spake unto me, saying, O Partha, for the sake of nectar, there had taken place a mighty conflict between the gods and the demons. I had seen that encounter, O sinless one. And on the occasion of the destruction of Samvara, there had occurred a dreadful and mighty contest. Nevertheless I had acted as charioteer to the Lord of the Celestials. In the same way, on the occasion of the slaying of Vritra, the steeds had been conducted by me. And I had also beheld the high and terrific encounter with Virachana's son, and, O Pandava, with Vala, and with Prahlada and with others also. In these exceedingly dreadful battles, I was present, but, O Pandu's son, never, before, had I lost my senses. Surely the Great Further hath ordained the destruction of all creatures, for this battle cannot be for any other purpose than destruction of the universe. Having heard these words of his, pacifying my perturbation by my own effort, I will destroy the mighty energy of the illusion spread by the Danavas, quoth I unto the terrified Matterly. Behold the might of my arms, and the power of my weapons and of the bow, Gandiva. Today even by the help of illusion-creating arms, will I dispel this deep gloom and also this horrible illusion of theirs. Do not fear, O charioteer. Pacify thyself. Having said this, O Lord of men, I created for the good of the Celestials an illusion of arms capable of bewildering all beings. And when their illusion had been dispelled, some of the foremost amongst the Asuras, of unrivalled prowess, again spread diverse kinds of illusion. Thereupon, now, the world displayed itself, and now it was devoured by darkness, and now the world disappeared from view, and now it was submerged under water. And when it had brightened up, Matterly, sitting in front of the car, with the well-conducted steeds, began to range that hair-erecting field. Then the fierce Nivatakavishas assailed me, and finding my opportunity, I began to send them to the mansion of Yama. Thereupon, in that conflict then raging, calculated to annihilate the Nivatakavishas on a sudden, I could not see the Danavas concealed by illusion. Section Glxxi. Arjuna continued. Remaining invisible, the Daityas began to fight with the help of illusion, and I too fought with them, resorting to the energy of visible weapons. And the shafts duly discharged from the Gandiva began to sever the heads at those different places where they were respectively stationed. And thus assailed by me in the conflict, the Nivatakavishas, all on a sudden withdrawing the illusion, entered into their own city. And when the Daityas had fled, and when all had become visible, I discovered hundreds and thousands of the slain. And there I saw by hundreds their shivered weapons, ornaments, limbs, and mail. And the horses could not find room for moving from one place to another, and on a sudden with a bound, they fell to coursing in the sky. Then remaining invisible, the Nivatakavishas covered the entire welkin with masses of crags. And, O Bharata, other dreadful Danavas, entering into the entrails of the earth, shook up horses' legs and chariot wheels. And as I was fighting, they, hard besetting my horses with rocks, attacked me together with my car. And with the crags that had fallen and with others that were falling, the place where I was seemed to be a mountain cavern. And on myself being covered with crags and on the horses being hard pressed, I became sore distressed, and this was marked by Matterly. And on seeing me afraid, He said unto me, O Arjuna, Arjuna, be thou not afraid, send that weapon, the thunderbolt, O Lord of men. Hearing those words of his, I then discharged the favourite weapon of the King of the Celestials, the dreadful thunderbolt. And inspiring the Gandiva with mantras, I, aiming at the locality of the crags, shot sharpened iron shafts of the touch of the thunderbolt. And sent by the thunder, those adamantine arrows entered into all those illusions and into the midst of those Nivatakavishas. And slaughtered by the vehemence of the thunder, those Danavas resembling cliffs, fell to the earth together in masses. And entering amongst those Danavas that had carried away the steeds of the car into the interior of the earth, the shafts sent them into the mansion of Yama. And that quarter was completely covered with the Nivatakavishas that had been killed or baffled, comparable unto cliffs and lying scattered like crags. And then no injury appeared to have been sustained either by the horses, or by the car, or by Matali, or by me, and this seemed strange. Then, O King, Matali addressed me smiling, not in the celestials themselves, O Arjuna, is seen the prowess that is seen in thee. And when the Danava hosts had been destroyed, all their females began to bewail in that city, like unto cranes in autumn. Then with Matali I entered that city, terrifying with the rattling of my car the wives of the Nivatakavishas. Thereupon, seeing those 10,000 horses like unto peacocks in hue, and also that chariot resembling the sun, the women fled in swarms. And like unto the sounds of rocks falling on a mountain, sounds arose of the falling ornaments of the terrified dames. At length, the panic-stricken wives of the deities entered into their respective golden places variegated with innumerable jewels. Beholding that excellent city, superior to the city of the celestials themselves, I asked Matali, saying, why do not the celestials reside in such a place? Surely, this appeareth superior to the city of Purandara. Thereat, Matali said, in days of yore, O Patha, even this was the city of our Lord of the Celestials. Afterwards the Celestials were driven from hence by the Nivatakavishas. Having performed the most rigid austerities, they had gratified the grandfather and had asked, and obtained, the boons, namely, that they might reside here, and that they might be free from danger in wars with the gods. Then Sakura addressed the self-create Lord saying, do thou, O Lord, desirous of our own welfare, do what is proper. Thereupon, O Bharata, in this matter the Lord commanded Indra, saying, O slayer of foes, in another body, even thou shalt be the destroyer of the Danavas. Then, in order to slaughter them, Sakura rendered unto thee those weapons. The gods had been unable to slay these, who have been slain by thee. O Bharata, in the fullness of time, hast thou come hither, in order to destroy them, and thou hast done so. O foremost of men, with the object that the demons might be killed, Mahendra had conferred on thee the excellent prime energy of these weapons. Arjuna continued, after having destroyed the Danavas, and also subdued that city, with Matali I again went to that abode of the celestials. Section Klxxi. Arjuna continued, then while returning, I happened to descry a mighty unearthly city, moving at will, and having the effulgence of fire or the sun. And that city contained various trees composed of gems, and sweet-voiced feathered ones, and furnished with 4 gates, and gateways, and towers. That impregnable city was inhabited by the poor lamas and Kalakunjas. And it was made of all sorts of jewels, and was unearthly, and of wonderful appearance. And it was covered with trees of all kinds of gems, bearing fruits and flowers. And it contained exceedingly beautiful unearthly birds. And it always swarmed throughout with cheerful asuras, wearing garlands, and bearing in their hands darts, 2-edged swords, maces, bows, and clubs. And, O King, on seeing this wonderful city of the deities, I asked Matterly, saying, "What is this that looketh so wonderful?" Thereat, Matterly replied, "Once on a time a Datia's daughter, named Pulama, and a mighty female of the Azura order, Kalaka by name, practiced severe austerities for 1,000 celestial years. And at the end of their austerities, the Self-Create conferred on them boons. And, O King of Kings, they received these boons, that their offspring might never suffer misfortune, that they might be incapable of being destroyed even by the gods, the Rakshasas and the Panagas, and that they might obtain a highly effulgent and surpassingly fair aerial city, furnished with all manner of gems and invincible even by the Celestials, the Maharshis, the Yakshas, the Gandharvas, the Panagas, the Asuras and the Rakshasas. O best of the Bharatas, this is that unearthly aerial city devoid of the Celestials, which is moving about, having been created for the Kalakas, by Brahma himself. And this city is furnished with all desirable objects, and is known of grief or disease. And, O hero, celebrated under the name of Hiranyapura, this mighty city is inhabited by the Pulamas and the Kalakanjas, and it is also guarded by those mighty Asuras, and, O king, unslayed by any of the gods, there they dwell cheerfully, free from anxiety and having all their desires gratified, O foremost of kings. Formerly, Brahma had destined destruction at the hands of mortals. Do thou, O Patha, in fight, compass with that weapon, the thunderbolt, the destruction of the mighty and irrepressible Kalakanjas. Arjuna continued, O Lord of men, learning that they were incapable of being destroyed by the Celestials and the Asuras, I cheerfully said unto Matterly, Do thou speedily repair into yonder city. With weapons will I compass the annihilation of the haters of the Lord of the Celestials. Surely, there exist no wicked haters of the gods who are not to be slain by me. Thereupon Matterly took me to the vicinity of Hiranyapura on the celestial chariot yoked with steeds. And seeing me, those sons of Dati, wearing various kinds of attire and ornament and accoutred in mail, flew at me with a mighty rush. And those foremost of the Danavas, of exceeding prowess, in wrath attacked me with arrows and ballers and clubs and two-edged swords, and tomaras. Thereat, O king, resorting to my strength of law, I resisted that great volley of weapons by a mighty shower of shafts, and also confounded them in conflict by ranging around in my car. And being bewildered, the Danavas began to push each other down. And having been confounded, they rushed at one another. And with flaming arrows, I severed their heads by hundreds. And hard pressed by me, the offspring of Dati, taking shelter within their city, soared with it to the firmament, resorting to the illusion proper to the Danavas. Thereupon, O son of the Kuras, covering the way of the Datias, with a mighty discharge of shafts I obstructed their course. Then by virtue of the bestowal of the boon, the Datias supported themselves easily on that sky-ranging unearthly aerial city, going anywhere at will and like unto the sun. And now, the city entered into the earth, and now it rose upwards, and at one time it went in a crooked way, and at another time it submerged into water. At this, O repressor of foes, I assailed that mighty city, going anywhere at will, and resembling Amaravati. And, O best of the Bharatas, I attacked the city containing those sons of Dati, with multitudes of shafts, displaying celestial weapons. And battered and broken by the straight-coursing iron shafts, shot by me, the city of the Asuras, O king, fell to the earth. And they also, wounded by my iron arrows having the speed of the thunder, began, O monarch, to go about, being urged by destiny. Then ascending to the sky, madly, as if falling in front, swiftly descended to the earth, on that chariot of solar resplendence. Then, O Bharata, environed me 60,000 cars belonging to those wrathful ones eager to battle with me. And with sharpened shafts shafts graced with feathers of the vulture, I destroyed those cars. At this, thinking, these our hosts are incapable of being vanquished by mortals, they became engaged in the conflict, like unto the surges of the sea. Thereupon I gradually began to fix, on the string, unearthly weapons. At this, thousands of weapons, shot by those wonderfully warring charioteers, by degrees opposed my unearthly arms, and in the field I saw hundreds and thousands of mighty demons, ranging on their cars, in various manoeuvres, and being furnished with variegated mail and standards and diverse ornaments, they delighted my mind. And in the conflict I could not afflict them by showers of shafts, but they did not afflict me. And being afflicted by those innumerable ones, equipped in weapons and skilled in fight, I was pained in that mighty encounter, and a terrible fear seized me. Thereupon collecting my energies, in fight, I bowed down unto that God of gods, Rudra, and saying, may welfare attend on all beings. I fixed that mighty weapon which, celebrated under the name of Rudra, is the destroyer of all foes. Then I beheld a male person having 3 heads, 9 eyes, 3 faces, and 6 arms. And his hair was flaming like fire or the sun. And, O slayer of foes, for his dress, he had mighty serpents, putting out their tongues, and saying, O best of the Bharatas, the dreadful and eternal Rudra, I being free from fear, set it on the Gandiva, and, bowing unto the 3-eyed Sava of immeasurable energy, let go the weapon, with the object of vanquishing those foremost of the Danavas, O Bharata. And, O Lord of men, as soon as it had been hurled, there appeared on the scene by thousands, forms of deer, and of lions, and of tigers, and of bears, and of buffaloes, and of serpents, and of kine, and of sarabas, and of elephants, and of apes in multitudes, and of bulls, and of boars, and of cats, and of dogs, and of spectres, and of all the burundas, and of vultures, and of garudas, of chamaras, and of all the leopards, and of mountains, and of seas, and of celestials, and of sages, and of all the Gandharvas, and of ghosts with the Yakshas, and of the haters of the gods, Asuras, and of the Gaikas in the field, and of the Nritas, and of elephant-mouthed sharks, and of owls, and of beings having the forms of fishes and horses, and of beings bearing swords and various other weapons, and of Rakshasas wielding maces and clubs. And on that weapon being hurled, all the universe became filled with these, as well as many others wearing various shapes. And again wounded by beings of various sights with pieces of flesh, fat, bones, and marrow on their persons, some having 3 heads, and some 4 tusks, and some 4 mouths, and some 4 arms, the Danavas met with destruction. And then, O Bharata, in a moment I slew all those Danavas, with other swarms of arrows composed of the quintessence of stone, flaming like fire or the sun, and possessed of the force of the thunderbolt. And, seeing them hewn by the Gandiva, and deprived of life, and thrown from the sky, I again bowed unto that God, the destroyer of Tripura. And, seeing those adorned with unearthly ornaments, crushed by the weapon, the Rudra, the charioteer of the celestials, experienced the greatest delight. And having witnessed the accomplishment of that unbearable feat incapable of being achieved even by the celestials themselves, Matli, the charioteer of Sakra, paid homage unto me, and well pleased, with joint hands said these words: The feat that hath been achieved by thee, is incapable of being borne even by the gods, nay, in battle, the Lord of the celestials himself cannot perform this deed. The sky-coursing mighty city incapable of being destroyed by the gods and the Asuras hast thou, O hero, crushed by thy own prowess and by the energy of asceticism. And when that aerial city had been destroyed, and when the Danavas also had been slain, their wives, uttering cries of distress, like unto Karari birds, with hair dishevelled, came out of the city. And bewailing for their sons and brothers and fathers, they fell on the ground and cried with distressful accents. And on being deprived for their lords, they beat their breasts, their garlands and ornaments fallen off. And that city of Dandavas, in appearance like unto the city of the Gandharvas, filled with lamentations and stricken with dole and distress, and bereft of grace, even like unto a lake deprived of its elephants, or like unto a forest deprived of trees and deprived of its masters, looked no longer beautiful, but it vanished, like a cloud-constructed city. And when I had accomplished the task, eftsoons from the field Matterly took me of delighted spirits, unto the abode of the Lord of the Celestials. And having slain those mighty Asuras, and destroyed Hiranyara, and having also killed the Nivartakavashas, I came into Indra. And, O exceedingly resplendent one, as it had fallen out, Matterly related in detail unto Devendra that entire achievement of mine. And with the Marutas, hearing of the destruction of Hiranyara, of the neutralization of the illusion, and of the slaughter of the highly powerful Nivartakavashas in fight, the prosperous thousand-eyed divine Purandara was well pleased, and exclaimed, "Well done, well done." And the king of the celestials, together with the celestials, cheering me again and again, said these sweet words: "By thee hath been achieved a feat incapable of being achieved by the gods and the Asuras. And, O Partha, by slaying my mighty enemies, thou hast paid the preceptor's fee. And, O Dhananjaya, thus in battle shalt thou always remain calm, and discharge the weapons unerringly, and there shall not stand thee in fight celestials, and Danavas, and Rakshasas, and Yakshas, and Asuras, and Gandharvas, and birds and serpents. And, O Kauntiya, by conquering it even by the might of thy arms, Kunti's son Yudhishthira will rule the earth." Section Klxxi. Arjuna continued, then firmly confident, the sovereign of the celestials, considering as his own, pertinently said these words: "Unto me wounded by cleaving shafts, all the celestial weapons, O Bharata, are with thee, so no man on earth will by any means be able to overpower thee. And, O son, when thou art in the field, Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Karna and Sakuni together with other Kshatriyas shall not amount unto 1/16th part of thee. And the Lord Magheaven granted me this golden garland and this shell, Devadatta, of mighty rose, and also his celestial mail impenetrable and capable of protecting the body. And Indra himself set on my head this diadem. And Sakra presented me with these unearthly apparels and unearthly ornaments, elegant and rare. In this manner, O king, duly honored, I delightfully dwelt in Indra's sacred abode with the children of the Gandharvas. Then, well pleased, Sakra, together with the celestials, addressed me, saying, "O Arjuna, the time hath come for thy departure, thy brothers have thought of thee." Thus, O Bharata, remembering the dissensions arising from that gambling, did I, O king, pass those 5 years in the abode of Indra. Then have I come and seen thee surrounded by our brothers on the summit of this lower range of the Gandhamadana. Yudhishthira said, "O Dhananjaya, by fortune it is that the weapons have been obtained by thee, by fortune it is that the master of the immortals hath been adored by thee. O repressor of foes, by fortune it is that the divine Stanu together with the goddess had become manifest unto thee and been gratified by thee in battle. O sinless one, by fortune it is that thou hadst met with the Lokapalas, O best of the Bharatas. O Partha, by fortune it is that we have prospered, and by fortune it is that thou hast come back. Today I consider as if the entire earth engarlanded with cities hath already been conquered, and as if the sons of Dhritarashtra have already been subdued. Now, O Bharata, I am curious to behold those celestial weapons wherewith thou hadst slain the powerful Nivartakavashas." Thereat Arjuna said, Tomorrow in the morning thou wilt see all the celestial weapons with which I slew the fierce Nuvatakavishas. Vaisampayana said, thus having related the facts touching the arrival, Dhananjaya passed that night there, together with all his brothers. Section Glxxif. Vaisampayana continued, and when the night had passed, Yudhishthira the Just arose and together with his brothers performed the necessary duties. He then spake unto Arjuna, that delight of his mother, saying, O Kauntiya, do thou show me those weapons with which thou vanquished the Danavas. Thereat, O king, the exceedingly powerful Dhananjaya, the son of Pandu, duly practicing extreme purity, showed those weapons, O Bharata, which had been given unto him by the celestials. Dhananjaya seated on the earth, as his chariot, which had the mountain for its pole, the base of the axle and the cluster of beautiful-looking bamboo trees for its socket pole, looked resplendent with that celestial armor of great lustre, shook his bow Gandiva and the conch shell given to him by the gods, commenced to exhibit those celestial weapons in order. And as those celestial weapons had been set, the earth being oppressed with the feet of Arjuna, began to tremble with its trees, and the rivers and the mighty main became vexed, and the rocks were riven, and the air was hushed, and the sun did not shine, and fire did not flame, and by no means did the Vedas of the twice-born ones shine. And, O Janamjaya, the creatures peopling the interior of the earth, on being afflicted, rose and surrounded the Pandava, trembling with joined hands and contorted countenances. And being burnt by those weapons, they besought Dhananjaya for their lives. Then the Brahmarshis, and the Siddhas, and the Maharshis, and the mobile beings, all these appeared on the scene. And the foremost Devarshis, and the celestials, and the Yakshas, and the Rakshasas, and the Gandharvas, and the feather tribes, and their other sky-ranging beings, all these appeared on the scene. And the great sire and all the Lokapalas and the divine Mahadeva came thither, together with their followers. Then, O great king, bearing unearthly variegated blossoms Vayu, the wind god, fell to strewing them around the Pandava. And sent by the celestials, the Gandharvas chanted various ballads, and, O monarch, hosts of the Apsaras danced there. At such a moment, O king, sent by the celestials, Narada arrived there, and addressed Partha in these sweet words, O Arjuna, Arjuna, do thou not discharge the celestial weapons? These should never be discharged when there is no object fit. And when there is an object present, they should also by no means be hurled, unless one is sore pressed. For, O son of the Kurus, to discharge the weapons, without occasion, is fraught with great evil. And, O Dhananjaya, being duly kept as thou hast been instructed to these powerful weapons will doubtless conduce to thy strength and happiness. But if they are not properly kept, they, O Pandava, will become the instrument for the destruction of the three worlds. So thou shouldst not act in this way again. O Ajatasatru, thou too wilt behold even these weapons, when Partha will use them for grinding thy enemies in battle. Vaisampayana continued, having prevented Partha the immortals with others that had come there, went to each his place, O foremost of men. And, O Kaurava, after they had all gone, the Pandavas began to dwell pleasantly in the same forest, together with Krishna. Section CLXXV. Janamjaya said, when that prime among heroes, having been accomplished in arms, had returned from the abode of the slayer of Vritra, what did Pritha's sons do in company with the warlike Dhananjaya? Vaisampayana said, in company with that hero equal unto Indra, Arjuna, that foremost of men, sported in the pleasure gardens of the Lord of Treasures, situated in those woods on that romantic and excellent mountain, and surveying those peerless and various pleasure grounds filled with the diverse trees, that chief of men, Kiruti, ever intent upon arms, ranged at large, bow in hand. And having through the grace of King Vaisravana obtained residence, those sons of a sovereign cared not for the prosperity of men. And, O king, that period of their lives passed peacefully. And having Partha in their company, they spent 4 years there even like a single night. And as the Bandavas lived in the wood, these 4 years, and the former 6, numbering 10, passed smoothly with them. Then having seated themselves before the king, the vehement son of the wind god, with Jaishan and the heroic twins, like unto the Lord of the Celestials, earnestly addressed the king in these beneficial and pleasant words. It is only to render thy promise effectual and to advance thy interests, that, O king of the Kuras, forsaking the forest, we do not go to slay Sayadana together with all his followers. Although deserving of happiness, yet have we been deprived of happiness. And this is the 11th year that, in this state, we have been living, in the forest. And hereafter, deluding that one of evil mind and character, shall we easily live out the period of non-discovery. And at thy mandate, O monarch, free from apprehension, we have been ranging the woods, having relinquished our honor. Having been tempted by our residents in the vicinity, they, our enemies, will not believe that we have removed to a distant realm. And after having lived there undiscovered for a year, and having wreaked our revenge on that wicked white Sayadana, with his followers, we shall easily root out that meanest of men, slaying him and regaining our kingdom. Therefore, O Dharmara, do thou descend unto the earth. For, O king, if we dwell in this region like unto heaven itself, we shall forget our sorrows. In that case, O Bharata, thy fame like unto a fragrant flower shall vanish from the mobile and the immobile worlds. By gaining that kingdom of the Kuru chiefs, thou wilt be able to attain great glory, and to perform various sacrifices. This that thou art receiving from Kuvera, thou wilt, O foremost of men, be able to attain any time. Now, O Bharata, turn thy mind towards the punishment and destruction of foes that committed wrongs. O king, the wielder of the thunderbolt himself is incapable of standing thy prowess, and intent upon thy welfare, he, having Supana for his mark, Krishna, and also the grandson of Sani, Satyaki, never experience pain, even when engaged in encounter with the gods, O Dharmara. And Arjuna is peerless in strength, and so am I too, O best of kings. And as Krishna together with the Yadavas is intent upon thy welfare, so am I also, O foremost of monarchs, and the heroic twins accomplished in war. And encountering the enemy, we, having for our main object the attainment by thee of wealth and prosperity, will destroy them. Vaisampayana continued. Then having learnt that intention of theirs, the magnanimous and excellent son of Dharma, versed in religion and profit, and of immeasurable prowess, went round Vaisravana's abode. And Yudhishthira the just, after bidding adieu unto the palaces, the rivers, the lakes, and all the Rakshasas, looked towards the way by which he had come there. And then looking at the mountain also, the high-souled and pure-minded one besought that best of mountains, saying, O foremost of mountains, may I together with my friends, after having finished my task, and slain my foes, and regained my kingdom, see thee again, carrying on austerities with subdued soul. And this also he determined on. And in company with his younger brothers and the Brahmanas, the lord of the Kuras proceeded even along that very road. And Ghatotkach with his followers began to carry them over the mountain cascades. And as they started, the great sage Lomasa, advising them even as a father doth his son, with a cheerful heart, went unto the sacred abode of the dwellers of heaven. Then advised also by Ashtishna, those first of men, the Pathas, went alone beholding romantic tirthas and hermitages, and other mighty lakes. Section Glxxv. Vasampayana said, when they had left their happy home in the beautiful mountain and abounding in cascades, and having birds, and the elephants of the 8 quarters, and the supernatural attendants of Kuvera, as dwellers thereof, all happiness forsook those foremost of men of Bharata's race. But afterwards, on beholding Kuvera's favourite mountain, Kailasa, appearing like clouds, the delight of those pre-eminent heroes of the race of Bharata became very great. And those foremost of heroic men, equipped with scimitars and bows, proceeded contentedly, beholding elevations and defiles, and dens of lions and craggy causeways and innumerable waterfalls and lowlands, in different places, as also other great forests inhabited by countless deer and birds and elephants. And they came upon beautiful woodlands and rivers and lakes and caves and mountain caverns, and these frequently by day and night became the dwelling place of those great men. And having dwelt in all sorts of inaccessible places and crossing Kailasa of inconceivable grandeur, they reached the excellent and surpassingly beautiful hermitage of Vrishapaba. And meeting King Vrishapaba and received by him being, they became free from depression, and then they accurately narrated in detail to Vrishapaba the story of their sojourn in the mountains. And having pleasantly passed one night in his sacred abode frequented by gods and Maharshis, those great warriors proceeded smoothly towards the jujube tree called Vasala and took up their quarters there. Then all those magnanimous men, having reached the place of Narayana, continued to live bereft of all sorrow, at beholding Kuvera's favourite lake, frequented by gods and siddhas. And viewing that lake, those foremost of men, the sons of Pandu, traversed that place, renouncing all grief even as immaculate Brahmana rishis do, on attaining a habitation in the Nandana gardens. Then all those warriors, having in due course happily lived at Badari for 1 month, proceeded towards the realm of Shivau, king of the Kairatas, by following the same track by which they had come, and crossing the difficult Himalayan regions, and the countries of China, Tekara, Darada, and all the climes of Kulinda, rich in heaps of jewels, those warlike men reached the capital of Shivau. And hearing that those sons and grandsons of kings had all reached his kingdom, Shivau, elated with joy, advanced to meet them. Then the best of the Kuras welcomed him also. And meeting King Shivau, and being joined by all their charioteers with Vaizoka at their head and by their attendants, Indrasena and others, and also by the superintendents and servants of the kitchen, they stayed there comfortably for 1 night. Then taking all the chariots and chariot men and dismissing Gatotkacha together with his followers, they next repaired to the monarch of mountains in the vicinity of the Yamuna. In the midst of the mountain abounding in waterfalls and having grey and orange-coloured slopes and summits covered with a sheet of snow, those warlike men having then found the great forest of Visakayupa like unto the forest of Chitraratha and inhabited by wild boars and various kinds of deer and birds, made it their home. Addicted to hunting as their chief occupation, the sons of Pritha peacefully dwelt in that forest for 1 year. There in a cavern of the mountain, Vrikadara, with a heart afflicted with distraction and grief, came across a snake of huge strength, distressed with hunger and looking fierce like death itself. At this crisis Yudhishthira, the best of pious men, became the protector of Vrikadara, and he, of infinite puissance, extricated Bhima, whose whole body had been fast gripped by the snake with its folds. And the 12th year of their sojourn in forests having arrived, those signs of the race of Kuru, blazing in effulgence, and engaged in asceticism, always devoted principally to the practice of archery, repaired cheerfully from that Chitraratha-like forest to the borders of the desert, and desirous of dwelling by the Saraswati they went there, and from the banks of that river they reached the lake of Dwaitabana. Then seeing their men to Dwaitabana, the dwellers of that place engaged in asceticism, religious ordinances, and self-restraining exercises, and in deep and devout meditation, and subsisting on things ground with stone, for want of teeth, having procured grass mats and water vessels, advanced to meet them. The holy fig, the rudraksha, the rohataka, the cane and the jujube, the catechu, the syrisha, the bell and the ingada and the karira and piluansami trees grew on the banks of the Saraswati. Wandering about with contentment in the vicinity of the Saraswati, which was, as it were, the home of the celestials, and the favourite resort of the Yakshas and Gandharvas and Maharshis, those sons of kings lived there in happiness. Section VI. Janamejaya said, "How was it, O sage, that Bhima, of mighty prowess and possessing the strength of 10,000 elephants, was stricken with panic at the sight of that snake? Thou hast described him, that slayer of his enemies, as dismayed and appalled with fear, even him, who by fighting at the lotus lake of Guvara, became the destroyer of Yakshas and Rakshasas, and who, in proud defiance, invited to a single combat Pulasty's son, the dispenser of all riches. I desire to hear this from you. Great indeed is my curiosity." Vaisampayana continued, "O king, having reached King Vrishapava's hermitage, while those fearful warriors were living in various wonderful woods, Vrikadara, roaming at pleasure, with bow in hand and armed with a scimitar, found that beautiful forest frequented by gods and Gandharvas. And then he beheld some lovely spots in the Himalayan mountains, frequented by Devashis and Siddhas, and inhabited by hosts of Apsaras, resounded here and there with the warbling of birds, the chakora, the chakrabeka, the jibajibeka and the cuckoo and the bringara, and abounding with shady trees, soft with a touch of snow and pleasing to the eye and mind, and bearing perennial fruits and flowers. And he beheld mountain streams with waters glistening like the lapis lazuli, and with 10,000 snow white ducks and swans, and with forests of adida trees forming, as it were, a trap for the clouds, and with tugna and kalikaya forests, interspersed with yellow sandal trees. And he of mighty strength, in the pursuit of the chase, roamed in the level and desert tracts of the mountain, piercing his game with unpoisoned arrows. In that forest the famous and mighty Bhimasena, possessing the strength of 100 elephants, killed many large wild boars with the force of his arms, and endowed with terrible prowess and mighty strength, and powerful as the lion or the tiger, and capable of resisting 100 men, and having long arms, and possessing the strength of 100 elephants, he killed many antelopes and wild boars and buffaloes. And here and there, in that forest he pulled out trees by the roots, with great violence, and broke them too, causing the earth and the woods and their surrounding places to resound. And then shouting and trampling on the tops of mountains, and causing the earth to resound with his roars, and striking his arms, and uttering his war cry, and slapping and clapping his hands, Bhimasena, exempt from decay, and ever proud and without fear, again and again leapt about in those woods. And on hearing the shouts of Bhimasena, powerful lions and elephants of huge strength left their lairs in fright. And in that same forest he fearlessly strolled about in search of game, and like the denizens of the woods, that most valiant of men, the mighty Bhimasena, wandered on foot in that forest. And he penetrated the vast forest, shouting strange whoopos, and terrifying all creatures, endowed with strength and prowess. And then being terrified, the snakes hid themselves in caves, but he, overtaking them with promptitude, pursued them slowly. Then the mighty Bhimasena, like unto the Lord of the Celestials, saw a serpent of colossal proportions, living in one of the mountain fastnesses, and covering their entire cave with its body, and causing one's hair to stand on end from fright. It had its huge body stretched like a hillock, and it possessed gigantic strength, and its body was speckled with spots, and it had a turmeric-like, yellow, colour, and a deep copper-coloured mouth of the form of a cave supplied with 4 teeth, and with glaring eyes. It was constantly licking the corners of its mouth, and it was the terror of all animated beings, and it looked like the very image of the destroyer Yama, and with a hissing noise of its breath it lay as if rebuking an incomer. And seeing Bhima draw so near to him, the serpent, all on a sudden, became greatly enraged, and that goat-devouring snake violently seized Bhimasena in his grip. Then, by virtue of the boon that had been received by the serpent, Bhimasena, with his body in the serpent's grip, instantly lost all consciousness. Unrivaled by that of others, the might of Bhimasena's arms equaled the might of 10,000 elephants combined. But Bhima, of great prowess, being thus vanquished by the snake, trembled slowly, and was unable to exert himself. And that one of mighty arms and of leonine shoulders, though possessed of strength of 1,000 elephants, yet seized by the snake, and overpowered by virtue of the boon, lost all strength. He struggled furiously to extricate himself, but did not succeed in any wise baffling this snake. Section VI. Vaisampayana continued, and the powerful Bhimasena, having thus come under the power of the snake, thought of its mighty and wonderful prowess, and said unto it, Be thou pleased to tell me, O snake, who thou art? And, O foremost of reptiles, what wilt thou do with me? I am Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, and next by birth to Yudhishthira the just, and endued as I am with the strength of 10,000 elephants. How hast thou been able to overpower me? In fight have been encountered and slain by me innumerable lions, and tigers, and buffaloes, and elephants. And, O best of serpents, mighty Rakshasas and Pisachas, and Nagas, are unable to stand the force of my arms. Art thou possessed of any magic, or hast thou received any boon, that although exerting myself, I have been overcome by thee? Now I have been convinced that the strength of men is false. For, O serpent, by thee hath such mighty strength of men been baffled. Vaisampayana continued, when the heroic Bhima of noble deed had said this, the snake caught him, and coiled him all round with his body, having thus subdued that mighty aimed one, and freed his plump arms alone. The serpent spake these words, By good fortune it is that, myself being hungry, after long time the gods have today destined thee for my food, for life is dear unto every embodied being. I should relate unto thee the way in which I have come by this snake form. Here, O best of the pious, I have fallen into this plight on account of the wrath of the Mahas. Now desirous of getting rid of the curse, I will narrate unto thee all about it. Thou hast, no doubt, heard of the royal sage, Nuashaw. He was the son of Ayu, and the perpetuator of the line of thy ancestors. Even I am that one. For having affronted the Brahmanas I, by virtue of Agastya's malediction, have come by this condition. Thou art my agnate, and lovely to behold, so thou shouldst not be slain by me, yet I shall today devour thee. Do thou behold the dispensation of destiny. And be it a buffalo, or an elephant, none coming within my reach at the 6th division of the day, can, O best of men, escape. And, O best of the Kuras, thou hast not been taken by an animal of the lower order, having strength alone, but this hath been so, by reason only of the boon I have received. As I was falling rapidly from Sakra's throne placed on the front of his palace, I spake unto that worshipful sage, Agastya, do thou free me from this curse. Thereat filled with compassion, that energetic one said unto me, O king, thou shalt be freed after the lapse of some time. Then I fell to the earth, as a snake, but my recollection of former life did not renounce me. And although it be so ancient, I still recollect all that was said. And the sage said unto me, That person who conversant with the relation subsisting between the soul and the Supreme Being shall be able to answer the questions put by thee, shall deliver thee. And, O King, taken by thee, strong beings superior to thee, shall immediately lose their strength. I heard these words of those compassionate ones, who felt attached unto me. And then the Brahmanas vanished. Thus, O highly effulgent one, having become a serpent, I, doing exceedingly sinful acts, live in unclean hell, in expectation of the appointed time. The mighty armed Bhimasena addressed the serpent, saying, I am not angry, O mighty snake, nor do I blame myself. Since in regard to happiness and misery, men sometimes possess the power of bringing and dismissing them, and sometimes do not. Therefore one should not fret one's mind. Who can baffle destiny by self-exertion? I deem destiny to be supreme, and self-exertion to be of no avail. Smitten with the stroke of destiny, the prowess of my arms lost, behold me today fallen unto this condition without palpable cause. But today I do not so much grieve for my own self being slain, as I do for my brothers deprived of their kingdom, and exiled into the forest. This Himalaya is inaccessible, and abounds with Yakshas and the Rakshasas, and searching about for me, they will be distracted. And hearing that I have been killed, my brothers will forego all exertion, for, firm in promise, they have hitherto been controlled by my harsh speech, I being desirous of gaining the kingdom. Or the intelligent Arjuna, alone, being versed in every law, and incapable of being overcome by gods and Rakshasas and Gandharvas, will not be afflicted with grief. That mighty armed and exceedingly powerful one is able single-handed to speedily pull down from his place even the celestials. What shall I say of the deceitfully gambling son of Dhritarashtra, detested of all men, and filled with haughtiness and ignorance? And I also grieve for my poor mother, affectionate to her sons, who is ever solicitous for our greatness in a large measure than is attained by our enemies. O serpent, the desire that forlorn one had in me will all be fruitless in consequence of my destruction. And gifted with manliness, the twins, Nakula and Sahadeva, following their elder brother, me, and always protected by the strength of my arms, will, owing to my destruction, be depressed and deprived of their prowess, and stricken with grief. This is what I think. In this way Vrikadara lamented profusely. And being bound by the body of the snake, he could not exert himself. On the other hand, Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, seeing, and reflecting on dreadful ill omens, became alarmed. Terrified by the blaze of the points of the horizon, jackals stationing themselves on the right of that hermitage, set up frightful and inauspicious yells. And ugly vartikas as of a dreadful sight, having one wing, one eye, and one leg, were seen to vomit blood, facing the sun. And the wind began to blow dryly and violently, attracting grits. And to the right all the beasts and birds began to cry. And in the rear the black crows cried, Go, go. And momentarily his, Yudhishthira's, right arm began to twitch, and his chest and left leg shook of themselves. And indicating evil, his left eye contracted spasmodically. Thereupon, O Bharata, the intelligent Yudhishthira the just, inferring some great calamity to be imminent, asked Draupadi, saying, Where is Bhima? Thereat Panchali said that Vrikadara had long gone out. Hearing this, that mighty armed king set out with Dharmya, after having said unto Dhananjaya, Thou shouldst protect Draupadi. And he also directed Nakula and Sahadeva to protect the Brahmanas. And issuing from the hermitage that Lord, Kunti's son, following the footprints of Bhimasena, began to search for him in that mighty forest. And on coming to the east, he found mighty leaders of elephant herds, slain, and saw the earth marked with Bhima's footprints. Then seeing thousands of deer and hundreds of lions lying in the forest, the king ascertained his course. and on the way were scattered trees pulled down by the wind caused by the thighs of that hero endued with the speed of the wind as he rushed after the deer, and proceeding, guided by those marks, to a spot filled with dry winds and abounding in leafless vegetables, brackish and devoid of water, covered with thorny plants and scattered over with gravel, stumps and shrubs and difficult of access and uneven and dangerous. He saw in a mountain cavern his younger brother motionless, caught in the folds of that foremost of snakes. Section 6. Vaisampayana continued. Yudhishthira, finding his beloved brother coiled by the body of the serpent, said these words, O son of Kunti, how hast thou come by this misfortune? And who is this best of serpents, having a body like unto a mountain mass? Bhimasena said, O worshipful one, this mighty being hath caught me for food. He is the royal sage Nuashar living in the form of a serpent. Yudhishthira said, O long-lived one, do thou free my brother of immeasurable prowess, we will give thee some of the food which will appease thy hunger. The serpent said, I have got for diet even this son of a king, come to my mouth of himself. Do thou go away. Thou shouldst not stay here. If thou remainest here, thou too shalt be my fare tomorrow. O mighty armed one, this is ordained in respect of me, that he that cometh unto my place becometh my food, and thou too art in my quarter. After a long time have I got thy younger brother as my food. I will not let him off, neither do I like to have any other food. Thereat Yudhishthira said, O serpent, whether thou art a god, or a demon, or a Nuraga, do thou tell me truly. It is Yudhishthira that asketh thee, wherefore, O snake, hast thou taken Bhimasena? By obtaining which, or by knowing what wilt thou receive satisfaction, O snake, and what food shall I give thee? And how mayst thou free him? The serpent said, O sinless one, I was thy ancestor, the son of Eu and fifth in descent from the moon. And I was a king celebrated under the name of Nuashar, and by sacrifices and asceticism and study of the Vedas and self-restraint and prowess I had acquired a permanent dominion over the three worlds. And when I had obtained such dominion, haughtiness possessed me, and thousands of Brahmanas were engaged in carrying my chair, and intoxicated by supremacy, I insulted those Brahmanas. And, O Lord of the earth, by Agastya have I been reduced to this pass. Yet, O Pandava, to this day the memory of my former birth hath not forsaken me. And, O King, even by the favour of that high Agastya, during the 6th division of the day have I got for meal thy younger brother. Neither will I set him free, nor do I wish for any other food. But if today thou answerest the questions put by me, then I shall deliver the Kadara. At this Yudhishthira said, O serpent, ask whatever thou listest. I shall, if I can, answer thy questions with a view of gratifying thee, O snake. Thou knowest fully what should be known by Brahmanas. Therefore, O king of snakes, hearing thee, I shall answer thy queries. The serpent said, O Yudhishthira, say, who is a Brahmana and what should be known? By thy speech I infer thee to be highly intelligent. Yudhishthira said, O foremost of serpents, it is asserted by the wise, in whom are seen truth, charity, forgiveness, good conduct, benevolence, observance of the rights of his order and mercy is a Brahmana. And, O serpent, that which should be known is even the supreme Brahma, in which is neither happiness nor misery, and attaining which beings are not affected with misery. What is thy opinion? The serpent said, O Yudhishthira, truth, charity, forgiveness, benevolence, benignity, kindness, and the Veda 42 which worketh the benefit of the four orders, which is the authority in matters of religion and which is true, are seen even in the Sudra. As regards the object to be known and which thou allegest is without both happiness and misery, I do not see any such that is devoid of these. Yudhishthira said, Those characteristics that are present in a Sudra do not exist in a Brahmana, nor do those that are in a Brahmana exist in a Sudra. And a Sudra is not a Sudra by birth alone, nor a Brahmana is Brahmana by birth alone. He, it is said by the wise, in whom are seen those virtues is a Brahmana. And people term him a Sudra in whom those qualities do not exist, even though he be a Brahmana by birth. And again, as for thy assertion that the object to be known, as asserted by me, doth not exist, because nothing exists that is devoid of both happiness and misery, such indeed is the opinion, O serpent, that nothing exists that is without them both. But as in cold, heat doth not exist, nor in heat, cold, so there cannot exist an object in which both happiness and misery cannot exist. The serpent said, O king, if thou recognize him as a Brahmana by characteristics, then, O long-lived one, the distinction of caste becometh futile as long as conduct doth not come into play. Yudhishthira said, in human society, O mighty and highly intelligent serpent, it is difficult to ascertain one's caste, because of promiscuous intercourse among the four orders. This is my opinion. Men belonging to all orders, promiscuously, beget offspring upon women of all the orders. And of men, speech, sexual intercourse, birth and death are common. And to this the rishis have borne testimony by using as the beginning of a sacrifice such expressions as, of what caste soever we may be, we celebrate the sacrifice. Therefore, those that are wise have asserted that character is the chief essential requisite. The natal ceremony of a person is performed before division of the umbilical cord. His mother then acts as its savitri and his father officiates as priest. He is considered as a Sudra as long as he is not initiated in the Vedas. Doubts having arisen on this point, O Prince of Serpents, Swayambhuva Manu has declared that the mixed castes are to be regarded as better than their other classes, if having gone through the ceremonies of purification, the latter do not conform to the rules of good conduct, O excellent snake. Whosoever now conforms to the rules of pure and virtuous conduct, him have I, ere now, designated as a Brahmana. The serpent replied, O Yudhishthira, thou art acquainted with all that is fit to be known, and having listened to thy words, how can I, now, eat up thy brother Vrikadara? Section CLXXX. Yudhishthira said, in this world, you are so learned in the Vedas and Vedangas, tell me, then, what one should do to attain salvation. The serpent replied, O scion of the Bharata's race, my belief is that the man who bestows alms on proper objects, speaks kind words and tells the truth and abstains from doing injury to any creature goes to heaven. Yudhishthira inquired, which, O snake, is the higher of the two, truth or alms-giving? Tell me also the greater or less importance of kind behavior and of doing injury to no creature. The snake replied, the relative merits of these virtues, truth and alms-giving, kind speech and abstention from injury to any creature, are known, measured, by their objective gravity, utility. Truth is, sometimes, more praiseworthy than some acts of charity. Some of the latter, again, are more commendable than true speech. Similarly, O mighty King, and Lord of the earth, abstention from doing injury to any creature is seen to be important than good speech and vice versa. Even so it is, O King, depending on effects. And now, if thou hast anything else to ask, say it all, I shall enlighten thee. Yudhishthira said, tell me, O snake, how the incorporeal being's translation to heaven, its perception by the senses and its enjoyment of the immutable fruits of its actions, here below, can be comprehended. The snake replied, by his own acts, man is seen to attain to one of the three conditions of human existence, of heavenly life, or of birth in the lower animal kingdom. Among these, The man who is not slothful, who injures no one, and who is endowed with charity and other virtues, goes to heaven, after leaving this world of men. By doing the very contrary, O king, people are again born as men or as lower animals. O my son, it is particularly said in this connection, that the man who is swayed by anger and lust, and who is given to avarice and malice, falls away from his human state and is born again as a lower animal, and the lower animals too are ordained to be transformed into the human state, and the cow, the horse and other animals are observed to attain to even the divine state. 43 O my son, the sentient being, reaping the fruits of his actions, thus transmigrates through these conditions, that the regenerate and wise man reposes his soul in the everlasting Supreme Spirit. The embodied spirit, enchained by destiny and reaping the fruits of its own actions, thus undergoes birth after birth, but he that has lost touch of his actions is conscious of the immutable destiny of all born beings. 44. Yudhishthira asked, O snake, tell me truly and without confusion how that dissociated spirit becomes cognizant of sound, touch, form, flavor, and taste. O great-minded one, dost thou not perceive them simultaneously by the senses? Do thou, O best of snakes, answer all these queries? The snake replied, O long-lived one, the thing called Atman, spirit, betaking itself to corporeal tenement and manifesting itself through the organs of sense, becomes duly cognizant of perceptible objects. O Prince of Bharata's race, know that the senses, the mind, and the intellect, assisting the soul in its perception of objects, are called karanas. O my son, the eternal spirit, going out of its sphere, and aided by the mind, acting through the senses, the receptacles of all perceptions, successively perceives these things, sound, form, flavor, and see. O most valiant of men, the mind of living creatures is the cause of all perception, and, therefore, it cannot be cognizant of more than one thing at a time. That spirit, O foremost of men, betaking itself to the space between the eyebrows, sends the high and low intellect to different objects. What the yogins perceive after the action of the intelligent principle, by that is manifested the action of the soul. Yudhishthira said, Tell me the distinguishing characteristics of the mind and the intellect. The knowledge of it is ordained as the chief duty of persons meditating on the Supreme Spirit. The snake replied, Through illusion, the soul becomes subservient to the intellect. The intellect, though known to be subservient to the soul, becomes, then, the director of the latter. The intellect is brought into play by acts of perception. The mind is self-existent. The intellect does not cause the sensation, as of pain, pleasure, and see, but the mind does. This, my son, is the difference between the mind and the intellect. You too are learned in this matter. What is your opinion? Yudhishthira said, O most intelligent one, you have fine intelligence and you know all that is fit to be known. Why do you ask me that question? You knew all and you performed such wonderful deeds and you lived in heaven. How could then illusion overpower you? Great is my doubt on this point. The snake replied, Prosperity intoxicates even the wise and valiant men. Those who live in luxury soon lose their reason. So, I too, O Yudhishthira, overpowered by the infatuation of prosperity, have fallen from my high state and having recovered my self-consciousness, am enlightening thee thus. O victorious king, thou hast done me a good turn. By conversing with thy pious self, my painful curse has been expiated. In days of yore, while I used to sojourn in heaven in a celestial chariot, reveling in my pride, I did not think of anything else. I used to exact tribute from Brahmarshis, Devas, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Rakshasas, Panagas and all other dwellers of the three worlds. O Lord of earth, such was the spell of my eyes, that on whatever creature I fixed them, I instantly destroyed his power. thousands of Brahmashis used to draw my chariot. The delinquency, O king, was the cause of my fall from my high prosperity. Among them, Agastya was one day drawing my conveyance, and my feet came in contact with his body. Agastya then pronounced this curse on me, in anger: ruin seize thee, do thou become a snake. So, losing my glory, I fell down from that excellent car, and while falling, I beheld myself turned into a snake, with head downwards. I thus implored that Brahmana, may this curse be extinguished. O adorable one, you ought to forgive one who has been so foolish from infatuation. Then he kindly told me this, as I was being hurled down from heaven: the virtuous King Yudhishthira will save thee from this curse, and when, O king, horrible sin of pride will be extinguished in thee, thou shalt attain salvation. And I was struck with wonder on seeing this power of his austere virtues, and therefore have I questioned thee about the attributes of the Supreme Spirit and of Brahmanas: truth, charity, self-restraint, penance, abstention from doing injury to any creature, and constancy in virtue. These, O king, and not his race of family connections, are the means by which a man must always secure salvation. May this brother of thine, the mighty Bhimasena, meet with good luck, and may happiness abide with thee. I must go to heaven again. Vaisampayana continued, so saying, that King Nuasha quitted his serpentine form, and assuming his celestial shape, he went back to heaven. The glorious and pious Yudhishthira, too, returned to his hermitage with Dharma and his brother Bhima. Then the virtuous Yudhishthira narrated all that, in detail, to the Brahmanas who had assembled there. On hearing that, his 3 brothers and all the Brahmanas and the renowned Draupadi too were covered with shame. And all those excellent Brahmanas, desiring the welfare of the Pandavas, admonished Bhima for his foolhardiness, telling him not to attempt such things again. And the Pandavas too were greatly pleased at seeing the mighty Bhima out of danger, and continued to live the pleasantly. Section Glxxxi. Markandeya Samasya Pava. Vaisampayana said, while they were dwelling at that place, the set in the season of the rains, the season that puts an end to the hot weather and is delightful to all animated beings. Then the black clouds, rumbling loudly, and covering the heavens and the cardinal points, ceaselessly rained during day and night. These clouds, counted by hundreds and by thousands, looked like domes in the rainy season. From the earth disappeared the effulgence of the sun, its place was taken by the stainless lustre of the lightning. The earth became delightful to all, being overgrown with grass, with gnats and reptiles in their joy. It was bathed with rain and possessed with calm. When the waters had covered all, it could not be known whether the ground was at all even or uneven, whether there were rivers or trees or hills. At the end of the hot season, the rivers added beauty to the woods, being themselves full of agitated waters, flowing with great force and resembling serpents in the hissing sound they made. The boars, the stags and the birds, while the rain was falling upon them, began to utter sounds of various kinds which could be heard within the forest tracts. The chatakas, the peacocks and the host of male kahillas and the excited frogs, all ran about in joy. Thus, while the Pandavas were roaming about in the deserts and sandy tracts, the happy season of rain, so various in aspect and resounding with clouds, passed away. Then set in the season of autumn, thronged with ganders and cranes and full of joy, then the forest tracts were overrun with grass, the river turned limpid, the firmament and stars shone brightly, and the autumn, thronged with beasts and birds, was joyous and pleasant for the magnanimous sons of Pandu. Then were seen nights that were free from dust and cool with clouds and beautified by myriads of planets and stars and the moon. And they beheld rivers and ponds, adorned with lilies and white lotuses, full of cool and pleasant water. and while roving by the river Saraswati, whose banks resembled the firmament itself and were overgrown with canes, and as such abounded in sacred baths, their joy was great. And those heroes who wielded powerful bows were specially glad to see the pleasant river Saraswati, with its limpid waters full to the brim. And, O Janamjaya, the holiest night, that of the full moon in the month of Kartika in the season of autumn, was spent by them while dwelling there. And the sons of Pandu, the best of the descendants of Bharata, spent that auspicious juncture with righteous and magnanimous saints devoted to penance. And as soon as the dark fortnight set in immediately after, the sons of Pandu entered the forest named the Kamyaka, accompanied by Dhananjaya and their charioteers and cooks. Section Kxxxi. Vaisampayana said, O son of Kuru, they, Yudhishthira and others, having reached the forest of Kamyaka, were hospitably received by hosts of saints, and they lived together with Krishna. And while the sons of Pandu were dwelling in security in that place, many Brahmanas came to wait upon them. And a certain Brahmana said, he the beloved friend of Arjuna, of powerful arms and possessed of self-control, descendant of Zura, of a lofty intellect, will come. For, O ye foremost of the descendants of Kuru, Hari knows that ye have arrived here. For, Hari has always a longing for your sight and always seeks your welfare. And Markandeya, who lived very many years devoted to great austerities, given to study and penance, will ere long come and meet you. And the very moment that he was uttering these words, there was beheld Krishna, coming thitherward upon the car unto which were yoked the horses Saviour and Sugriva, he the best of those that ride on cars, accompanied by Satyabhama, is like Indra by Sakhi, the daughter of Pulaman. And son of Devaki came, desirous to see those most righteous of the descendants of Kuru. And the sagacious Krishna, having alighted from the car, prostrated himself, with pleasure in his heart, before the virtuous king, in the prescribed way, and also before Bhima, that foremost of powerful men. And he paid his respects to Dharmya, while the twin brothers prostrated themselves to him. And he embraced Arjuna of the curly hair, and spoke words of solace to the daughter of Drupada, and the descendant of the chief of the Dasaraha tribe, that chastiser of foes, when he saw the beloved Arjuna come near him, having seen him after a length of time, clasped him again and again. And so too Satyabhama also, the beloved consort of Krishna, embraced the daughter of Drupada, the beloved wife of the sons of Pandu. Then these sons of Pandu, accompanied by their wife and priests, paid their respects to Krishna, whose eyes resembled the white lotus and surrounded him on all sides. And Krishna, when united with Arjuna, the son of Pritha, the winner of riches and the terror of the demons, assumed a beauty comparable to that of Shiva, the magnanimous lord of all created beings, when he, the mighty lord, is united with Kartikeya, his son. And Arjuna, who bore a circlet of crowns on his head, gave an account of what had happened to him in the forest to Krishna, the elder brother of Gada. And Arjuna asked, saying, How is Subhadra, and her son Abhimanyu? And Krishna, the slayer of Madhu, having paid his respects in the prescribed form to the son of Pritha, and to the priest, and seating himself with them there, spoke to King Yudhishthira, in words of praise. And he said, O king, virtue is preferable to the winning of kingdoms. It is, in fact, practice of austerities. By you who have obeyed with truth and candour what your duty prescribed, have been won both this world and that to come. First you have studied, while performing religious duties, having acquired in a suitable way the whole science of arms, having won wealth by pursuing the methods prescribed for the military caste, you have celebrated all the time-honored sacrificial rites. You take no delight in sensual pleasures, you do not act, O Lord of men, from motives of enjoyment, nor do you swerve from virtue from greed of riches. It is for this, You have been named the virtuous king, O son of Pritha. Having won kingdoms and riches and means of enjoyment, your best delight had been charity and truth and practice of austerities, O king, and faith and meditation and forbearance and patience. When the population of Kurujangala beheld Krishna outraged in the assembly hall, who but yourself could brook that conduct, O Pandu's son, which was so repugnant both to virtue and usage? No doubt, you will, before long, rule over men in a praiseworthy way, all your desires being fulfilled. Here are we prepared to chastise the Kurus, as soon as the stipulation made by you is fully performed. And Krishna, the foremost of the Dasaha tribe, then said to Dharmya and Bhima and Yudhishthira, and the twins and Krishna, how fortunate that by your blessing Arjuna, the bearer of the coronet, has arrived after having acquired the science of arms. And Krishna, the leader of the Dasaha tribe, accompanied by friends, likewise spoke to Krishna, the daughter of Yajnasena, saying, how fortunate that you are united, safe and secure, with Arjuna, the winner of riches. And Krishna also said, O Krishna, O daughter of Yajnasena, those sons of yours are devoted to the study of the science of arms, are well behaved and conduct themselves on the pattern, O Krishna, of their righteous friends. Your father and your uterine brothers proffer them kingdom and territories, but the boys find no joy in the house of Drupada, or in that of their maternal uncles. Safely proceeding to the land of the Anitas, they take the greatest delight in the study of the science of arms. Your sons enter the town of the Vrishanis and take an immediate liking to the people there. And as you would direct them to conduct themselves, or as the respected Kunti would do, so does Subhadra direct them in a watchful way. Perhaps she is still more careful of them. And, O Krishna, as Rukmani's son is the preceptor of Aniruddha, of Abhimanyu, of Sunitha, and of Banu, so he is the preceptor and the refuge of your sons also. And a good preceptor would unceasingly give them lessons in the wielding of maces and swords and bucklers, in missiles and in the arts of driving cars and of riding horses, being valiant. And he, the son of Rukmani, having bestowed a very good training upon them, and having taught them the art of using various weapons in a proper way, takes satisfaction at the valorous deeds of your sons, and of Abhimanyu, O daughter of Drupada. And when your son goes out, in pursuit of outdoor sports, each one of them is followed thither by cars and horses and vehicles and elephants. And Krishna said to the virtuous king, Yudhishthira, the fighting men of the Dasaha tribe, and the Kukaras, and the Andakas, let these, O king, place themselves at thy command, let them perform what thou desirest them. O Lord of men, let the army of the tribe of Madgas, resistless, like the wind, with their bows and led by Balarama whose weapon is the plough, let that army, equipped for war, consisting of horsemen and foot soldiers and horses and cars and elephants, prepare to do your bidding. O son of Pandu, drive Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, the vilest of sinful men, together with his followers and his hosts of friends to the path be taken by the Lord of Sorba, the son of the earth. You, O ruler of men, are welcome to stick to that stipulation which was made in the assembly hall, but let the city of Hastina be made ready for you, when the hostile force has been slain by the soldiers of the Dasaha tribe. Having roamed at your pleasure in all those places where you may desire to go, having got rid of your grief and freed from all your sins, you will reach the city of Hastina, the well-known city situated in the midst of a fine territory. Then the magnanimous king, having been acquainted with the view thus clearly set forth by Krishna, that best of men, and, having applauded the same, and having deliberated, thus spoke with joined palms unto Kusava, O Kusava, no doubt, thou art the refuge of the sons of Pandu, for the sons of Pandu have their protector in thee. When the time will come, there is no doubt that thou wilt do all the work just mentioned by thee, and even more than the same. As promised by us, we have spent all the 12 years in lonely forests. O Kosovo, having in the prescribed way completed the period for living and recognized, the sons of Pandu will take refuge in thee. This should be the intention of those that associate with thee, O Krishna. The sons of Pandu swerve not from the path of truth, for the sons of Pritha with their charity and their piety with their people and their wives and with their relations have their protector in thee. Vaisampayana said, O descendant of Bharata, while Krishna, the descendant of the Vrishnis and the virtuous king, were thus talking, there appeared then the saint Markandeya, grown grey in the practice of penances. And he had seen many thousand years of life, was of a pious soul, and devoted to great austerities. Signs of old age he had none, and deathless he was, and endued with beauty and generous and many good qualities. And he looked like one only 25 years old. And when the aged saint, who had seen many thousand years of life, came, all the Brahmanas paid their respects to him, and so did Krishna together with Pandu's son. And when that wisest saint, thus honored, shook his seat in a friendly way, Krishna addressed him, in accordance with the views of the Brahmanas and of Pandu's sons, thus: The sons of Pandu, and the Brahmanas assembled here, and the daughter of Drupada, and Satyabhama, likewise myself, are all anxious to hear your most excellent words, O Markandeya. Propound to us the holy stories of events of bygone times, and the eternal rules of righteous conduct by which are guided kings and women and saints. Vaisampayana continued, when they had all taken their seats, Narada also, the divine saint, of purified soul, came on a visit to Pandu's sons. Him also, then, of great soul, all those foremost men of superior intellect, honored in the prescribed form, by offering water to wash his feet, and the well-known oblation called the Arghya. Then the godlike saint, Narada, learning that they were about to hear the speech of Markandeya, expressed his assent to the arrangement. And he, the deathless, knowing what would be opportune, said smilingly, O saint of the Brahmana caste, speak what you are about to say unto the sons of Pandu. Thus addressed, Markandeya, devoted to great austerities, replied, Wait a moment. A great deal will be narrated. Thus addressed, the sons of Pandu, together with those twice-born ones, waited a moment, looking at that great saint, bright as the midday sun. Vaisampayana continued, Pandu's son, the king of the Kuru tribe, having observed that the great saint is willing to speak, questioned him with a view to suggesting topics to speak upon, saying, You who are ancient in years, know the deeds of gods and demons, and illustrious saints, and of all the royal ones. We consider you as worthy of being worshipped and honored, and we have long yearned after your company. And here is this son of Devaki, Krishna, who has come to us on a visit. Verily, when I look at myself, fallen away from happiness, and when I contemplate the sons of Dhritarashtra, of evil life, flourishing in every way, the idea rises in me that it is man who does all acts, good or bad, and that it is he that enjoys the fruit the acts bring forth. How then is God the agent? And, O best of those that are proficient in the knowledge of God, how is it that men's actions follow them? Is it in this world? Or is it in some subsequent existence? And, O best of righteous men among the twice-born, in what way is an embodied animated being joined by his good and evil deeds that seek him out? Is it after death? Or is it in this world? And, O descendant of Bhrigu, is what we experience in this world the result of the acts of this very life? Or will the acts of this life bear fruit in the world to come? And where do the actions of an animated being who is dead find their resting place? Markandeya said, O best of those that can speak, This question befits thee, and is just what it should be. Thou knowest all that there is to know, but thou art asking this question simply for the sake of form. Here I shall answer thee. Listen to me with an attentive mind, as to how in this world and in that to come, a man experienceth happiness and misery. The Lord of born beings, himself sprung first of all, created, for all embodied beings, bodies which were stainless, pure, and obedient to virtuous impulses, O wisest of the descendants of Kuru. The ancient men had all their desires fulfilled, were given to praiseworthy courses of life, were speakers of truth, godly and pure. All were equal to the gods, could ascend to the sky at their pleasure, and could come back again, and all went about at their pleasure. And they had their death and their life also under their own control, and they had few sufferings, had no fear, and had their wishes fulfilled, and they were free from trouble, could visit the gods and the magnanimous saints, knew by heart all righteous rules, were self-controlled and free from envy. And they lived many thousand years, and had many thousand sons. Then in course of time they came to be restricted to walking solely on the surface of the earth, overpowered by lust and wrath, dependent for subsistence upon falsehood and trick, overwhelmed by greed and senselessness. Then those wicked men, when disembodied, on account of their unrighteous and unblessed deeds, went to hell in a crooked way. Again and again they were grilled, and again they began to drag their miserable existence in this wonderful world. And their desires were unfulfilled, the objects unaccomplished, and their knowledge became unavailing. And their senses were paralyzed, and they became apprehensive of everything and the cause of other people's sufferings. And they were generally marked by wicked deeds, and born in low families, they became wicked and afflicted with diseases, and the terror of others. And they became short-lived and sinful, and they reaped the fruit of their terrible deeds. And coveting everything, they became godless and indifferent in mind, O son of Kunti. The destiny of every creature after death is determined by his acts in this world. Thou hast asked me where this treasure of acts of the sage and the ignorant remain, and where they enjoy the fruit of their good and evil deeds. Do thou listen to the regulations on this subject. Man with his subtle original body created by God lays up a great store of virtue and vice. After death he quits his frail, outer body and is immediately born again in another order of beings. He never remains non-existent for a single moment. In his new life his actions follow him invariably as shadow and, fructifying, makes his destiny happy or miserable. The wise man, by his spiritual insight, knows all creatures to be bound to an immutable destiny by the destroyer and incapable of resisting the fruition of his actions in good or evil fortune. This, O Yudhishthira, is the doom of all creatures steeped in spiritual ignorance. Do thou now hear of the perfect way attained by men of high spiritual perception. Such men are of high ascetic virtue and are versed in all profane and holy writ, diligent in performing their religious obligations and devoted to truth. And they pay due homage to their preceptors and superiors and practice yoga, are forgiving, continent and energetic and pious, and are generally endowed with every virtue. By the conquest of the passions, they are subdued in mind. By practicing yoga they become free from disease, fear and sorrow. They are not troubled in mind. In course of birth, mature or immature, or while ensconced in the womb, in every condition, they with spiritual eyes recognize the relation of their soul to the Supreme Spirit. Those great-minded rishis of positive and intuitive knowledge passing through this arena of actions return again to the abode of the celestials. Men, O king, attain what they have in consequence of the grace of the gods of destiny or of their own actions. Do thou not think otherwise. O Yudhishthira, I regard that as the highest good which is regarded so in this world. Some attain happiness in this world, but not in the next. Others do so in the next, but not in this. Some, again, attain happiness in this as well as in the next world, and others neither here nor in the next world. Those that have immense wealth shine every day with well-decorated persons. O slayer of mighty foes, being addicted to carnal pleasures, they enjoy happiness only in this world, but not in the next. But those who are engaged in spiritual meditations and the study of the Vedas, who are diligent in asceticism, and who impair the vigor of their bodies by performing their duties, who have subdued their passions, and who refrain from killing any animated being, those men, O slayer of thy enemies, attain happiness in the next world, but not in this. Those who first live a pious life, and virtuously acquire wealth in due time, and then marry and perform sacrifices, attain bliss both in this and the next world. Those foolish men again who do not acquire knowledge, nor are engaged in asceticism, charity, or increasing their species, or in encompassing the pleasures and enjoyments of this world, attain bliss neither in this nor in the next world. But all of you are proficient in knowledge and possessed of great power and strength and celestial vigor, for the extermination of the wicked, and for serving the purposes of the gods. Ye have come from the other world and have taken your birth in this. Ye, who are so valiant, and engaged in asceticism, self-restraining exercises, and religious ordinances, and fond of exertion, after having performed great deeds and gratified the gods and rishis and the Pitris, ye will at last in due course attain by your own acts the supreme region, the abode of all virtuous men. O ornament of Kuru's race, may no doubts cross thy mind on account of these thy sufferings, for this affliction is for thy good. Section Kxxxi. Vaisampayana continued. The sons of Bandu said to the high-souled Markandeya, we long to hear of the greatness of the Brahmanas. Do thou tell us of it. Thus asked the revered Markandeya, of austere virtue and high spiritual energy, and proficient in all departments of knowledge, replied a strong-limbed, handsome young prince of the race of the Hayayas, a conqueror of hostile cities, once went out hunting. And, while roaming in the wilderness of big trees and thickets of grass, he saw, at no great distance from him, a Muni with the skin of a black antelope for his upper garment, and killed him for a deer. Pained at what he had done, and his senses paralyzed with grief, he repaired to the presence of the more distinguished of the Hayaya chiefs. The outside prince related to them the particulars. On hearing the account, O my son, and beholding the body of the Muni who had subsisted on fruits and roots, they were sorely afflicted in mind. And they all set out inquiring here and there as they proceeded, as to whose son the Muni might be. And they soon after reached the hermitage of Anishtanmai, son of Kasyapa. And saluting that great Muni, so constant in austerity, they all remained standing, while the moon, on his part, busied himself about their reception. And they said unto the illustrious Muni, by a freak of destiny, we have ceased to merit thy welcome. Indeed, we have killed a Brahmana. And the regenerate Rishi said to them, how hath the Brahmana come to be killed by you, and say where may be he? Do ye all witness the power of my ascetic practices? And they, having related everything to him as it had happened, went back, but found not the body of the dead Rishi on the spot where they had left it. And having searched for him, they returned, ashamed and bereft of all perception, as in a dream. And then, O thou conqueror of hostile cities, the Muni Darkshire addressed them, saying, ye princes, can this be the Brahmana of your killing? This Brahmana, endowed with occult gifts from spiritual exercises, is, indeed, my son. Seeing that Rishi, O Lord of the earth, they were struck with bewilderment. And they said, what a marvel! How hath the dead come to life again? Is it the power of his austere virtue by which he hath revived again? We long to hear this, O Brahmana, if, indeed, it can be divulged. To them, he replied, death, O lords of men, hath no power over us. I shall tell ye the reason briefly and intelligibly. We perform our own sacred duties, therefore have we no fear of death. We speak well of Brahmanas but never think any ill of them, therefore hath death no terror for us. Entertaining our guests with food and drink, and our dependents with plenty of food, we ourselves, then, partake of what is left, therefore we are not afraid of death. We are peaceful and austere and charitable and forbearing and fond of visiting sacred shrines, and we live in sacred places, therefore we have no fear of death. And we live in places inhabited by men who have great spiritual power, therefore hath death no terror for us. I have briefly told ye all. Return ye now altogether, cured of all worldly vanity. Ye have no fear of sin. Saying Amen, O foremost sign of Bharata's race, and saluting the great Muni, all those princes joyously returned to their country. Section Glxxxif. Markandeya continued, Do ye again hear from me the glory of the Brahmanas? It is said that a royal sage of the name of Vanya was once engaged in performing the horse sacrifice, and that Atri desired to go to him for alms. But Atri subsequently gave up his desire of wealth, from religious scruples. After much thought he, of great power, became desirous of living in the woods, and, calling his wife and sons together, addressed them thus, Let us attain the highly tranquil and complete fruition of our desires. May it, therefore, be agreeable to you to repair quickly to the forest for a life of great merit. His wife, arguing from motives of virtue also, then said to him, Hie thee to the illustrious Prince Vanya, and beg of him vast riches. Asked by thee, that royal sage, engaged in sacrifice, will give thee wealth. Having gone there, O regenerate Rishi, and received from him vast wealth, thou canst distribute it among thy sons and servants, and then thou canst go whithersoever thou pleasest. This, indeed, is the higher virtue as instanced by men conversant with religion. Atri replied, I am informed, O virtuous one, by the high-souled Kodama, that Vanya is a pious prince, devoted to the cause of truth. But there are Brahmanas about his persons, who are jealous of me, and as Gautama hath told me this, I do not venture to go there. For, while there, if I were to advise what is good and calculated to secure piety and the fulfillment of one's desires, they would contradict me with words unproductive of any good. But I approve of any counsel and will go there. Vanya will give me kine and hoards of riches. Markandeya continued, so saying, he, of great ascetic merit, hastened to Vanya's sacrifice, and reaching the sacrificial altar and making his obeisance to the king and praising him with well-meaning speeches, he spoke these words, Blessed art thou, O king, ruling over the earth, thou art the foremost of sovereigns. The Munis praise thee, and besides thee there is none so versed in religious law. To him the Rishi Kodama, of great ascetic merit, then indignantly replied saying, Atri, do not repeat this nonsense. It seems thou art not in thy proper senses. In this world of ours, Mahendra, the Lord of all created beings, alone, is the foremost of all sovereigns. Then, O great prince, Atri said to Gautama, as Indra, the lord of all creatures, ruleth over our destinies, so doth this king. Thou art mistaken. It is thou who hast lost thine senses from want of spiritual perception. Gautama replied, I know I am not mistaken. It is thou who art labouring under a misconception in this matter. To secure the king's countenance, thou art flattering him in this assembly of the people. Thou dost not know what the highest virtue is, nor dost thou feel the need for it. Thou art like a child steeped in ignorance, for what then hast thou become, so old in years? Markandeya continued, while those two men were thus disputing in the presence of the Munis, who were engaged in Vanya's sacrifice, the latter inquired, What is the matter with them, that maketh them talk so vociferously? Then the very bias Gazyap learned in all religious law, approaching the disputants, asked them what was the matter. And then Gautama, addressing that assembly of great Munis, said, "Listen, O great Brahmanas, to the point in dispute between us. Atri hath said that Vanya is the ruler of our destinies. Great is our doubt on this point." Markandeya continued, on hearing this, the great mind Munis went instantly to Sanat Kumara, who was well versed in religion, to clear their doubt. And then he of great ascetic merit, having heard the particulars from them, addressed them these words full of religious meaning. And Sanat Kumara said, "As fire assisted by the wind burneth down forests, so a Brahmana's energy in union with the Kshatriyas, or a Kshatriyas joined with the Brahmanas, destroyeth all enemies. The sovereign is the distinguished giver of laws and the protector of his subjects. He is a protector of created beings, like Indra, a propounder of morals, like Sukra, a counselor, like Vrihaspati, and hence he is also called the ruler of men's destinies, who does not think it proper to worship the individual of whom such terms as preserver of created beings, royal, emperor, kshatriya, or saviour of the earth, lord of earth, ruler of men, are applied in praise. The king is, also, styled the prime cause of social order, as being the promulgator of laws, the virtuous in wars, and therefore preserver after peace, the watchman, the contented, the Lord, the guide to salvation, the easily victorious, the Vishnu-like, of effective wrath, the winner of battles and the cherisher of the true religion. The rishis, fearful of sin, entrusted the temporal power to the kshatriyas. As among the gods in heaven the sun dispelleth darkness by his effulgence, so doth the king completely root out sin from this earth. Therefore is the king's greatness reduced from the evidences of the sacred books, and we are bound to pronounce for that side which hath spoken in favour of the king. Markandeya continued, then that illustrious prince, highly pleased with the victorious party, joyfully said to Atri, who had praised him erewhile, "O regenerate Rishi, thou hast made and styled me the greatest and most excellent of men here, and compared me to the gods. Therefore shall I give thee vast and various sorts of wealth. My impression is that thou art omniscient. I give thee, O well-dressed and well-adorned one, 100 millions of gold coins, and also 10 bras of gold." Then Atri, of high austere virtues and great spiritual powers, thus welcomed by the king, accepted all the gifts without any breach of propriety, and returned home. And then giving his wealth to his sons and subduing himself, he cheerfully repaired to the forest with the object of performing penances. Section CLXXXV. Markandeya continued, "O thou conqueror of hostile cities, in this connection Saraswati too, when interrogated by that intelligent Muni Darkshire, had said this. Do thou listen